All right, it's 5:30. Is everybody ready here? I think we have a quorum. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Tuesday, July 8th regular city council meeting. So we have a packed house, and we're going to do a little housekeeping. We want to make sure that everybody has their cell phones turned off or on to vibrate. We do happy hands when we want to clap or celebrate for things. Looks like this. We can practice if you want. Fire code, we can't have people lined up against the wall, so there is additional seating out in the lobby atrium area outside. So if you have an empty seat next to you, raise your hand so someone can take a seat. So it looks like we're a full house. So if everybody who's standing along the lines, now for those of you that are here to speak later, there's some softball kids all together that are going to be recognized. If you're willing as an adult that you know you're not speaking at the front of the meeting yet, maybe you're able to give these kids an opportunity to be with their softball team, that would be great. I see 3 of them over here. But other than that, if everybody could go out to get a seat outside, because we can't have everybody lined up on the walls, unfortunately, for fire code reasons. Oh my God, my eyes. So keep my glasses on. All right, as everybody gets settled and finds a seat and is out of the walkway, we'll call this meeting to order. And Councilmember Zernitskaya, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilmember Hall, would you like to read the land acknowledgement?
The city of Santa Monica is located on the land of the Tovangar. With great respect, the city acknowledges the Gabrieleno Tongva as the first people of this ancestral and unceded territory of Curravanga, a village that we know as Santa Monica. We honor their elders past and present and the Gabrieleno descendants who are part of the Gabrieleno Tongva tribes. We recognize that these peoples are still here, and as settlers in Cuyam or guests, we recognize our responsibility and obligation to care for their land in partnership with them. The city of Santa Monica commits to work in partnership with the Gabrieleno Tongva people to uplift their voices and visibility on their ancestral land.
Calling the roll, Councilmembers Wick. Here. Councilmember Hall.
Present.
Councilmember Raskin.
Here.
Councilmember Snell. Here. Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis is absent at the moment, and Mayor Negrete.
Here.
I will now ask if any council members will be recusing themselves from any items on the agenda pursuant to the Levine Act. Hearing none. Mayor, do you have any agenda management for this evening?
I just want to acknowledge that there was folks that wanted to hear 7A public comment with the item, but because we do not want to set a precedence for meetings, we want to make sure that that public comment is heard when it's set to hear normally on the agenda, and that gives staff the opportunity to hear your comments and adjust and answer those things that they hear when you're making that public comment. So I just wanted to acknowledge that we got that and we toyed with it back and forth, but the reality is it's better if the public comment is where it's at, and we don't want to set a precedence. We're trying to run a tight ship so we can get out maybe on the same day we start. And before we get into general public, I just want to remind people about the fire code issue and the crowding around the door. City Clerk, can you just make sure, like, can anyone be against the wall or absolutely not?
I mean, the fire code says only a certain amount of people are supposed to be in here, so.
Yeah. Please make sure if you can find a seat out in the lobby in the atrium, especially don't be by the door, by the exit area, and crowded around there.
All right. So you want to move on to general public comment?
Yeah.
Okay. General public, or for regular meetings, public comments permitted on special agenda items and items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And we have 8 people registered for this item, but there is some duplication. And the last person on this list is Destiny Reynoso. But we also have some minors on the list. So I'm going to call those names for you first, Mayor, and then we'll continue.
Yeah, City Clerk, I just realized that we didn't do the youth softball, but can do it after general public comment, if that's okay. The youth softball
Oh,
acknowledgement.
you can do it right now.
Okay, so before we start, while everyone's in here, I would like to acknowledge as the mayor's highlight early on in the evening, our 12U Santa Monica All-Stars. If you'll stand up, we can clap for this. So these outstanding young softballers have just qualified for the Nationals, and they'll be going to Moore Park to play, and we wish you the best of luck. Thank you so much for representing us and for everything that youth softball organization represents. My daughters played in it. I was not a great coach, but I did participate. But you guys look like you're going to go out there and kick some butt. So thank you and good luck. All right, now we can move on to some general public comment.
So Alfonso Marin, Kate Maringer, Maddie Denbo, and Destiny Reynoso. If you're all here, if you could please come to the microphone. I'll call those names again. Alfonso Marin, Kate Maringer, Maddie Denbo, and Destiny Reynoso. Oh, cool. Right here at the microphone, where it says the green light. Okay. And you have 2 minutes.
And just say your name before you start.
Oh, okay. My name is Alfonso Marron, and this. Oh. Do you remember being a kid, running through a park, playing with friends, and making your best memories outside? My name is Alfonso Marron, and I am 10 years old. My favorite moments have been at the park with my parents, playing soccer, baseball, or just spending time together. People always say that kids are the future, but how can we build that future if we don't have a safe green space to play and grow? Let's protect our parks, not just for me, but for my little brother and for every kid, because every child deserves a safe place to play, to dream, and to belong. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we want to keep the hand clapping to just the happy hands so we can keep moving quickly, but thank you.
So Mayor, I just want to remind everyone that that is an agendized item.
Yeah.
So if you're speaking on that item right now, that's actually later in the meeting. So is anyone else here right now?
Are you guys speaking about the 7A? Okay, so that's an item that comes on later. It's so hard for me to tell you guys this because you're extremely adorable. I know. So
the rules, council has to vote.
we can make a motion.
I move we suspend the rules to allow the under 18 participants speak now.
Second. All in favor?
Moved by
Moved by Councilmember Hall, seconded by myself. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? You may proceed.
Hi, I'm Kate Maringer. I'm a 15-year-old high school student who's lived in Santa Monica my whole life. I've played soccer for 9 years, first in Santa Monica AYSO and then local clubs. My dream is to play college soccer, but I can't work towards my dream in my hometown because there's no publicly available soccer fields here that I can reliably access. My parents need to drive me every day to a field in another city. Similarly, my club team, which is mostly made up of Santa Monica kids, can't get field space here, so we need to travel to practice 3 to 4 times a week on school nights. This adds an hour of commuting to my school days, gets me home close to 10 p.m. with homework still to do, and never enough sleep. There are many hundreds of Santa Monica kids, just like me and their families, feeling this daily strain because Santa Monica doesn't have enough local sports facilities to support our local kids. As you mentioned earlier, people always say children are our future and actions speak louder than words. Please take action and vote tonight for an LC-compliant Great Park so local kids can create a strong future for Santa Monica.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Destiny, and I've been practicing on these fields for years. It's more than just dirt and bases out here. These fields raised us. We made memories here, wins, losses, teammates who became family. We don't just play here, we grew up here. So today, I'm not speaking just for myself, but I'm speaking for every kid who ever dreamed big out here. Please don't take that away from the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, City Council. My name is Maddie Denbo, and these are my sisters. Well, not my real sisters, except the little one over there. These are my softball sisters. We are the 12U Gold All-Star team from Santa Monica. This past weekend, we played in Irvine at the SoCal State Tournament, battling some of the toughest teams in the state, and were fortunate enough to do well enough to qualify for Western Nationals later this month. We are proud to represent the city of Santa Monica as the only team from the LA South Bay District to automatically qualify for nationals. Softball has given us so much: lifelong friendships, the best memories, and important lessons like how to be a good teammate, how to deal with adversity, and how to keep going up when it seems like all hope is lost. We come from all walks of life and are best friends, on and off the field. But we would have never met each other if it weren't for Santa Monica softball. At some point, our journey with Santa Monica softball will end, but we came here today to humbly ask the City Council to build a great park for future generations of kids just like us. We won't be able to benefit from the great park as kids, but maybe someday we can bring our children to the park to play softball, create friendships, and instill in them the values we learned playing softball together as kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Eden Dana Santiago. I'm a 17-year-old student at Samuel High and have enjoyed the opportunity to go to school in the district and participate in the vast amount of programs that are offered by the SMM-USD School District. Most of my friends don't share the same privilege of living here and have to travel sometimes as long as 2 hours every single day. They have to get up at around 4:30 at 5 in the morning just to come to school and can't participate in some of our AM class programs that are offered, nor like after school programs, meaning they don't have the opportunity to join a good amount of the kinds of sports that we have. I personally am part of the mariachi program, and if I lived any further, would not be able to attend because it ends at around 6:30, and it's quite frankly dangerous to come on public transport at that time. I think that everyone should have the opportunity to live close to their schools, and I support the program because I think there's enough space at the airport for both a park and housing, and enough space to have everyone be happy. Please approve both and let others not only just contribute to the community, but have the privilege of living here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other
Youth.
that are signed up in the regular course of action. Do we want to take all their names now, or?
I'm assuming we should just continue with that. And Al, I wanted to say for the softball team, if you want to wait after this part, we were going to take a group photo with you guys. Okay. Do you want to call the youth names?
Yeah, I'll do that. Jackson Dembski,
They might be out in the...
Emily Lytak, Sophie Lytak, Kate Maringer, I already spoke, Camila Soto, and that's it.
Just state your name.
Hi, my name is Jackson. I'm 14 years old, and I'm here to ask you to vote for a great park with lots of fields for soccer and other sports. I've grown up playing sports on Santa Monica fields. My main sport is soccer. When I was younger, I played in AYSO, and now I play for Audubon. It feels like there's never enough field space. Playing sports, especially team sports like soccer, helps kids both physically and mentally. My friends and I would love to have a place where we can hang out, play sports, and be active, without lots of dense buildings and development. I know lots of people are passionate about sports. This seems like a really unique, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to build a great park for people to follow their passions and enjoy many years into the future. Please vote against housing and overdevelopment and for a great park with sports fields. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Emily, and I am 11 years old. I live in an apartment in Santa Monica. It's a nice place, but we don't have a yard. That means I don't really have anywhere to play outside unless we walk to the park. Having a beautiful park to go to with my family and friends
maybe even a pool or a place for Girl Scouts. This can help get kids and adults out of their houses and socialize and make friends. So please make the airport somewhere where everyone is welcome and can run free and play. A park.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sophie, and I also live in an apartment in Santa Monica, and we don't really have a yard. That means I don't get to play out a place to play outside after school. My family and I would go to the park to get outside. When I was little, all of my friends lived in apartments, and we would have play dates in the parks. My Girl Scout meetings, too, would have always been in the parks. That's why I think we really need the great park. I love being outside because it means getting to play and read in a fresh and clean environment. Once I heard about the great park, I got super excited because I wanted to have a space where I could be outside in the park. And we could have so many cool things in the park. I could have my Girl Scout meetings in the park and a fun place to play with your friends and family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Camila Soto, and I am 17. I'm here to advocate and share why the Great Park is important to me. Growing up in Santa Monica, parks have always been a part of my life. When I was younger, I'd play on the apparatuses and run around, but now I use parks as a third place. Not only are parks a plus for humans, but they're also a plus for the environment. And I think this park in particular has the potential to be amazing, especially compared to what it is being used for now. 228 acres of concrete and plain exhaust are harmful to the environment and also to the people who live near the airport, sorry. The park, on the other hand, can be home to plants and animals and create beautiful biodiversity, and be somewhere with people of all ages and financial classes can attend. This park is my future and will change Santa Monica for the better. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's the last youth I have registered to speak.
Okay, so we're going to go to the rest of the names, and then we're going to take a photo with the youth softball team, if that's okay. So I've got Samantha Mota, Denise Barton, Jonathan Foster, and Kate Maringer.
No, she was a youth.
Oh, sorry, Kate already spoke.
Jerry Rubin.
Jerry Rubin. Samantha Mota is probably coming in, and then Denise Barton, Jonathan Foster, and Jerry Rubin.
Can you clarify if this is just for public speaking or for the?
This is just not items not on the agenda,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Hello, city council members, city staff, and community members. My name is Samantha Mota. I'm a candidate for the 37th district running for Congress, and I hope to gain your support. But more importantly, I'm here to urge City Council to amend the Urban Agriculture Incentive Zone program into the city's zoning and land use and zoning related provisions to accelerate a vibrant economy, promote resiliency, and support Santa Monica's vision for a livable and sustainable city and community for generations to come. The UAIZ, or AB 551, promotes urban agriculture through offering reduced property tax rates to private vacant lot owners who lease their vacant or unimproved lot to urban farmers that utilize the land for agricultural and animal husbandry purposes. It is a means to reinforce and strengthen policies and plans that already exist, such as the General Plan, the Sustainable City Plan, the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, the Recycling Ordinance, and the Sustainability Ordinance. AB 551 was modeled after the Williamson Act. It was enacted in response to the explosion of residential and commercial development that threatened to engulf millions of acres of state land. As an incorporated city under Los Angeles County, all the city has to do is pass a local ordinance, which I have drafted here. I don't know if I have to give it to you. Can I give it to you after? There is observed and recorded underutilized land that remains vacant collecting trash, and it is our responsibility as stewards of Santa Monica to support policies and programs that uplift our communities and neighborhoods. Public lands that should have been utilized for communal spaces have been stripped out of the hands of the community and privatized, and I ambitiously hope that the city supports long-term agricultural protection before densification continues to displace long-term, mostly rent-controlled tenants, units, and before land continues to be designated.
Thank you. Denise Barton?
Good evening. Despite your cult chanting that the city is clean and safe, which every one of the victims of your negligence knows is untrue, and there are many of us, look at the meme on the screen titled, "Don't Be Like Santa Monica," with the top frame saying, "Hey, New Yorkers, if you want to vote for Zohran Mamdani and to defund the police," then the white bar says, "When you defund the police." The next frame is an image from the officer stabbing on October 5th, 2024. The next frame is an image from the shooting of the teens in the Waymo vehicle on June 2023, 2025. The next frame is an image from the officer shot on June 25th, 2025 by the same person involved in the Waymo shooting 2 days before. The next frame says, "When you defund the police, not even the officers are safe." And the final frame says, "Don't be like Santa Monica." The 2 officer-involved incidents in 8 to 9 months, does that go along with your clean and safe chant? I think not. Then, by the Waymo and officer being shooting incidents by the same person, I hope everyone can see with the 75% of the police calls regarding the homeless, there are not enough officers to catch the criminals unless you're a police officer. And since all 3 attacks were done by homeless, showing what you're doing is not working, maybe you need to agendize why you put the welfare of the homeless before the residents, property owners, business owners, employees, visitors, tourists, and any and all other members of the public that's not affiliated with the city government. Thank you.
Thank you. Jerry Rubin?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor Negretti, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem Terosis, Honorable City Council members, city staff, police, fire, and fellow Santa Monicans. My name is Jerry Rubin, and I'm honored that I was reappointed to the Urban Forest Task Force. I'm not speaking as a member now, I'm just speaking as myself. But even though there was a question as to whether I'd be qualified because I'm not an arborist, and I thought that that was settled 2 years ago, that it was okay, that it wasn't official, that it was something that you had discussed. But even if I weren't reappointed, I would still attend those meetings and contribute and do the best I could to help them because they're doing a great job. I'm glad you didn't cut their budget. Someone said, you know, it's costly to plant trees, Jerry. And I replied, well, think of how costly it is to not plant trees or take care of our environment. I also wanted to take this moment to thank the Ocean Park Association for a wonderful July 4th parade. We came together in unity. And going back a little bit, we came together in unity to oppose the No Kings. And that's when we're all at our best, when we're unified. And I expect that'll be the way it is when we have our State of the City at the Miles Playhouse in Reed Park on July 17th. And I hope we could all get out there and support our city, even with some disagreements. If we're unified, can't get a better city than Santa Monica. That's why I have this t-shirt. It says, I love Santa Monica. Got it on the promenade about 20 years ago. It still looks good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerry. Oh, Jonathan Foster. And that's
Signed up to speak under 7A. Do you want to hear them now too? Okay.
Hello, Jonathan Foster. Hello, Santa Monica Abomination. Hello, Abominators. How are you, you reprobate minds? How are you? Gosh. You know, they're just talking about the safety here when the Marcia Jones Motree took down the Christmas display in the Palisades Park. Now it's rape, drugs, assault, aggression, murders because of that non-religious deceptive lady. Boy, What you passed should happen to you. So, what I was really coming to talk about was the Tongva Native American statement that you made, and I wanted to again state what I'd like to see, because again, I'm part Choctaw, and what should happen over here is you should build at that park a 40-story complex. Tongva lives there for free, no rent, no tax, trash, water is free, and a few other things we could go down a list. They can work any way they want. They can make every amount of money they can possibly make. Why won't you do that? This is what I would do. Why won't you do that? Look, you will be gone soon, right? And there'll be a next council. All y'all be gone in like 6 years. We won't see you anymore. Will they do it? No. And how come this wasn't done in 2018 or 2019? Why? See, I'm ready to really do something for the Native Americans. I'm part Choctaw. I'd really like to see that take place. The last thing I'm going to speak about is the girl that was holding her drink with her cigarette and it was blowing in my face while I'm stuck on the drum set and can't move out of the way of it. And it's every breath I take is a cigarette laden breath of cigarette air. Every breath. You've done the wrong thing to me out there.
Thank you. You want to call the youth's name?
Yes, is Samuel here?
Is it just Daniel?
Samuel.
Oh, Samuel. Is Samuel here to speak? Outside, maybe?
Yeah. Samuel, if you can please come in. If not, we can.
Is anyone coming up? Samuel?
I think staff is sending him in. Daniel?
Well, we can take a photo if we've still got, oh yeah, we have a photographer here with the city, with our Youth 12 softball team. Does council want to go down into the well? Yeah, well, we're not, we have one more, but we're waiting. We don't know if they're still here. Samuel may have left. You guys want to take a photo with us? Did we get Samuel?
Yeah, I think Samuel.
Okay, perfect. Hi, Samuel.
Oh, we found him. You may proceed.
Good evening.
Oh, excuse me.
Sorry, everybody who's going out, if we could do so quietly. All right, you're good.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Samuel Bernardo, and I have been a member of the Santa Monica Soccer Clubs for a decade. 9 years ago, I spoke at a Santa Monica City Council meeting as a third grader to ask for more field space. In a couple of months, I will be a high school senior, and I have grown a lot more than our supply of sports fields. Because of a lack of field space, my teams and many other teams have regularly been forced to practice outside of Santa Monica on fields not designed for soccer, far too often with poor conditions. About a year ago, one of my teammates suffered torn ligaments in his knee when he stepped on an uneven playing surface during practice on one of these fields. The airport closure gives us all a chance to fix the problem by adopting scenario 1 developed by the council, building a great park that creates community space as well as new sports fields. The citizens of Santa Monica have repeatedly made it clear that the airport space should be used as a community park and for more field space. 9 years ago, at the beginning of my club soccer career, I asked for field space that would have the benefit of as a kid growing up playing soccer. Tonight, as someone whose club soccer career is almost over, I ask for field space that will benefit the next generation and future generations of kids growing up playing soccer. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment for general input, even though I know we were hearing about that item. So,
Yes, now moving on to item 2A, the Proclamation for National Parks and Recreation Month.
all right, I'm going to call Stephen Johnson, the Chair of Recreation and Parks and Commission, to come forward and accept this proclamation.
Good evening, Council. Unfortunately, our chair had to leave, but we have an amazing former chair as a pitch hitter, and I will let Marianne take over.
Hi, Marianne.
Hello.
All right, I'm going to read the proclamation, and then you know the drill. We'll come down, you can speak, and we'll take a photo. Whereas the city recognizes the importance of its parks, cultural arts, and outdoor recreation and celebration of summer in Santa Monica and the beauty of nature. And whereas the Recreation and Arts Department, affectionately known as RAD, because it is RAD, faithfully builds strong, vibrant, and resilient communities through the power of arts, parks, and play to create community and elevate the spirit. And whereas the city is bringing more awareness surrounding the benefits of parks, outdoor recreation, and parks prescriptions, Parks RX, and the positive impact that they have on both physically and mentally. And whereas our beach, parks, green spaces, arts, and recreation facilities continue to be welcome, fun, and safe social gathering spaces for all. Whereas the City of Santa Monica and its RAD will continue to provide the community with robust recreation and arts activities and activate its beautiful beach, parks, and green spaces so that generations of residents and visitors alike can enjoy its offerings for years to come. And now, therefore, we, the City Council, and the Mayor, myself, Lana Negretti, recognize the month of July as Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Santa Monica and encourage everyone to recreate, get out, and play.
Thank you. And on behalf of the Recreation and Parks Commission, we are pleased that a month gets dedicated to recreation and parks. And we are happy to, a whole bunch of us, be here and put in our pitch for every blade of grass and rock and dirt in the city being put to good use for the community. We have an interesting group, a diverse group, and a very happy group when things go our way. And we are always happy to share our opinions with you and to thank you for the things that you've done to help us develop a great park system, a great recreation system, and please recognize that we are working despite budget cuts and everything else to keep the residents of Santa Monica happy. I think I've been coming here for 30 years begging for soccer fields. My kids started out as 3-year-olds and finished college and graduate school, but finally we've gotten a good workable system. We have great staff, and we managed to program more things on our limited park space than many cities with big park space do. However, we do need more, and I can't pass up a microphone and an opportunity to let you know that, but those of you who know me could fully expect to hear that. So anyway, on behalf of the Recreation and Parks Commission, we are delighted to accept the commendation and are very happy to begin Parks and Recreation Month in Santa Monica.
Thank you. And everybody's involved. We'd love to take a photo.
So you can be seen.
I know, that's absolutely true.
Okay, we're now moving on to public input for consent calendar and closed session only. Public input is not permitted on ordinance for second reading and adoption. And we have 4 speakers on the list, the last one being Sam Murphy.
Okay, I'm going to call those 4 speakers up in order. Denise Spartan, Judith Serlin, Alex Brown, and Sam Murphy.
Good evening. For item 4K, the DTSM budget, I wonder if it includes money for tree trimming, especially around the structures, unless providing cover for more crimes to be committed is your intent. Or what about the dead palm fronds? If one of those was to hurt someone or property, would that be the liability of DTSM or the city? Or what about the appearance of downtown? When Andrew Thomas, CEO, doesn't require the ambassadors to pick up leaves, do you think that would make the area look well kept? Or what about my building downtown? Years ago when Andrew Thomas started, I told him the paint was chipping away from the front of the front door, and the leaves were collecting on the overhang in front of the front door area. I used to bring the same items up to Kathleen Rossum's attention, the DTSM CEO before Andrew Thomas, and the issues would be addressed. Whereas with Andrew Thomas, it's years later, and I'm still waiting. But for this, Andrew Thomas receives the yearly bonuses, taking money away from the assessment payers and the city by bringing more people downtown. Or what about Andrew Thomas calling the Promenade a venue for city grant funding for DTSM? Isn't DTSM a nonprofit, and aren't venues for profit establishments? And finally, I do hope you notice the difference in the proposed budget and the audit accounting budget. The budget is very slimmed down for yearly expenses for DTSM in comparison to the audit, where expenses beyond those in the budget are listed. These are questions and observations pertaining to the DTSM budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Judith Serlin.
Hi. It's good to see you guys again. Over the past 6 months, I've gotten an opportunity to meet you, and I'll be true to my Teamster message and continue to remind you that when you invest in a city worker, you invest in the city of Santa Monica. Teamsters thanks you for your vision and for working with us to take a step forward in achieving our vision, and we appreciate that. We applaud your actions in stopping contracting out workers who are now starting to perform work that have once been contracted out. Work will be done once and will be done correctly to code and to the vision that we all have for city workers and for the city. There's still city council members who have not participated in a ride-along with our workers. We invite you to do so. This is your cities, and the workers who tend to the city have good insights. They know the city from the ground up, not from the top down. And so it's really important for you to understand that work and the kind of work they do from the ground up. We thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Alex Brown. Alex Brown. Are there still people outside?
Alex Brown? You want to call the next speaker in the meeting?
Sam Murphy. Is Sam Murphy in here? I think people are walking in from outside, maybe. They can hear me outside, right? If Alex Brown or Sam Murphy or both are here, please come forward. Are you Alex Brown or Sam Murphy? No? Okay. No. All right, so it looks like we've concluded that portion of public input. Is there anyone coming in? Who's here for, oh. Well, Alex Brown, Sam Murphy, final call, aisle 4, cleanup. All right, I think they might have left. So I think we're going to close that portion of the public. If they walk in the next few seconds, we can put it back on, but I think we should move on.
We'll move on to the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. No public discussion is permitted on ordinance for second reading and adoption. And Council Member Hall, you were pulling 4E for recusal and you're pulling 4L as well?
That's correct. Yeah. So I'll step out for 4E.
You want to explain your recusal or no? You don't have.
Yeah, so I'm recusing myself from 4E, the Pier Corporation fiscal year 2025-26 budget and work plan, and approval to the updates to the Pier leasing guidelines, because as chair of, or the former chair of the Pier board, I initiated a lot of that work.
So you want to just do the whole consent calendar here 4L and then do the recusal, or?
Yeah, can I get a motion to move the consent calendar minus 4E?
I'll make a move to move the consent calendar except for L.
4E and 4L.
4E and 4L.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Snell, seconded by Councilmember Raskin.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
You want to do 4L first, or do you want to do it 4E?
Well, he has to recuse himself, right? On both of them?
No, one he's pulling for
She's
discussion.
recusing for E.
Oh, okay. Let's do 4L first.
Okay.
Item 4L, I'm sorry, item 4L, adoption of a resolution accepting the tentative agreement and authorizing the city manager to execute memoranda of understanding with the California Teamsters Local 986 and the Santa Monica Police Officers Association.
So I don't want a staff report or need one or a discussion. I just want to register my vote. I'd like to bifurcate the vote on the Teamsters and the POA's contracts and budgetary amendments, and vote on staff recommendations 1 through 3 together, and vote on staff recommendation 4 separately for each of those. So with that request in, I move item 4L.
Second.
So we're voting on 1 through 3 for both, and then 4 separately for both.
1 through 3 for Teamsters, 4 for Teamsters, 1 through 3 for Police Officers Association, and 4 Police Officers Association.
Gotcha. So, okay, so on 1 through 3 for Teamsters, Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Now on Teamsters,
Well, that was Teamsters.
no, for item 4 under Teamsters.
Item 4.
Oh.
We need a motion for that one now.
I move that you go ahead and make the motion, since this is your.
We made the motion to,
Yeah, we can
we're
move
just
them
voting
all.
on each of separate parts. We made the
Okay,
motion to do
gotcha.
the whole thing.
Okay. Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete?
Yes. I'm not sure why okay.
For POA 1 through 3, Councilmember Zernitskaya?
No.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes, or excuse me, no.
Councilmember Zwick?
No.
And Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
That passes. And now for POA, I'm sorry, it passes 4 to 3. For POA 4, Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
and Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
And Madam Mayor, I'd like to explain my no vote, please. So I want to start by saying that I completely support our police officers and our department. My no vote is not about our department. I think we have one of the best police forces in the country, and we are lucky to have one that has such integrity, valor, and work ethic. I'm voting no on this because it's a bad deal for the city, and it's a bad deal for our taxpayers. I was okay with a higher cost of living adjustment. In fact, I was one of the council members to suggest it. You're welcome to public records request my emails to the interim city manager and the HR department head. I was okay with this, and I encouraged it to acknowledge the danger our officers face day to day. Believe me, I know what it's like to walk outside your door and wonder if you're coming home that evening. What I'm not okay with is the continuation, even a suspension, of the number 2 clause in the MOU. For those in the public who don't know what I'm referring to, our contract with the Police Officers Association requires the City of Santa Monica to pay our police officers the number 2 base salary in the region. That means when other cities like Beverly Hills, Torrance, raise their officers' salaries, we likely have to as well. This means that city council members in Beverly Hills are making decisions for our city, are making decisions with your taxpayer dollars, and that I am not okay with. I'm happy to pay our police officers well, but on our terms, not on Beverly Hills' terms. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now move on to item.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
You can go first,
Okay,
Councilmember.
yeah, I'd also like to explain my no vote. I agree with much of what Councilmember Hall said, and I also support adequately compensating our police department and believe that the annual cost of living adjustments in this contract do reflect that. However, I'm voting no because this contract suspends but does not eliminate the number 2 clause. This is the only bargaining unit that has such a clause in their memorandum of understanding, which has in the past forced us to adjust our already strained budget and compensation structures based on decisions that other cities make, rather than giving us the opportunity to evaluate and adjust compensation based on the unique needs and circumstances of Santa Monica. Maintaining a number 2 clause is also unfair to other bargaining units, especially those whose members also have to deal with difficult situations and hazardous materials, like interfacing with people suffering severe mental health issues or substance abuse issues, or cleaning up potentially hazardous materials. I understand that this contract includes a suspension of the clause for the entire period of the contract, and I do appreciate that compromise. But I believe that this contract just kicks the can down the road rather than dealing with the underlying issue at this time. We know also that some of the members of our community have expressed frustration with the disparities in compensation between the upper and lower ends of the compensation spectrum. And the number 2 clause has unfortunately been a major driver of mandatory increases in salaries for senior management staff because of salary compaction, because employees cannot have a higher base salary than those who manage them. For example, in December 2023, the city had to increase the police chief's salary by 6% and the city manager's salary by 10%. Certain management roles within the city are actually paid higher base salaries than the President of the United States. So just wanted to thank you.
I'll just add something as well in my no vote. A month ago, we faced a really difficult budget situation with the promise of having to spend large amounts of our dwindling reserves just to balance our budget. And in the face of that, I proposed and this council agreed to a difficult and painful hiring freeze, which would affect all non-sworn personnel across the city and hurt service delivery as well, in an effort to save approximately $5 million a year and better protect the city's limited reserves and savings. This contract that we are approving now with the Police Officers Association will add over $22 million budgeted above the 2% COLAs that we already had in the budget over the next 4 years. That effectively wipes out the entirety of the savings that we fought for in order to better manage the city's finances during this difficult time. And of course, that is something of an understatement, as with new base salary rates, overtime at time and a half will also eventually cost as much as 20 to 30% higher by the end of the contract. But what pains me most is that the deal we sold to every other bargaining group. We told them, in what I felt at the time was complete honesty, that we had no more money hidden away to better compensate the incredibly hard work of our groundsmen, janitors, mechanics, bus drivers, and so many other people who commute long hours and work for much lower pay. And then we went ahead and spent that money that we didn't have on just one bargaining group, one that is already among the highest paid among municipal employees nationwide. To those who may cast this vote as anti-public safety, I'll just say that these pay increases will not add one cop to our streets. In fact, they will ensure that we will have no money to pay for additional public safety personnel over the next 4-year period. This is the opposite, I'm pretty sure, of what the general public, including the general public that considers public safety as a top issue, would have wanted. But that is the result, and those are my comments.
Thank you. So that concludes the consent calendar.
Oh, no, we still have 4E.
Oh, sorry, 4E, and you have to recuse yourself.
Item 4E, approval of the Pure Corporation fiscal year 2025-2026 budget and work plan, approval of updates for Pure leasing guidelines, and authorization to execute a 6th modification to services agreement between the city and Santa Monica Pure Corporation.
I'll move the item 4E.
I'll second it.
Moved by Zernitskaya, seconded by Councilmember Snell.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes. Councilmember Hall, you can come back in.
And while he's doing that, I will go on and move to the closed session items. Item 5A is conference with labor negotiator regarding the unrepresented employee of the city manager and interim city manager. Item 5B is labor negotiations for Municipal Employees Association and Santa Monica Firefighters Local 1109, excuse me. And item 5C is the consideration of the performance evaluation for the city clerk.
Okay, City Attorney, when do you think we'll be back?
I would say let's shoot for 7 o'clock.
Okay, so we will return no sooner than 7 p.m. That adjourns this section. Thank you. City Clerk, are we good to come back? All right. Welcome back, everybody. City Attorney, do we have anything to report out?
All matters were heard. There is nothing to report out.
Great, and now we will move on to the City Manager report.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. Since this is my last council meeting, I wanted to take just a minute to reflect on the past 6 months and acknowledge the great work of the staff with whom I've had the pleasure to work. First, I would like to thank the mayor and council members for your support. I've watched you quickly coalesce into a high-functioning elected body that has moved the city forward on many fronts. I would like to recognize our department head team who provided me with the necessary background and context to help me make informed decisions. I would especially like to thank the city manager's office team who have been incredibly supportive and a delight to work with again. The city of Santa Monica is blessed to have a workforce comprised of dedicated and committed employees who come to work every day trying to make Santa Monica the best that it can be. I feel honored to have been able to work with them over the last 6 months. And lastly, I would like to welcome our new city manager, Oliver Chi. I can't think of a better person to take the helm and guide our city into the future. Santa Monica has gone through some difficult times and has come out a bit bruised, but still strong and resilient. The opportunities we have before us are exciting, and we are poised to begin the next chapter of economic revitalization under Oliver and the council's leadership. Thank you for allowing me to rejoin, albeit for a short time, an organization and city that I love, and I wish you all the best. Thank you. So I have a few updates and reminders. Tomorrow from 4 to 6 p.m. at the main library, there is a resource fair for businesses impacted by the Palisades fire that are looking to temporarily relocate to Santa Monica. There'll be many exhibitors there with helpful information, so please spread the word if you know anyone who might be interested. The State of the City, a celebration of resilience and growth, takes place next Thursday, July 17th, from 4 to 7 p.m. at the Miles Memorial Playhouse and Reed Park. It's a celebration of many of the things that are so wonderful about Santa Monica: our community, the arts, public parks and spaces, community gardens, iconic buildings that work that goes into keeping our city clean, safe, and sustainable, and so much more. I hope to see you all there. July is Disability Pride Month, a great time to educate yourself on the experiences and work of people with disabilities. The library has a great reading list for the month linked on their page that I encourage everyone to check out. And finally, you're going to pull up the picture? Got to make sure. And finally, as a cat lover, I'm happy to share that our adoptable pet of the meeting is not that. There he is. That's Opie, a 10-month-old domestic shorthair. He is sweet, playful, and energetic, and loves to purr when people pet him. He would do best in an active family with lots of cat trees and mental stimulation games. Contact the animal shelter if you're interested in meeting him. And as always, you can visit the Santa Monica Animal Shelter Foundation website to make a donation or shop the Chewy wish list. Thank you.
Well, I think I speak for all of us to thank you, Elaine. It's been a pleasure working with you. Your historical knowledge of the city in so many different factions has been a real gift to us as an interim, and your support and leadership has also been huge for us. So thank you so much. And with that, I'd like to read a commendation for you this evening. Yes, you get a commendation. Whereas Elaine Polachek has long exemplified the spirit of public service, dedicating over 30 years to the city of Santa Monica in a wide range of leadership roles that have shaped the organization and strengthened the community we serve. And whereas Elaine's career with the city began in 1989, and over the years she served with distinction as open space manager, department director, deputy city manager, and ultimately as assistant city manager and chief operating officer. roles in which she earned the respect of colleagues, community members, and elected officials alike. And whereas even after her retirement from full-time city service, Elaine's commitment to public good never wavered. She continued to support local government through her work with the Santa Monica College and her consulting practice. And whereas in 2025, during a time of organizational transition, Elaine graciously returned to City Hall as interim city manager, bringing steady leadership, institutional wisdom, and a calm, collaborative approach that helped ensure the continued delivery of vital services and the smooth operation of city government. And whereas Elaine's deep knowledge of the city, thoughtful stewardship, and ability to foster trust and stability during times of change have left an indelible impact on the organization and the community. Now, therefore, I, Lana Negretti, the Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of City Council, do hereby honor and commend Elaine Polachek for her decades of outstanding public service, her unwavering leadership, and her lasting contributions to the City of Santa Monica. With deep gratitude, we thank you for not changing your cell phone, allowing us to continue to call you whenever we want at all hours of the day, and for stepping forward once again in service to the city she has helped shape so meaningfully.
With the flowers? Sure. Let's go in the front, her picture. She was like, yes, please. We can put it here. I'll trade you the banana bread. Christopher left. Oh, wow. Watching on YouTube. He literally said, I'm out. No, the table out there where you registered? Yeah. I'm not. I'm okay, most of us are millennials. I'm an Xer. No, I love flowers. Put them all in front. Sorry, I'm gonna move them over to my How do you do a heart with your hands?
That's exactly right.
This.
I just feel like this.
Okay.
All right. Do any council members have anything to report on travel since our last regular meeting?
Any report on travel, council members? No? Okay.
Okay, we'll now move on to public input on remaining agenda items only. Public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. Public input for 12, well, it's not relevant, but public input for 12 items will be heard at the time that the public hearing is called. So this evening, in anticipation that council might have decided to bifurcate the public input, we actually have two lists, for one separate list for item 7 and then one for all other items. So in total, we now have approximately 139 speakers on the list. As such, in accordance with the council rules, everyone's time will be limited to 1 minute.
And I just want to do a little housekeeping, fire code. We need to make sure people aren't against the walls. If you could raise your hand if there's an empty seat next to you, maybe we can get some people. I see 3, 4. There's 2 up front, 1 in the second row, a couple back there. And then there's also additional seating out in the lobby. We want to refrain from clapping, making sure we use happy hands. We turn off our cell phones. And 139 speakers at 1 minute each with that transition in between means we'll be here for 2 hours for public comment at least. And I just want you guys to know, I think we've received probably over 1,000 emails at least. And some of us have read every single one of them. No. We definitely have received a lot of emails, and we know that a lot of people come with a script and say a lot of the same thing, and we get that. So if you feel like it's more beneficial to have this meeting proceed at a time where we're all awake to hear it, maybe if someone's saying something that's similar to what you're going to say, you kind of represent that, and everybody stands up to say, I stand in support behind that person, that all 10 of us are saying the same thing. Because if everyone comes up and it's a lot of repetition, we just end up here all night. So I just want to remind everyone, we appreciate it. We see the love. We know why you're here. And we can do whatever we need to do to show the support. But 139 speakers at 1 minute each is still going to mean we'll be here for about 2 hours. And if you're holding up signs, please make sure there's no one behind you so that you're not blocking their view. And with that, I have...
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I do want to remind that if there are any Spanish-speaking speakers who require translation, you will get 2 minutes to make your comment.
So there are Spanish-speaking folks, and hopefully if you have a translator, you get 2 minutes, including the translation time. Okay, so I'm going to start calling the first names. I have Samantha Mota on the... Is that the right?
No, it's actually Karen Melick. Scroll down, you might be on item 1 still.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm going to call some names to line up in order. Karen Melick, Denise Barton, Freddie Lewis, Claire Thomas, and John Cyrus Smith. Karen Melick.
Good evening. I'm Karen Melick, a Recreation and Parks Commissioner, but I'm talking as a resident and representative of the over 350 Santa Monica residents from ages 20 to 82 who are part of the adult swimming program called SCAC. Please direct the project team to move forward with an LC-compliant scenario that will not require a vote before the airport closure. This scenario should include an aquatic center, which is LC compliant and was rated 14th overall in the project survey. It was also identified as a high priority in the recent RAD survey. An aquatics facility in a park is in the current Recs and Parks master plan. I know there's a concern regarding cost. The aquatics community is vast and connected, and we will work with the city to find ways to provide funding. So please don't exclude it because of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise Barton. You guys can get closer so we can get these speaking. The next person can be right behind.
2 minutes, please.
It's 1 minute.
No, I have 2 items.
Everyone gets cut down to a minute because it's...
I have 2 items. I'm speaking 1 minute on 2 items.
So the rules are when we have over a certain amount of speakers, it goes to 1 minute.
You can't cut all public input down for all items to 1 minute.
We're not,
That's
this is the
what you're
rules
doing
based
right now.
on, this is the rules that we've already stated for everybody. It's not just for you, it's applied to everybody.
So you want to disenfranchise the public, good. Good evening, for item 3D. Would replacing the right to return mean city employees can't be fired like federal employees? If so, have you noticed that Santa Monica is a small town and restricting the ability to fire employees would likely have a severe disadvantage financially, especially if only new employees can be hired. And you won't be here forever. Next, on item 16E, the first question that comes to mind is, would this action be retaliatory action, considering those neighborhood groups didn't support the makers of the motion in any election? And we will go down to, maybe a better use of your time would be putting your own house in better financial order. Take the February 20th, 2024 Audit Subcommittee item C on Human Services Grant Program, where the people concerned could not produce receipts for $1.4 million, but the City Council said to account any receipts. Would that be disenfranchising the taxpayers of funds and committing fraud? Thank you.
Freddie Lewis.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to speak on 16E, which is about money allotted to these neighborhood groups and comes from grants which have already seen some oversight, but here we are having to fight for this again. I'm a fairly new member, but I've seen some amazing things from these groups with cleanups, community help, and it shows study after study how these groups are a way of bridging between community and local government. So I don't understand why there's a question about it. Now it says it's about transparency. Adding items at the very last minute when you know there's gonna be this many people feels like it's cover, so that you don't have to discuss this with the community that's involved with this. And that doesn't feel like transparency. That feels underhanded, and I might sound cynical, but to me, that's how it feels.
Thank you. Claire Thomas?
Hi, I am currently the president of the Friends of Sunset Park, one of the city's 7 recognized neighborhood organizations. I've held that position for almost 2 years, and since I moved here to Santa Monica in 2005, I've attended the local monthly meetings and was eventually put on the board. Contrary to comments made on the dais at the last council meeting, the Neighborhood Grant Program has a defined process applying for grants and providing receipts for the services the grant money is used for to ensure it is spent per grant requirement. Without having district elections, neighborhood organizations are critical for disseminating information as to what is going on in our neighborhoods and the wider city and advocating for our residents. We have nothing to hide with an audit, but the city is in a fiscal crisis, and it is a waste of city staff time and the time of neighborhood organization volunteers who would have to provide a lot of information to you guys. Please don't suspend the grant program while waiting for the study results. Thanks.
Thank you. John Cyrus, and before Mr. Smith speaks, Nikki Kohlhoff, Ellen Hannon, Zena Josephs, and Mindy Shank are up next.
Mayor, Council, first off, I want to object to the process. We should have had all the airport things on one night with the public comment and then save everything else for another night. Maybe you guys should have met a second night. But I only have 49 seconds left, and I was planning on doing 4 minutes, but that's okay. I'm going to go to the last part. My name is John C. Smith, Santa Monica Recreation and Parks Commissioner, speaking in behalf of Wilmot and 6 other neighborhood groups. You guys, 4 weeks ago, you stood here and you, I don't need any slides, sorry, Nikki. 4 weeks ago, we stood here and we lauded Nancy Coleman for her civic duty, for her civic accomplishments as a member of NOMA. Now, 2 weeks later, some of you guys tried to cut the funding for NOMA and Wilmot and 5 other groups. I think it's unfair. And you said it's about transparency and openness and all those things, but it's not. I mean, there's a guy in the White House right now, and he says a lot of things too, and I don't believe him either.
Thank you. Nikki Kohlhoff?
I'm still confused. Is it only
1 minute total.
no matter how many items you're speaking on?
Per section.
Per section. So you're right now not on 7A. You're in the section that's right?
The whole group, it's 6A remaining agenda.
So you could have 50, 16 items and we would get 1 minute. Like a
Yeah.
Trump executive order.
All right, could you want to explain, City Attorney?
1 minute for this whole section of comment. So.
Yeah.
Oh, I get what he said. I think
No, I
everybody
know.
thinks it's undemocratic and squashing the views, but.
We're not making it up just tonight. I'm just letting everyone know. And it's not me, so don't shoot the
But was
messenger.
this the last round of changes that were just passed?
No, not just passed. A couple months ago.
Nikki Kohlhoff, speaking as a board member of Friends of Sunset Park. With the backdrop of the death of democracy, it's absolutely shameful that you would prioritize silencing the neighborhood organizations, boards, and commissions. In the city of Santa Monica, these are the few places residents have to impact our government and seek accountability from our elected officials. But you know that, and that's why you're doing this. It wasn't enough that you, the developers, won this last election. Now you're taking the additional Trumpian steps of silencing your critics. Let's be honest, you're mad that some groups endorsed other candidates, and you're now punishing all of the groups. Again, very Trumpian rule by fear and retaliation. The money isn't the issue. It's a front for a process by which you will allow new groups that support you to apply and mysteriously get anointed the official groups instead. The neighborhood organization structure is older than some of you have been alive. You show no respect for it. Caroline and Ellis were in our meetings last week and didn't even mention this 2 days before they issued a press release on this.
Thank you. Ellen Hannon?
Ellen Hannon, Mid-City neighbor, 9th Street resident. Common sense, budget shortfall, but council knives volunteers in the back. Commissions, arbitrary committees, city-sponsored groups, and staff reports are independent work projects. These entities have a responsibility to agenda research, hold, discussion, form conclusions, vote, and publicly declare the results without interference of any city council member's personal opinion. Otherwise, it is unseemly, unethical, and it is probably corruption. Number 1, cancel the study. Number 2, allow staff and the new city manager to settle in. Number 3, request the city manager dialogue with the city residential leaders of all types without your juvenile demands. 4, confer with the city attorney on the new IRS C3 rulings that.
Thank you. Zena Josephs. Zena Josephs is up next. Thank you. After Zena Josephs is Mindy Shank, Andrew Hoyer, and Devon Ray Harris.
Thank you. Friends of Sunset Park was founded in 1989. We file every year with the IRS, the Franchise Tax Board, the California Attorney General, and every other year with the California Secretary of State. Listed on the city website is exactly the requirements for getting our grants. We have weekly What's New emails to our members. They include city announcements that the departments send to us. We have monthly meetings in which everyone can participate with guest speakers and updates from our NRO and our crime prevention coordinator. We donate to SAMO Grad Night, Meals on Wheels. We take part in National Night Out, 4th of July Parade. We had Art in the Alley this year, Art in the Park, and we're having a big celebration in Clover Park on July 19th. On our membership forms, people list what they like and their concerns. We have over 2,000 residents on our database. Have you received over 2,000 complaints about us?
Thank you. Mindy Shank. Andrew Hoyer.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Hoyer, and I'm the president of Santa Monica Mid-City Neighbors. I have heard that some of you are curious to know how LA manages and funds their community neighborhood organizations. I'm eager to hear what city staff comes back with. I would love to have the amount of money they are provided as well as the political sway that they are given. But I seriously doubt that the developers who funneled their dark money into 501c4 political organizations to help you get elected would be very happy about that. Without the funding that the neighborhood grant provides, and most especially the annual flyer that we used to get, Santa Monica Mid-City Neighbors will slowly fade away over the next few years. It sounds like this city council would just like to pay us to throw a party in the park for them every year. As much as I enjoy those, that is not why I have volunteered my time since 2011, and I will not be sticking around for it. I'd like to thank all the city leaders who have come to our meetings over the years to spend a few hours of their evenings with the community they represent. Thank you.
Thank you. Devon Ray Harris.
How y'all doing? I'm gonna speak on behalf of the financier as a couple companies. Let's say People's Concern, 7-Eleven, T-Mobile, and Spin Spectrum LLC, Santa Monica Auction. It seems like most of the time you guys don't make sure no one has anything at all. Anybody that's stuck on the street, you guys make sure they don't have nothing, nowhere to use the bathroom, nowhere to do anything. The police just keep taking them to jail. Whatever you guys are doing, it's not working. You guys leave people on the street. You don't even make sure they get paid for nothing. The payroll people don't make sure no one's get paid. I got bank account statements that show it. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you. So that concludes public comment for that section. So now we're moving on to.
Still on one section.
Okay, but we're moving on, everything going forward is 7A. All right, I'm going to call 5 speakers up at a time. Liliana Hernandez, Daquan Moyler, Cristina Santiago, Ana Monchez, and Diego Nunez. Oh, first, before we start, do we have any young youth in here under 18? Yes?
I think we have one, Cody K.
I think Cody K is letting his mom speak tonight. Is that right?
David Johnson.
Okay. Cody, are you speaking or are you letting mom speak tonight? If not, you can come up here. And who's the other person?
David Johnson.
David Johnson. Okay. What's your... What's your name? If you're under 18, if you could just identify yourself with the city clerk. I'm going to move forward with the next couple speakers just so we can keep it moving. Liliana Hernandez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Liliana Hernandez, and I work at the Fairmont Miramar Hotel for 12 years. I live in East Hollywood, and if I given the opportunity, I would love to live here and be able to take a walk early morning before work in this beautiful city, like Mayor Negrete. People from all parts of Santa Monica, north, south, workers, renters, deserve to belong here. I will be able to spend more time with my family and finally be able to enjoy the ocean that I see every day. I have spent more than a decade of my life traveling hours every day to go to work. I show up to work every day. I contribute. I care about this community, and all I ask is for an opportunity to stay. Please consider building housing and park at the airport. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to make sure if everybody who's standing up, are you guys standing up because she's representing your comments? I just want to make sure the people behind you can see. So but when we do that, you can do it off to the side maybe so we don't block them. Thank you. And then do we have our youth? Let's go move forward with Daquan.
Yeah, I got you. We'll just line up right behind this gentleman. Sorry. You can continue.
Yeah, started working at Rusty's on the pier about a year ago. So I know very well the struggles it is that people have having to work in a city where they don't live. I live in Chinatown, and so on public transit, it would take me an hour and 30 minutes to get to the pier. And when you work at a bar, you get off late. Sometimes you miss the train. You have to take an Uber back home from work. And so that's why I'm speaking in support of having both housing and a park on this land, because the amount of time you spend at work, 8 hours a day, having to add to 2, sometimes 3 hours to that day before you can get home and rest and spend time with your friends and family, it really adds up. And so that's time that I don't get back. Time spent commuting that I could be spending in Santa Monica if I could afford to live here and if there was enough housing to live here. And so that's why I'm supporting housing and a park. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina Santiago. Christina Santiago, yes.
After Ms. Santiago, if you could, the youth speakers are lined up and ready to speak.
Okay, I don't know their,
Oh, I can do it.
oh, here we go.
I'll call their names.
I made it. Hello, good evening. My name is Cristina Santiago. I live in the city of Santa Monica, and I just went to drop off my daughter and made it back, so I'm lucky to do that. And I want to say, as a resident here, again, I have the opportunity to work and live here, spend quality time with my daughters. I have 2 teenagers, and we have so many parks already here in the city of Santa Monica. I enjoy all those parks. I run frequently to many different parks. The one I love the most is the Cloverfield Park, which right next to the airport. And I'm looking forward to actually go run to the airport park once it's done. I mean the park that's gonna be on the airport once it's done. But I know there's enough room for housing there, and I know we all know it. I think I was reading about 70% of Santa Monica residents live within a mile away of an open space. So that's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Anna Monches.
Oh, wait, ma'am, can we go back?
Oh,
to
sorry, we have the youth speakers lined up. So if you want to just come up and state your name, or you're going to call.
That's fine. Oh,
Oh,
sorry, hold on.
there you go.
Hi, my name is Matthias Fuchs-Lynch. I'm not old enough to vote. I don't get a say in whether the city builds more housing or a larger park on the site of the airport. But I know that when I'm older, I'd like to be able to live in my hometown. In a different state, I might be able to live in my parents' basement. We don't really have that here in California. Housing here in Santa Monica is far too scarce. And if the council decides to build a large park at the airport, it could force out me and many other native Santa Monicans who don't even get a say in the matter. There's enough room for a park and housing, and so I'm here to urge the council to please consider the interests of those Santa Monicans like myself who don't get to vote on whether they will be able to live in their own city. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next step.
Good evening. Hi, my name is James Ferries, and I will be a senior at Sama High. I'm here to ask for the creation of a great park with only nature, open spaces, and park-related buildings. A large-scale park would be immensely helpful for the physical and mental well-being of for the people of Santa Monica. Santa Monica, as it is, already has many kids living in apartments or condos that don't have access to backyards, and they need the ability to play in nature. As a Boy Scout, I've personally been enjoying those benefits for many years, and we need to spread that to as many kids as possible. I'm also on the track and cross-country team at Sama High, and building a great park would clear up the air quality, which would allow me and my teammates to not have to worry about air quality as much as we do already. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Maya Anderson. I'm a rising 10th grader at Samo High, and I believe the area should be a park. A lot of younger people these days are stuck inside, whether it be because of the progress of technology or just the lack of areas for kids to hang out, I think there is. There's also just not a lot of places to hang around nowadays. If my friends and I wanted to go somewhere, our options are walk around or a park. Parks are such an important place for kids to hang out. It's how we learn to make friends, a healthier way to spend time than just having kids stuck in their houses all day texting friends, because not a lot of people have backyard space. It's also so much nicer to hang out in nature in person. It's also great for people who are athletic. I run cross country at Samo High and track, and a large park would be so amazing because in Santa Monica, you can't really run very far without getting stopped to cross a road, which has a heavy impact on our workouts. We have to plan around that, find places where we can run, and those places aren't always the best place for kids to run around, sometimes with like more or less supervision. I think it would just benefit this team so much if we could have that, and also.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Neela Bell, and I'm a rising junior at Samo High. So when Samo High's Gold Gym was being built and the South Gym was demolished, all three Samo High volleyball teams, Frost JV and Varsity, had to practice a majority of the year on one court. To accommodate this small space with such a large team, for our summer training, temporary grass volleyball courts were made. Everyone on my team had so much fun playing outside. Not only was it a change in scenery, but also refreshing to play outdoors in the sun rather than a stuffy court. It was literally and figuratively a breath of fresh air. The park will give the space for many sports teams, including club, rec, and school, to be able to play outside. The Great Park will provide opportunities for so many activities that will bring our community together. Please move forward with the creation of an LC-compliant Great Park. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Johnson. I'm a part of Team Marine, and I'm a student at Samo High. I'm here today to speak in support of Great Park Coalition and their mission to restore the Great Park. I come from a lower class family, so parks were the only form of entertainment that I had. I'd spend days playing basketball with my uncle and playing baseball with my grandpa. And now I play with my friends at soccer pitches, but many of the parks either don't have pitches or require payment. Even though Design A would monetize soccer pitches, I'm in favor of the design because it offers a vast majority of community activities and prioritizes a big green space. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Does that conclude the youth?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, I'm going to call up a few names again. Ana Monchez, Diego Nunez, Renee Buchanan, Sylvia Sroth, and Debbie Mattis. Anna had to go, okay. So Diego Nunez, Renee Buchanan, Sylvia Sroth, and Debbie Mattis. Diego, thank you.
Buenos
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Diego Núñez. Soy trabajador en el Hotel Proper aquí en Santa Mónica por 3 años y medio. Vivo en Canoga Park y se me hace un poquito difícil llegar a la ciudad de Santa Mónica por trabajar.
¿Puedo otra vez?
Yes, please.
My name's Diego Nunez, and I've worked as a cook for 3 years in the hotel proper. I live in Canoga Park, and it's a bit difficult to get here for work.
Quisiera pedir la necesidad de una renta aquí en Santa Mónica. Yo pago mucho en donde vivo. Quisiera una ayuda para poder ahorrar el tiempo, convivir con mis niños. Mis hijos necesitan tener mejor educación y mejor estancia con ellos.
So, it's really expensive to live where I do, and, I have to drive for more than 2 hours, and, it would give me way more time to spend with my family and access to better education, and more time to spend with my family. So, we need affordable rents.
Solamente agradecerles la oportunidad que si quisiera vivir en esta hermosa ciudad de Santa Mónica, los concedería mucho. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for giving us the possibility to be able to live in this beautiful city of Santa Monica. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to go back really quick. Is Mindy Shank here? Because I know some people were outside. Mindy Shank? Okay. So Renee Buchanan?
Esteemed Mayor and council persons, my name is Renee Buchanan. I've lived in Santa Monica for 23 years. While change has been a constant, the city remains invitingly unique. No matter from where we come, no matter our racial, ethnic, or cultural origins, how rich or poor or somewhere in between we are, how young or old we are, from where our education comes, Santa Monica celebrates both our commonality and our diversity. We are a city that engages and listens to everyone, a city that executes what it hears to stay in step with the times and make sure we are in charge of our future. I originally came to Santa Monica because 23 years ago, a prominent LA hospital dumped me on the doorstep of what was then the OPCC Access Center. What seemed a disastrous ending was actually a new beginning. While I'm not recommending homelessness, for me, it was a gift. It gave me the opportunity to become reacquainted with me, an outspoken.
Thank you. Sylvia Sroth.
Hello, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Sylvia Aroth, and I live just south of the airport on Walgrove in Venice, but the airport is right near me. And I wanted to react to what so many people have said about wanting soccer fields and park. 200 acres, or almost 200 acres, is plenty of room for all of those things, housing and park and soccer field. I'm kind of taken aback by people who live in Santa Monica, which is one of the most wonderful cities in the world, with the beach nearby, lots of green space. People have yards, which so many people in other cities don't have. The beach, everything, the air, and yet they want more. They want more park and less housing. I'm shocked.
Thank you. Debbie Mattis. And after Ms. Mattis, I have Anita Laddecker, Eden Lopez Santiago, and Barry Levy.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. I'm Debbie Mattis with Cloverfield Commons, a 40-year resident of Sunset Park, homeowner. After college, I moved here to Santa Monica to live in my rent control apartment. And like so many others here, we raised our families here with my kids now in their 30s. It pains me to see an entire generation raised here cannot afford to live here. For the EIR study of the Santa Monica Airport project, I urge you to include below market rate housing for Santa Monica residents, for the workers, the seniors, veterans, and those displaced by government action, interwoven with a grand park. We can do it, we could do it all. Our city needs a both-and approach of integrating neighborhood and community into a great park in order to promote the safety, security.
Thank you. Anita Ladecker.
I'm Anita Landecker from Santa Monica. I went to Lincoln Junior High and Samo High many, many moons ago. I have 3 adult children who all went through Santa Monica schools, but this was possible because we were very lucky to buy a duplex in 1985. That duplex was put on a flatbed truck and moved from what is now the Santa Monica Airport in 1944. I want to pay forward the good luck that my family had. I know we can create an inclusive, wonderful community that has a park, housing, and housing which is geared for the people who work in our schools, our hospitals, our restaurants, our hotels, but must drive 2 hours from Palmdale, Lancaster, or the Northeast Valley. With almost 200 acres, this is not a zero-sum game. We have an enormous opportunity to live our values as an inclusive community.
Thank you. Eden Lopez Santiago.
Oh, she already spoke.
Oh, sorry, Barry Levy. It's not checked off.
Hello, thank you. I'm Barry Levy. I worked in my own business in Santa Monica for 40 years, and I've been lucky to live close to the Santa Monica Airport on the other side, just across Centinela and Bundy. All those years I worked in Santa Monica, my colleagues, my coworkers, my friends, family members, all were among the 70,000 people every day that drive in and out of Santa Monica to get to work. They live, as previous speakers have said, far away, creating terrible traffic jams, air pollution. We're all familiar with it. It's all we talk about in Santa Monica. So these people, these colleagues, these people that I've gotten to know, teachers, health workers, hotel and restaurant workers, police officers I worked very closely with over the years, there was no place for them to live near where they worked. They didn't get to see their children till way late at night, often not getting home till after their bedtimes. A recent, very credible survey indicated that
Thank you. I'm going to call a few names. I have Hajar St. Clair, Ariana Castro, and Amber Ben Youssef, and then Matt Parker. Hajar. She might be trying to come in. Ariana Castro, if you want to go first, and then if Hajar comes in.
Ariana Castro, and I'm here with Unite Here at Local 11. As you know, we have been critical of the city's outreach process, which has been very difficult for our members and working people to participate in. But despite that, the city's own results show that many Santa Monicans support housing at airport. Question 32 of Phase 3B survey says that when asked to place how much housing they wanted at the airport site on Spectrum, 53% of respondents selected that some amount of housing. For question 36, which was asked about preferred density, 49% said that they wanted at least some density of housing. However, we were concerned about that this survey was not representative of a sample, so we conducted our own survey of a random sample of Santa Monica voters. We found that 2 in 3 voters recognized that the airport property is large enough for both parks and open space and for housing to help address the affordability problem. In particular, voters supported the idea of workforce housing at the airport for the city's workers. Please consider housing at the airport in the EIR. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Amber Ben Youssef. Hajar, I see you. Amber.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Amber Van Yusuf. I'm here as a mother, community organizer, and someone who believes deeply in justice. I'm a low-income grad student and single mother. I'm deeply impacted by the housing crisis and the lack of low-income housing. Every month is a struggle for me to pay rent. I often work multiple jobs to survive. As a mother and a community member, I too appreciate the value of parks, but also know that families like mine won't be able to enjoy the park if we can't afford housing or to raise children in Santa Monica. There's no reason we can't find a compromise and put the land towards housing for our children and a park for them too. I'm a summer fellow representing Clergy and Lady United for Economic Justice. At CLU, we recognize Santa Monica's diverse faith communities in solidarity with workers and immigrants for a transformative vision of economic justice, where workers who make this city prosper can afford to live and thrive in our communities. That's why we're proud to be here with workers and community members, urging you to support this vision of worker housing and a park at the Santa Monica Airport. Thank you.
Thank you. Hajar St. Clair.
Good evening, council members. When the airport closes, you all know we have a once-in-a-generation chance to correct historic injustices and meet today's urgent needs. Turn that land into a great park with below-market housing, land trust property, and home ownership for the historically displaced, with green space, sustainable design, and homes for families who've been priced out for too long, families burned out, and families forced out due to the freeway and eminent domain. Build housing, build equity, build a future Santa Monica can be proud of. Ensure the redesign of the airport land includes a meaningful commitment to reparations and land back. Your right of return policy has only housed 1 out of 100 applicants. Your Black apology has yet to manifest tangible repair for the harm caused by your predecessors to Black Americans. Tonight reminds me of the 1920s Santa Monica Bay Protective League, local white residents and businessmen who blocked the development.
Thank you. Thank you. After Matt Parker, I have Maxwell Kravitsky, Leo Rodriguez, Samantha Mota, and Karen Melick.
Hello, good evening. I had a deck prepared and a whole spiel, but I realized only 1 minute's not enough. You can take that down. You know, I work for a company called Curious Creative. It's a company I started here in Santa Monica. We focus on experience design, specializing in theme parks, museum exhibits, pavilions, and public spaces and events. But I would be remiss not to kind of address what I'm hearing in the room tonight, which is very much about what does this park mean? What is it going to be for the citizens moving forward? And I think one of the biggest questions I have, frankly, after looking at the literature is, where are the funds coming to support these endeavors? And that's something that I'd love to talk with you all about moving forward and looking at ways to think about joint ventures or sponsorships or other verticals or income streams that can serve as additions to an amazing green space and amazing housing, but then also offering entertainment, arts, leisure across the board that creates a great space and also can provide other earnings.
Thank you. Maxwell Kravitsky, and after Mr. Kravitsky, I have Leo Rodriguez, Samantha Mota, and Karen Melick.
Hello, good evening. My name is Maxwell Kravitsky, and I'm with Freeze Los Angeles. We are excited about the many opportunities that the Santa Monica Airport Conversion Project brings to Santa Monica, including the possibility of a long-term home for Freeze LA. As part of the process, we want to reaffirm our support for a generous open space for large-scale events, whether the future vision involves a permanent structure, the repurposing of a portion of the airport runway, or a comparable build-out. The potential large-scale event space and infrastructure can support a wide range of cultural and live event programming, aligning with the guiding principles of the Santa Monica Airport Conversion Project. We want to emphasize that parking availability and easy accessibility are key factors to ensuring event success in the design of the Santa Monica Airport Park. And we request the City Council consider these parameters in the adopted design of the Santa Monica Airport Park. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Leo Rodriguez, Samantha Mota,
Samantha left.
Karen Melick.
Karen spoke.
Oh, is your name Karen?
Yeah, she already spoke earlier, though.
Oh, you spoke earlier, so I see, because those are for the combined items. It was a little confusing. They bifurcated the speakers, but you already spoke earlier for a minute.
Right, so I can't speak again?
No, but I guarantee that someone's going to say something that you wanted to say. I kind of have a feeling. So don't worry. Jonah I'm going to call a few more names up. And please, if you heard what you were going to say mentioned, feel free to give them a thumbs up, and you don't have to go if you signed up so we can get through tonight. Jonah Breslau, Barry Rosenbaum, Oscar Gallardo, and Michelle Monroe.
Madam Mayor, did you skip Leo Rodriguez or?
I said Leo Rodriguez and Samantha Mota, but I didn't see anyone.
Okay.
So, Jonah?
Good evening, honorable mayor and council members. My name is Jonah Breslau. I'm a former Santa Monica hotel worker and former resident, and I'm a researcher at Unite Here Local 11. Around 10 years ago, the city debated the fate of a piece of land that it owned at 5th and Arizona. We could have had a vibrant mixed-use project, including a hotel and below-market housing back then, but there were a lot of people who came out, some of the same people who said that there was a real shortage of parks, especially downtown, and that what we really needed was a park in downtown Santa Monica. But after that project was killed, no park arrived. Instead, there's a parking lot there. And thankfully, this council is once again moving forward there. But I just want to say that, you know, to me, I was there back then. It's notable that there are people, I know there is a great need for a park. We do support parks, but we can't let those who nothing to happen stop us from building housing and a great park.
Thank you. Barry Rosenbaum?
Good evening. I'm representing the Recreation and Park Commission.
So Madam Mayor, the 1 minute rule does not impact those.
Okay, so because
understand it's
you
5
get
minutes.
5 minutes.
Okay, I'll try to be more brief.
So just to explain, everyone, we're not just giving him 5 minutes. Because he's a representative of the commission, he gets to speak as that representative for 5 minutes.
Dear esteemed mayor and council members, the Recreation and Park Commission voted at their June meeting to establish an ad hoc committee to review the staff report and to reiterate our previous communications. As before, we respectfully request that the council advance the creation of an LC-compliant Great Park. We call your attention to the extensive survey and community engagement results that endorse such a great park fully and clearly. The overwhelming majority of the community engagement data in every survey undertaken favors an LC-compliant Great Park. No ballot measure, no large-scale commercial development, no housing development. We ask that you direct staff to develop a realistic development timeline and sensible financing plan that prioritizes existing non-aviation airport revenue, as well as grants, partnerships, and potentially county and state funding sources that allow for phased, step-by-step building of the park. We fully understand that the pace of the development of this park must proceed in lockstep with the city funding over time. We ask that you avoid any ballot measure for an alternative land use of the site until after airport closure. Any proposal that requires a vote of the people needs its own independent process. We ask that there be no sale or other privatization of any of the 192 acres of this land. The guiding principle of Measure LC is that it mandates absolutely no new development on airport land except for public parks, open spaces, and recreational facilities. Measure LC did not defer the determination of the use of the airport until some future vote occurred. That vote occurred in 2014, with the intended use clearly stated: public parks, open spaces, and recreational facilities. The requirement of a vote in Measure LC was designed to safeguard this land as parkland. No other use could occur except through a vote of the people. The community's understanding of Measure LC, airport to park, which continues to this date, should be viewed as the guiding assumption and frame of reference as you go forward. We took a look at the staff report, and I would like to make a couple brief comments. Notwithstanding that a park-only approach squarely aligns with community feedback and the will of the people has not changed since 2014, 2 out of the 3 scenarios proposed by the city and their consultant were not park-only. Each of these scenarios promote an unexpected grab bag of ideas, some not supported by survey data, while mismatching housing and commercial elements with recreational features that were not present in the LC compliance scenario. We request council to direct staff and their consultant to proceed with an LC-compliant preferred scenario that includes the mix of passive and active recreation elements most in demand and ranked independently by our recent park needs assessment, regardless of which scenario they are currently placed in. A fairly consistent theme running through the staff report is that the city's current economic condition necessitates that the city consider commercial and housing uses for the site. The surveys make clear that housing is a disfavored use. In survey 2A, only a golf course was less preferred. No housing scored the highest in phase 3A. Again, the citizens well understand the financial constraints that the city finds in this moment, and that full implementation of the park may be decades in the making. As for the timelines, there are a myriad of examples of slow and steady wins the race. You could look to the development at the El Toro Air Force Base, the Mags Field in Chicago, and the Tempelhof Airport in Berlin, to name a few. As the staff report states, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reshape nearly 200 acres of land into a legacy for future generations, a project that should serve Santa Monica and the wider region for several hundred years. Given this opportunity, which everyone acknowledges will not present itself again, you should direct staff to proceed with an LC-compliant scenario that includes park features that can be built affordably in a phased approach. It will take a long time, very long time, but no doubt future generations will be thankful to the council for taking this approach. And finally, and quickly, seeking to develop a park without housing is not anti-housing. Only 5% of the housing is in the park.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenbaum. Oscar Gallardo, and after Oscar, we have Michelle Monroe, Gary Average, and John Katz.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Oscar Gallardo with AFSCME 3299. I work at the UCLA hospital, and for that reason, I'm here to share why affordable housing like Cloverfield Commons is so important for our community. We are the backbone of service and patient care here in Santa Monica. We clean, sanitize, prepare meals, and move patients around. Too many of us cannot afford to live here and being priced out, leading to 2 to 3 hours of commute. When workers live nearby, patients benefit too because we are not just staff, we are also part of the community. Cloverfield Commons make it possible for people like me who are dedicated to our community to live and thrive in Santa Monica. We urge the city to move forward with this vision. Why not have a park and affordable housing at the same time? Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Monroe. Michelle Monroe, Gary Average. Hi. Is that Gary? You're next.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for your service to the community. A lot of friends up there. I'm here in support of the great park and just the park. And in the name of my friends, Marty Rubin, and Joan Winters, who passed away recently, both of cancer within a month of each other, who lived on the glide path, landing path into the Santa Monica Airport. I ask that in their honor that it remain a full park when it's finally decided. And I want to mention that Heathrow Airport, new studies showed that the private jets caused more toxins than commercial airlines landing at Heathrow. So it's something to consider why perhaps they passed away around the same time, within a month of each other. So anyway, I'm concerned about toxins like that. But anyway, please make the park a whole park in their name. Thank you.
Thank you. John Katz, and after Mr. Katz, I have Casey Scott, Jennifer Destur, Kelly Kay, and Lynn Naliboff.
Good evening, Council. I'm John Katz, President of the Santa Monica Democratic Club. We're a proudly progressive pro-housing organization, and after months of study, expert input, and inclusive debate, our members overwhelmingly endorsed a bold vision for a great park on the airport land. Some argue that publicly owned land like this should be used for affordable housing, and often we agree. But not all public land is equal. This site is isolated from schools, infrastructure, and services, and it's constrained by Measure LC. We believe the city should build deed-restricted affordable housing on better-suited public land near transit, jobs, and walkable neighborhoods where it's faster and more feasible without requiring a ballot measure. Our members recognize that advancing this vision doesn't preclude future housing, but it allows park planning to move forward now and avoids delaying airport closure or inviting interference from outside interests. We urge you to bring the great park vision to life tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Casey Scott?
Good evening. My name is Casey Scott, and I'm here from Unite Here Local 11. We recently sponsored a survey conducting according to statistical best practices. The survey was conducted by Goodwin Simon Strategic Research between June 26 and July 1st of 2025. The sample was drawn from a list of active Santa Monica voters who had participated in recent election or registered to vote after the 11/24 election. The research compiled 449 interviews and reached voters by phone and via text invitations on an online survey platform. The survey was available in both English and Spanish, and the survey margin of error was only plus or minus 4.61% with a 95% confidence level. The study showed that when voters were asked whether the airport property should be A, used entirely for parks, or B, for some combination of both parks and housing, it was shown that 65% wanted at least some housing. Even if those people are arguing about wording or sampling practices, it is clear that a robust result shows that thousands of Santa Monicans support housing at the airport. Heed their voices even if they can't be here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Dister? Kelly Kay?
Good evening, Council. My very active family lives in a tiny home in Santa Monica, and we spend the majority of our time away from it because our condo has no green space. We play soccer, and we want to be in nature as much as possible, for which we frequently have to leave the city. Frederick Law Olmsted Jr., the designer of Central Park in New York, believed that public parks play a vital role in providing sanctuary within a stressful urban environment, and by strengthening diverse social bonds through recreation and relaxation. Some of the magic of his public spaces is that you can get lost in nature without leaving the city. We all know our renter majority city is park poor. We also know there's not enough affordable housing, but we can build housing elsewhere. We cannot get this land back if we don't prioritize green space in our city now. We have a responsibility to future generations to steward this land responsibly and comply with Measure LC by restoring native wilderness, creating gathering spaces, and finally building more sports fields. My son will thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Nalaboff. And then I have Joan Ling, Jackson Dembski Moore, Kathy Knight, Lisa Dembski, and Angie. Is Lynn Nalaboff here? Okay. And then afterwards is Joan Ling and Jackson Moore and Kathy Knight.
Hello, I'm Lynn Nalaboff. I've owned a home in Sunset Park for over 40 years. Prior to that, I was a renter in Mid-City and Ocean Park. And I've seen a lot of changes in Santa Monica. I support below-market housing at the airport, along with a great park. Park and housing are compatible, and both are desirable in that space. The recent survey by Unite Here shows that most Santa Monica voters agree. To me, economic diversity in our city is an issue of equity and justice. We've lost a lot of that diversity since I moved here about 5 decades ago. People with working class and middle class incomes and students are completely shut out of our housing market now. This includes all the essential workers we've been hearing from and talking about. They keep our city running, but they do it at a great sacrifice to themselves and their families. We have a rare chance to increase the diversity of our residents on city-owned land.
Thank you. So Jackson already spoke. I have Kathy Knight and then Lisa Dembski and then Angie. I'm sorry, Joan Ling. Did I?
Yeah, hi, Joan Ling, former Executive Director of Community Corporation of Santa Monica, current member of the Cloverfield Commons Coalition. We don't need or want any market rate housing at the airport because the city's free market takes care of that. But we do need and want below market rate housing because we're not building enough for our service workers, our essential workers, young people who want to come back to Santa Monica and their families. We can create a neighborhood of 3,000 below market rate units and a great park at the airport if the city is willing to be creative and to entertain and explore all viable financing options. Let's get serious about bringing people home, bringing our displaced people, bringing our young people home. Let's get serious about building housing for our workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Knight.
Yes, I'm Kathy Knight. I just want to see this wonderful park stay a park. We are one of the most park poor cities in California. We don't have that many parks for people to go to. And there's like a beach with sand, but that's not the same as going to a park with trees and wildlife and relaxing. And I hear so many sports people and students needing that park area. And our city just keeps building this like rich, this like high incomes type of housing. It's fine. Build affordable housing in Santa Monica, but build it in more of the city area and save this park. We are so low, and we are one of the lowest cities in the whole state in terms of.
Thank you. Lisa Dembski. Angie. And then after Angie, I have Eve Harrison, Melinda Maringer, Dennis Hardwick, and Neela Bell.
Thank you all so much for listening to all of our comments tonight. My name is Angie Neff, and I've been a Santa Monica resident since 1998. And I've seen extraordinary shifts over time that have transformed the majority of housing options into spaces reserved for the wealthiest among us. As an educator here in public and independent schools, I've seen way too many of my colleagues who are commuting in and out of the city and exhausted from a long day and even more exhausted as they're driving to and from schools. And like additional essential workers of hospital, hotel, landscape, construction, labor, and more, increased affordable housing in Santa Monica would allow more working people and families to enjoy this city, as you've heard so many say this evening. I've also raised 2 kids here. And the plentiful parks were spaces that they loved and understood the great privilege of our city's vast green spaces that eclipse so many surrounding LA County neighborhoods. The Santa Monica Airport.
Thank you. Eve Harrison.
Hi, good evening. My name's Eve Harrison. I'm a student, but also a community member with Unite Here. I wanted to share a story about how a lot of us Unite Here members and workers went out recently door to door in the last Santa Monica elections. We spoke with your voters and we talked to thousands of them. They shared that they were concerned about housing affordability and the housing crisis. A recent survey that we put out from a random voter sample of Santa Monica voters shared that 76% of your voters thought that a shortage of housing was a crisis and that working people needed to be able to afford it. 46% of these people said it was a very serious problem. We know that the city can take action to address this issue by ensuring the analysis of the workforce housing as part of the EIR. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Melinda Maringer. Then after, we have Dennis Hardwick, Jonathan Foster, and Dhruv. Thukral. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So before I start, I just want to mention, on behalf of the Great Park Coalition, out of respect for this council's time, we are choosing to limit our official speakers to 10. Although we had over 300 people outside today, as I'm sure you saw, and over 100 that wanted to speak, we decided we probably all need to get some sleep tonight. You're welcome. But I'm here also on behalf of AYSO. I'm on the board of Santa Monica AYSO, the largest youth sports organization in Santa Monica. We have over 1,500 kids in our program, which is low cost and high quality and inclusive. and thousands of parent volunteers. We have over 10,000 people in our community, current residents that have come through our program as players or volunteers. We represent a big slice of Santa Monica. Our diverse community agrees on two things unanimously and passionately. It's important for kids to play sports, and we want them playing sports close to home. I'm hearing a lot, oh, Santa Monica, you have so many parks, but Santa Monica, if you look at the facts, is incredible.
Thank you, Melinda. Thank you. Dennis Hardwick. Jonathan Foster. Deruve Ducral. Did I say that correctly?
Thank you, City Council. You did a great job. My Starbucks name is Drew, by the way.
Okay,
So
I like
every
that,
time
Drew.
they botch it on my cup, so Drew will do. I wanted to say my partner and I moved to Santa Monica 20 years ago. We moved in as renters. We rented a one-bedroom apartment in a multi-unit building at 2601 20th Street. It was maximized for living space, no green areas. Our most memorable moments were walking at the end of every day at Clover Park, talking about our day and how we will build our future. We have been married for 16 years now. I support an ILC-compliant Great Park as one of the 70% of people who have rented in the city because it played a great role in our emotional and physical well-being. A great park benefits everyone, not just a chosen few, renters and owners, the young and the old, regardless of one's economic background. What could be more equitable than that? Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Foster.
Hello, Jonathan Foster. No houses, no buildings. All the buildings should be torn down. Just maybe restrooms, utility rooms, something like, because once that stuff is built, right, it's a polluter. You can't take it down. And is anybody talking about the density? This is an extremely sensitive coastal area that does not need another home built on it. No more homes, just a pure park. Okay, a huge park for all the 4 million people in LA County. The entire area can, enjoy this. And if you're building for workers, you're only impacting a small percentage of the workers that work here. You're going to give them some houses, just a chump change few houses. No, they can build the houses somewhere else, just a pure park. It's a sensitive coastal area. It's for us people to walk around with our shoes off in the grass. No houses, none, not another.
Thank you. If Dennis Hardwick isn't here, I'm going to call the next names up. Dennis Hardwick, Nicole Ferries, Erica Bell, Ben Marcus, and Michael Siegel. Nicole Ferries, Erica Bell, Ben Marcus, and Michael Siegel. And Dennis Hardwick, I had mentioned earlier if he's here, but moving on. Nicole Ferries, I see coming up. And then Erica. You're next, yeah. Come on down.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Patty, Erica, and I are speaking for Santa Monica Malibu PTA Council, which represents nearly 8,000 students and their family members in our public schools. In 2014, voters overwhelmingly passed Measure LC to protect our public land for parks, open space, and public recreation. After the airport's closure, SMMPTA had endorsed that measure, and last fall, we reaffirmed our commitment to a great park with the overarching goal of prioritizing health and well-being for our children and youth. We urge you to choose a great park scenario that fully complies with Measure LC tonight and in the future and in every phase of the process. And please direct city staff and HRA to bring back to council an analysis of the most important public funding sources and existing lease revenues with the aim of building and sustaining the great.
Thank you. Erica Bell.
Good evening. We, as SMMPTA Council, have been engaged in the SMAC process from the start, ensuring that the voices of parents, students, and educators are heard as we plan the future of the airport land. A 192-acre Measure LC compliant Great Park is the perfect companion to Santa Monica's growing density, providing essential open space for youth, families, and all residents to thrive. As the city adds housing and our population grows, our need for parks, playing fields, and community spaces grows too. We urge you to direct staff to actually explore funding options, including public and state park grants, the 30 by 30 California Initiative, user fees, event fees, and existing airport lease revenues to begin turning this vision into reality. Let's invest in a healthier, more equitable future for our kids and for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben, do you mind if I have Patty Braun speak for you? Patty Braun.
This is a once-in-a-generation chance to give our children something lasting, a great park in our rapidly densifying renter-majority city, something life-giving. Open green and blue spaces that support physical and mental health, community connection, and climate resilience. That's what our leaders endorsed and our families voted for. So SMMPTA leaders are first asking you, our city council, to direct staff and HR&A to fully investigate the myriad public funding sources mentioned by Erica and existing on-site lease revenues, and bring back your findings. And next, we're asking you all to commit tonight to an LC-compliant plan for our great park. And this next is even more important, continue to show steady support for LC compliance on airport land in the months and years ahead as the airport conversion project moves through the upcoming planning phases. Thank you for moving forward with vision and courage and integrity.
Thank you. Ben Marcus. And after Ben, we have Michael Siegel, and then Milena Haskey and Danielle Litek.
Good evening, council members. First, thank you. I appreciate each of you for serving our city with vision and a commitment to good governance. That's why this moment matters. Among you are CPAs, investment professionals, land use attorneys, professionals who in your everyday lives would never advise making a major financial decision without comparing multiple options and understanding the trade-offs. Yet you're going to be asked to make the most consequential land use decision in decades based on a financial projection for a single preferred scenario. How much is the land worth? How much will it cost to convert into a park? What are the environmental remediation costs, long-term operating costs, legal implications? Perhaps most importantly, what is the economic upside of alternative uses? Without a comparative analysis, we don't know. Santa Monica is a city of sustainability, equity, and innovation. Let's live those values. Invite a range of full master plans backed by real performance and economic modeling, and then compare them side by side. Lead with.
Thank you. Michael Siegel. After Mr. Siegel, I have Milena Haskey and Danielle Litek.
Good evening, distinguished council members. My name is Michael Siegel. I already sent you an email, so I'll keep this very brief. I'm the managing attorney of Eagle Law Group, but prior to that, I was an Air Force F-15 fighter pilot with combat time in Afghanistan. None of that would have happened had my dad not taken me at a very young age to Santa Monica Airport. I may have watched Top Gun too many times, but this isn't the appropriate forum for that discussion. So I'll leave you with two things. One, there are many of me out there. So by removing aviation from that land, we are essentially cutting out generations of future aviators and entrepreneurs. Number two, a lot of my clients are in the aviation tech space. There's a lot of aviation tech that would love to be in Santa Monica, but are deterred by the fact that we're taking the aviation out of that real estate. Companies like Red 6, Ben Marcus with his Up Partners, you know the names that are out there. There's some clean technologies coming online. There's some very soft technologies coming online. We can make it work. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Milena Haskey, Danielle Litek. Okay, now I've got Joanne Leslie, Joe Hoover, Matthew Horn, and Sylvia Rokab. Are you Danielle?
Who's next?
Danielle Litek, Joanna Leslie? And then Joe Hoover and Matthew Horn and Sylvia Rokab after.
Thank you. I'm Joanne Leslie. I too wrote you a letter, so I'll try to keep this brief and just mention a couple of high points. When I moved to Sunset Park almost 30 years ago as a single mother with a teenage daughter, A big part of what attracted me to the community was that it was welcoming and accessible to all types of families. But I've watched with dismay as our dramatically increasing housing costs are making Santa Monica increasingly segregated by race and class. I believe building below market rate housing at the airport accessible to young families and those who work in Santa Monica is the only way that we can maintain the vibrant, diverse, multicultural character that I've always cherished in Santa Monica. By some measures, Santa Monica may be park poor, although I've never experienced it that way with vast stretches of beach and the Santa Monica Mountains readily accessible. What is undeniable, although less alliterative.
Thank you. Joe Hoover.
Good evening. My name is Joey Hoover, and I am a 2022 Samo High grad. My support for a great park is rooted in the simple words of a friend, that formative life experiences happen outdoors. From my earliest memories playing at Douglas Park, to my AYSO debut at Marine, to Friday skateboarding at the Cove and running along Palisades Park after school with Samo High Cross Country, I found my friend's wisdom to be wholly true. Santa Monica's recreational outdoor spaces were seedbeds for the communities that defined my magical upbringing and accordingly shaped who I am today. It's imperative to prepare our city for population density. The imminent future of utilizing vertical space is only viable when we utilize horizontal space now. A great park in the place of the Santa Monica Airport will ensure that population doesn't come at the expense of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew Horn.
It's Hom.
Oh, sorry, Hom. I don't know what I'm saying, and I'm wearing my glasses. Sylvie Rocop. And then after Sylvie, I have Natalie Levine, Carlos Prieto, and Mike Feinstein.
Good evening, everybody. I just want to talk about the most challenging of all crises that we experience is the mother of all crises, right? The ecological climate crisis that we're experiencing. And also related to that is the crisis of us having, as a civilization, forgotten the depth of our connection with nature. I'm here to say we need to have all of the 200 acres, maybe 192 acres of the great park be a great park. And yes, I am pro-housing and very much in agreement with a lot of you who want to create housing in the city. The thing is, let's pour concrete where it belongs. Concrete belongs to concrete, not over a park, not over the beach. So please, let's anchor ourselves in nature, create an extraordinary, beautiful, great park.
Thank you. Natalie Levine, Carlos Prieto, and then
Good evening, City Council members. Thank you so much for listening to all of us. My name is Carlos, a representative of Greenpeace USA, a national legacy-based nonprofit. We are dedicated to a green and peaceful future and supported by tens of thousands of active members here in Southern California. I encourage you on behalf of them to support the establishment of the Santa Monica Great Park. The value of green spaces in urban settings is well established in scientific literature. They provide environmental advantages, including reducing the urban heat island effect and improving air and water quality. In the climate crisis we are all living through, with heat waves and other extreme weather, these values are critically important, and green spaces also provide the physical and mental health of our communities. Thank you, esteemed members of the City of Santa Monica, for considering this and for bringing this vision to life, placing Santa Monica at the forefront of environmental leadership.
thank you, Mike Feinstein. And after Mr. Feinstein, we have Elizabeth Jones, Keith Ashita, and Frank Gruber.
Good evening. With our once in centuries opportunity, you have a chance to govern for all people by creating a great park that will serve present and future generations. There are other ways to satisfy other needs, but the only way to address our acute open space and park shortage is by committing all of this land. The defining social and environmental justice livability challenge for our city is rebalancing our density with enough open space. And the really cool thing that you'll be able to do, like the Medicis did for Paris, is create for centuries a public, non-commercial open space for people of all walks of life.
Thank you. Elizabeth Jones, Keith Ishida, Frank Gruber. And after Frank, I have Jim Kahn, Susan McCory, and Nathaniel Buckley.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, council members. My name is Keith Ishida. I'm a gardener, and I garden at OVF, Ocean View Farms. And with my experience there, it is so valuable, so essential to have green space, have a natural open space where people can grow and live and be together and to breathe, just to breathe. That is so important. I hear what other people are saying, but I have to talk from my experience. And I feel like we really need to do that. We need a place for nature. We need a place for life. We need a great park. And I know we can all work together, but I believe nature comes first. We need water and air, and we need each other because people are nature too. So thank you.
Thank you. Frank Gruber, and after Mr. Gruber, I have Jim Kahn, Susan McCory, and Nathaniel Buckley.
Hi, good evening, council members. Frank Gruber representing the A2P Foundation, giving half our presentation. John Fairweather will give the rest. Tonight, in addition to directing staff, as you have already heard, to develop an LC-compliant project for environmental review, which would include traditional park uses that can be made compliant by zoning changes, we would ask you to direct staff to develop a plan that would articulate sequencing for park features for 15 years after airport closure, provide that the focus for planning activities this fall should be on the LC-compliant project, not on alternatives, and ask staff to return soon with analysis of the LOIs, focusing on proposals that could support the LC-compliant project, and in particular, the LOI from California State Parks. Thanks, and as I said, John Fairweather will follow up. We thought he'd be right after me. We signed up in sequence, but he'll come later, I guess. Thank you.
Okay, Frank Gruber. Okay, so Jim Kahn. Is Elizabeth, okay. Are you Elizabeth Jones? No. Okay, Jim Kahn.
Yes, I'm Reverend Jim Kahn, and you're here to consider including housing, below market rate housing on this land. And I want to urge you to do that. I think that is the moral, ethical, theological thing that we ought to be doing, is providing shelter for people, and shelter that people who work in this city can actually afford. I also want to please invite you to go to the Los Angeles Historic State Park that is adjacent to Oliveira Street. If you have not been there, go there. It is an extraordinary experience. You cannot see the ends of that park from one to the other. The trees that are, it's beautiful. And it's 32 acres. There is so much land here. Building housing, we gotta do it.
Susan McCory, and after Susan, I have Nathaniel Buckley, Robbie Jones, Michelle Monroe, and Christina Navarro.
Hello, everyone. I wrote you a letter, and I just want to say, please include housing at the Great Park. I want both. Thank you.
Thank you. Nathaniel Buckley, Robbie Jones, Michelle Monroe, Christina Navarro.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Christina Navarro, and I have working in at Beverly Hilton Hotels for 21 years, and I live in Santa Monica since in 2016. And I even thought I managed to stay in Santa Monica and difficult to my children to leave her on their own rent too high, and they have to move for far away. My heart is break to see my next generation to getting pushed out to share And how your children have you be affected, raise housing? Because one of my son have to move to away, Chairman was in his chair, living in 3 bedroom.
Thank you. Robbie Jones? Robbie Jones?
Okay, you guys took so long, I lost my notes in my phone. Anyway, good evening, everybody. I'm here supporting, as you guys probably already know, I sit on Committee for Racial Justice. I support all the letters and notes they sent you. Cloverfield Commons, and I now sit on Land Back Task Force. So without saying anything, I've been here over 6 decades. Of course, on that land, I would love to see housing, businesses, home ownership, and parks. It's such a big place, we can do all that. All our time I've been here, Santa Monica has, other than the time that was mentioned a minute ago about Santa Monica Protective Bay League, and I know that's not what we're going back to, but Santa Monica's always wanted to be innovative, progressive, do new things. You are the people to do that. That's what I'm looking for you guys to do. So just, as I always say.
Thank you. Michelle Monroe? Michael Flaherty? Ralph Metcher? I know people might be walking up, so I'm going to keep calling names. Mary Reneker, Francis Anderton, Elisa Ortiz, and I got a message that some people have dropped out of the queue, understanding there's a lot of folks speaking. Just state your name so I know.
I'm Mikey Flaherty.
Okay.
Downtown Santa Monica resident, founder of Swim with Heart, a nonprofit here for 15 years. Service, we work with children and adults with special needs, and our program changes lives. I'm also here representing the Santa Monica Aquatics Advisory Committee. I'm here to urge the project team to move forward with an LLC compliant scenario that does not require a vote before the airport closure, and that includes a much-needed aquatic center. Santa Monica is a beach city, yet we lack public pools. The demand is real, and the aquatic community is strong, connected, and ready to partner with the city to help fund this project. This is a rare opportunity to meet a critical need. Let's make sure an aquatic center is part of Santa Monica's future. Thank you. Thanks for staying so late.
Thank you. If you want to come up and say your name, because I know I called a bunch of names, you might be out of order.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Mary Reneker. I'm a 16-year resident of Santa Monica and here representing the Theodore Payne Foundation for Wildflowers and Native Plants. The foundation has submitted a proposal for the Great Park that includes 4 parts: a native plant demonstration garden featuring habitats like coastal sage, riparian zones, and vernal pools, using local native plants to support wildlife and manage stormwater. 2, a working nursery for plant propagation supporting the garden's biodiversity. 3, a retail nursery space offering plants, seeds, pots, and books, generating revenue to sustain the initiative. And 4, an education center for classes on fire resilience, landscaping, workshops, and professional training. I have a copy of the summary and proposal here to be entered into the record.
Thank you. Ralph Metcher?
Good evening, everybody. Tonight, you will define, based on the mountains of data from the airport planning process, what land use components will be included in the master plan for the future of the airport property. You need to sort through the info presented with the goals for our community in mind. The most paramount of them including housing, sustainability, and a successful economy. Relying on the singular vote from 2014 denies everything that has occurred since that time. So please, jump on this opportunity to create a vibrant, inclusive neighborhood for the future of Santa Monica. Thank you.
Thank you. Francis Anderton. And after Ms. Anderton, I have Elisa Ortiz, Dave Ronneberg, and Alan Levinson.
Hi, council members. Thank you so much for letting us all speak tonight. My name is Frances Anderton. I speak as a resident of Ocean Park since 1991. I'm here to make the case for below market and low income housing at the airport to make Santa Monica more sustainable through reducing commutes and pollution. My daughter Summer here was born at UCLA Santa Monica Medical Center. None of the wonderful care staff live nearby. One night nurse had to drive in from Riverside. She then attended Santa Monica Public Schools. Over the years, we watched as beloved teachers came and went, worn down by lengthy commutes. Many of our essential service and public safety workers drive several hours to get to work and back. This land use pattern based on lengthy commutes for key workers is no longer sustainable, not economically, socially, nor environmentally. I question whether this can be rectified using other sites in the city. Let us consider carving out some space for below market and affordable housing together.
Thank you. Elisa Ortiz.
Hi, my name is Aisa. I'm an active member in Santa Monica from doing community outreach, direct service, amplifying Indigenous voices through the Land Back and Reparations Task Force, and most recently serving as student body president of Santa Monica College. Regarding item 7A, whether this land should become a park, housing, or both, I understand the concerns around preventing commercial development and also noting that Unite Here Local shared that 65% of residents support splitting the land for both housing and park space. All that I ask is that you include the city's task force on land back and reparations to be included in the decision-making process. The city opens its meeting with land acknowledgements, as do many institutions across California. In fact, California has been returning land and actively pursuing reparations for the Black community. In your term, you have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to correct historical wrongs of this country and make amends to the land we live and walk on, honor the people that came before us, and leave a legacy of resilience and justice to continue. By having this task force alone, clearly the city has made a commitment towards land back and reparations. Now you are presented an opportunity.
Thank you. Dave Ronneberg, and after Mr. Ronneberg, I have Alan Levinson, Bryce Cooper, Eric Heiges, and Maria Cristina Loera.
Good evening. My name is Dave Ronneberg. I've lived and worked at Santa Monica Airport for the last 35 years. I've had 4 businesses on the airport, and recently lost my residence from the Palisades Malibu fire. I'm acutely aware of how important Santa Monica Airport was in the support of CAL FIRE, and its presence provides security that I don't think you're going to know you've lost until you've lost it. It's very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alan Levinson.
Alan Levinson, good evening. CEQA and the EIR do not require housing to be studied. Alternatives must meet project goals and reduce environmental impacts. Housing does neither. It violates Measure LC, it increases impacts. Including it is a choice, not a legal requirement. The people, commissions, and previous councils have spoken. Developers and aviators are still reaching for a piece of the park. A last-minute push-pull is being used to sway opinions. The H&R financial report is misleading. All of this is designed to fracture the park and delay its creation. City data shows over $20 million a year in lease revenue by 2028. Stick to what the people voted for. Stick to your campaign promises. Let's build this park. Vote tonight for the great park that outlives us all. Thank you. Please vote for the park. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bryce Cooper.
My name is Bryce Cooper, and I'm honored to serve as the new communications director for the Santa Monica Airport Association, an organization that advocates for pilots, tenants, and community members. Yes, pilots are community members. We support the Santa Monica Airport and all you've done to excel the thought-forward approach to redevelopment in this. In these halls, these very halls, are murals honoring this airport. It's been a community standard for a long time. What we're asking is that will the city council consider a a balanced approach to redevelopment that also includes the current airfield. That is something that we're very concerned about given the recent fires, and we have spoken to CAL FIRE at length. This is a vital, life-saving community asset that, as Mr. Ronenberg pointed out, once you lose, will be almost impossible to replace. Santa Monica has proven its worth during those times. We also ask to provide a robust and transparent economic scenario for all redevelopment.
Thank you. Eric Heiges, am I saying that correctly? And after Eric, we have Maria Cristina Loeta, Adriana Seals, Waverly Inn, and Curtis Raymore.
Good evening, Eric Heiges. I support maintaining the airport past the 2028 date. Santa Monica Airport is not only an asset to this city, it's an asset to the west side and the greater LA area. This is going to become even more apparent in the upcoming years. The World Cup is coming in 2026, the Super Bowl is coming in 2027, and the LA Olympics in 2028. I know there's a lot of energy behind a great park. The reality is that the green park that many advocates imagine is just going to become more housing. If you need an example, look at the Orange County Great Park, same name. The Orange County Great Park turned El Toro Air Base into a park. And guess what? 20 years later, less than 30% of the former airport is a park. What's to stop the same from happening to Santa Monica Airport? Santa Monica Airport generates $275 million in economic input, supports 1,500 jobs. Best use of the airport is to maintain an airport.
Thank you. All right, I have Maria Cristina Loeta, Adriana Seals, Waverly Inn, Curtis Raymore, Alex Silver, Roberto Mazariegos, Gianni Gabliglio, sorry, and Chris Harshman. And there's seats up here in the first couple of rows if anyone needs a seat. If you heard your name, just come up and say your name.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Roberto Mazariegos. I'm an organizer with United Here Local 11, but I also been working in Santa Monica for the last 18 years. I attended Santa Monica College, and until now, I'm still seeking for the opportunity to move myself and my family here. As you can hear from all these people here, why Santa Monica is great. And boy, do you all here have something very important in front of you. Like my friends say, why can't we have both? Why can't we have peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Why is it just peanut butter and not jelly? Why do we just get the bread and not the jelly and the bread? Like, be serious about this. Everyone here is saying facts, right? But we can have both. You know that. Let's talk about the legal process and what's going to cost. Let's talk about that. And stop putting a face to this that is really not. Certain people want the same thing that everyone else here is talking about. My family wants that. Everyone that works in the city wants that. But it's going to be your job. You're going to be remembered about this. You know that.
Thank you. If you heard your name, just come up and state your name. Yeah.
Thank you, council members, for allowing us to even have a moment to speak. My name is Andrina Seals. I am the chair of Black Santa Monica Community Group, to whom we give events at Virginia Avenue Park. We need to put that on Zillow and rent.com. So I'm really here because my grandmother lived here way back late 1800s, right off of Main Street. Since then, there's been different destruction with the Black communities, with the Civic Center, the Santa Monica Freeway. Moving forward, 2 boys, 2 girls. All of them went through Roosevelt Elementary, Lincoln Middle School, and Santa Monica High School. We now need to add, along with the park, affordable housing, but honestly, really condos for those who are low income and affordable. You guys have it in front of you. Any developer coming in front of you, make it required that at least 1 to 2 units on every floor that's being built set aside for a 30-year mortgage, 3 to 4 generations to go. That's locked in finance for the length of a generation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I know I called a lot of names out, so if you want to state your name, are you Curtis?
Alex Silver.
Alex Silver, okay.
Council members, thank you for your commitment to the city. I ask that when you consider the future of Santa Monica Airport, You consider that there are ways to take actions towards building park space that doesn't completely remove the aviation usage of the space. We're so lucky as a city to have such a unique asset in the airport, allow both aviation usage and park usage to thrive together. I'm definitely biased as a pilot and user of the airport, but at the same time, I have a great appreciation for parks and open spaces in this beautiful city. For me personally, it's not an either-or scenario. A park or bus strategy is too much of an absolute. My friends that use the airport that are my age support additional green spaces, but also have an interest in the aviation and innovation use cases of the airport. Many pilots like myself learn and become paid career professionals through general aviation airports, like Santa Monica Airport. It's something we should celebrate. So to reiterate, my question to you is, why can't we have both? There's enough space for expanding park space while keeping aviation use. Like many things in government, it's not black and white. Why does desire to expand park space necessitate a full closure of aviation use? Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gianni Cabilio. Dear council members, I'm here today to express my support for keeping the Santa Monica Airport open. SMO has been part of this city for over a century, playing a key role in the development of both aviation and Santa Monica itself. It supports jobs, provides educational opportunities for future pilots, and most importantly, serves as a critical infrastructure and an emergency hub, as we saw just 6 months ago during the Palisades fire. I personally saw several CAL FIRE helicopters stationed there, ready to protect our community. Santa Monica has a rare opportunity to make a smart, forward-thinking decision to preserve a historic, functional asset and help lead the future of aviation. Instead, the city seems ready to throw it all away based on a vague promise in what increasingly feels like a bait and switch to make way for housing, or worse, leave the space sitting stagnant for decades. Please consider the long-term implications and keep the Santa Monica Airport open. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, state your name. Sorry, I called a lot of names and I know a lot of people have left. Are you Chris?
Curtis Raynor.
Okay.
So thank you. Good evening. Thanks for being here for so late. I am an officer of the Santa Monica Quaker meeting on Harvard Street and been there 40 years. And I had prepared the most persuasive and brilliant a message imaginable, and yet my phone has died. So now I'm ad-libbing. But you know, talking about great park, yes, there is enough acreage to make a great park. We've heard from people who themselves are spending the hours in commuting. Luckily, I don't have that lot, but they do, and they have families, and it really affects their lives. So yes, I'm totally in favor, my community is totally in favor of both the park and below market rate housing. I think we can do both. And Santa Monica has always been a creative place and a model for other cities, and I think we can show.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chris Harshman, co-president SMAA. I sent you all an email. I urge you to read it and the attachments, which are city documents, so you should already have them. But just a quick reminder, the city has not, per its own admission, made a binding final decision to close the airport. If it is so decided, there is a sequel analysis that will have to be done, so remember that. Also, the Airport Noise and Capacity Act requires all publicly owned airports to obtain FAA approval before imposing any noise or other access-based restrictions, such as closing the airports. The courts most recently in East Hampton Airport in New York have confirmed that the outright closure of an airport is a restriction subject to ANCA, and thus the FAA requirements first must be fulfilled. Santa Monica, despite its plan to do something with the airport, has not made any plan and has not made any effort to comply with ANCA, so please recall that. The airport is becoming more and more compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. Electric is the future. It's already here, it's expanding, and the future will bring things like urban air mobility that will benefit all Santa Monica residents and all members of the surrounding communities, and I urge the council not to foreclose the innovation that this airport has stood for over 100 years.
Thank you. And up next, I have Eric Kramer, Mike Guyman, Cody K, Nikki Kohlhoff. Well, these are some names that I feel like already came up. Mindy Shank. Right, okay, Mindy Shank, Helen Sklar, and Dana Cuff. Eric?
Hello. Hi, I would like to make a fact known to every single person in this room.
The average cost of a home in Santa Monica is $1.7 million, yet the average Santa Monica income is $70,000. That is a gap that I cannot overcome. As someone who works full-time in the city and lives in the city and has the luck to live in rent-control housing, we need more. There is only one way to decrease demand, and that is to increase supply. You cannot say you are pro-housing, yet when the largest land transfer in Santa Monica history becomes available to us, not a lick of housing is built. These people need communities. They need homes. We don't need a park. We need a place to put our head at night. That is what we need. And there is room for both. We can have greenery, but what is the point of having a park that you cannot walk to, or bike to, or live nearby? It is hidden behind a giant office park, which is happening.
Thank you. Mike Guyman, Cody Kay, Nikki Kolhoff. Oh, sorry, Nikki, but we have Mindy Shank. We bifurcated it. No, it's all, they just separated out 7A. It's all with it, just so that we could hear all these speakers together. But I have, like I've said to everyone.
That is not what you guys did in the beginning.
It is. I might have misspoke when I explained it, and I take responsibility for that, but.
I move that we give her a minute to do the confusion.
I second it.
We already spent 30 seconds anyways. Okay. Mindy Shank is here.
The airport closure process is so chaotic because we have no baseline or shared knowledge to start from. This is because the city has violated the California Environmental Quality Act and failed to study the closure of the airport with an environmental impact report. Using revisionist history, the city attorney now claims that a 2017 resolution was the CEQA project approval to close the airport. An EIR was required, but it's too late for anyone to sue about that now. Now more than ever, process transparency and the rule of law matters. The two most important things we would learn from a closure EIR is the airport necessary for safety? We're entitled to know if the airport is needed for firefighting, evacuation, staging, sheltering, or anything else relating to disaster response. Maybe it's not, but why wouldn't we want to know we are safe? What contaminants are present and how much would it cost to clean up? It might be clean, but it might be dirty, and cleaning up for a park is cheaper than making housing. You should vote to not move forward, don't close the airport, and do a close.
Thank you. Mindy Shank.
Hi, good evening. I actually wanted to speak on 16E. Okay, thank you. To quote The Atlantic today, people use self-righteous words to try to get their way, but instead of engaging in moral argument, what they're really doing is using the language of morality to enforce their own preferences. This is what we have here, further erosion of democracy right here in Santa Monica. If someone wants to have a voice in a local organization, he or she can become a member and speak up. To selectively and subjectively remake local neighborhood groups to align with the council's majority view is morally reprehensible. And once again, this council demoralizes its own constituents. When we see the rollback of free speech and expression at the federal level, it should signal to supposed progressive cities like ours that it's time to double down on these sacred rights and not undermine them. And honestly, as a 12-year resident of this city, I'm exhausted, constantly feeling my opinion doesn't matter. I'm frustrated, always feeling like I have to fight for what.
Thank you. Helen Sklar. And after Helen, I have Dana Cuff, Kevin Daly, and Andrew Hoyer. Well, I think Andrew already spoke, sorry. No, but we've got no check marks on there. Okay. It's hard to follow because some people don't have check marks. Helen Sklar.
Hello, thank you so much. I'm Helen Sklar, member of Cloverfield Commons. I live about a mile south of the airport in Mar Vista. I love the idea of a park, and we're not asking that a park not be built. We're asking that you educate yourselves as to the feasibility of ways a park can be built that includes below market housing and the other things that people are asking for. With the city's participation, we're certain it can be done, and it can include sports fields and green space and all the things that are environmentally important. We're not certain you've taken the time to look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dana Cuff, and before Ms. Cuff starts, so I know this is confusing, but because we had 139 speakers, it was 1 minute on all items. So if you already spoke.
I'm the chair of the Urban Forest Task Force.
Is that
I only need 2.5.
city clerk, does that make it?
I mean, you would need to.
Did they vote for him to come talk on their behalf?
I mean, the 5 minutes is usually just for one item on the agenda, so. You guys can vote to suspend the rules.
All right, sorry, Ms. Cuff.
Thank you for staying with us to hear all our debate. I'm Dana Cuff. I'm a professor at UCLA and director of City Lab and a housing expert. And I think we have to adopt peanut butter and jelly. This is, we can't reject the possibility of both things happening at once. That's such a straightforward way of describing it. It should be our guidelight. A beautiful 100-acre park with a pool and streams, aquatic centers, soccer fields, that's all possible. And at the edges of that park would be trees and bike paths and running paths for the Samo track team and playgrounds and a range of residential buildings, varied and beautiful apartment homes, and they are affordable. The park people are right. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity, and the opportunity that I see is to give our children, our workers, those displaced by past injustice, an affordable and decent place to call home in Santa Monica.
Thank you. Kevin Daly.
Thank you, Council. Kevin Daly. I'm a longtime Ocean Park resident. I'm a faculty member at UCLA, and my practice, Kevin Daly Architects, has built both housing and schools in Santa Monica. I'm a member of the ARB, Architectural Review Board. I'm not here to represent that board tonight, but it has given me kind of a first-hand view of the kind of development we're seeing in Santa Monica, where block-long buildings, 250 units, produce 25 affordable units. We won't be able to meet the kind of housing demands we have unless you reach the conclusion that I think should be really obvious, that we can build both a beautiful park and really tremendous visionary new forms of housing to meet the kind of people, to meet the needs of the kind of people who will be living in Santa Monica in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so council, it sounds like to allow Andrew to speak as a representative, we need to have a vote. So if someone wants to make a motion.
Hold on, Chair Hoyer, can we ask, did the Urban Forest Task Force ask you to come speak?
Yes.
I'll move that we give him the time to speak on behalf of the commission.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Andrew Hoyer, and I am the chair of the Urban Forest Task Force. The park project was presented to us at our last meeting. It was so well received that our vice chair made a motion that applauds the focus on starting with nature, and that we will appreciate the resulting woodland and parkland that will be created on this site in accordance with Measure LC. Notably, Measure LC does not include housing. Why did city staff include a question asking how much housing people would like on this plot if it was never supposed to be part of the plan? The city has already gone through a process determining surplus land that can be used for affordable housing. A downtown parking structure has been torn down with no solid plans yet proposed, and another project on Wilshire has already begun the process of community meetings and adaptations. There are several other areas in the city that have been identified, such as 4th, 5th in Arizona. If we use all this land for a park, we will still be park poor. So, while I can sympathize with those who want to live here, the Urban Forest Task Force is firmly opposed to any housing being built on the former airport land. Members of our task force have expressed a desire to see an urban forest in this location and lots of open green space.
Public Works has told us they would want to create a nursery on the plot so they can grow their own trees, thus reducing replacement costs to the city. The Thomas Paine Foundation wants an educational nursery. Our city is sorely lacking in community garden space, which apparently generates fees. Water features would be a nice touch, and those could be coordinated with our current SWIP. Our city is sorely lacking in sports fields, and a small amphitheater seating roughly 100 people would find many users willing to pay a fee to produce an outdoor performance. Anything larger than that would have a drastic impact on the surrounding neighborhood from the traffic that would be generated. There are still structures on the land that are generating revenue that can sustain the current functions, and I have been told they are actually generating a surplus. We can move slowly and steadily towards the great park that we desire. After all, it takes decades for a sapling to become a forest. Thank you.
Thank you. Caitlin Driscoll, Ann Bowman, James Oliver, Tamra Raven, Aaron Steinberg. I'll give people a minute to get up because I know there's people here. So Caitlin Driscoll and then Ann Bowman.
Hello, my name is Caitlin Driscoll. I'm the Executive Director for the Santa Monica Conservancy. Hello, Mayor Negrete and honorable council members. The Santa Monica Conservancy has been engaged in the Santa Monica Airport conversion project since the beginning of the planning process. In October 2024, we hosted 43 community members in a listening session regarding the planning of the Great Park, specifically through the lens of history. We have focused our review of these scenarios presented in Phase 3A in terms of how they each address the goal to celebrate place as a key to this phase of the project. Much as each of the current scenarios recognize the Compass Rose as marker of the important stories of women in aviation, we hope that you will consider physical markers, interpretive displays, and creative opportunities for storytelling. Embrace the uniqueness of the setting and unveil the layers of history. Thank you so much for your consideration to celebrate place.
Thank you. Ann Bowman.
Hi, Ann Bowman. I'm one of your Recreation and Parks Commissioners, but I'm speaking just for myself tonight. And I really didn't mean to speak because you've heard a lot from me over the last several months, but just wanted to highlight two park funding options I hope you'll ask staff to explore right away and come back to you with. One is the California State Parks letter of interest. Have them bring that back to you in 2 weeks, find out what funding might come with that, what a partnership between our city and the state might look like. Maybe there's annual funding for maintenance. Really, really important. You guys should figure that out. And if that is something you are interested in right away. The other thing is in 2022, LA County identified the southeast corner of our city as a priority area for a regional park. Get talking, maybe, Councilmember Terosas could help with that. Talk to the county, find out what funding could come with that, what might a partnership with them look like. So those are two things I hope you will ask staff to bring back to you.
Thank you. Tamra Raven.
Good evening. I know we need more affordable housing, and I'm not against that, but we need to build it in the zones that where people can get around easily and have better infrastructure. We should not be fighting one or the other. But separately, the airport land is a place we can shape into something lasting, a park, a gathering space, a legacy. Green space brings value for everyone. It boosts mental, physical health, draws families in, and yes, even brings money into the area. This is our chance to be forward-thinking, not just build more, but to build better. Let's create something the future generations will thank us for. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Aaron Steinberg.
Hello. I think the airport land should be recreation and green space. Only all of us here and all our future generations are going to need that. I'm not saying this to negate the need for affordable housing. Both recreation and affordable housing need to happen. Is either or actually reality, or is retail and privatization and so on also really what could be waiting in the wings for the airport land? Currently, the ratio of affordable housing being built to market rate housing is really small on the affordable side. I don't think real estate developers are really prioritizing affordable housing. Please, on the airport land, no hotels, no retail, no commercial development, no privatization. City of Santa Monica sent around a survey recently about the airport conversion that I found really confusing, where you drag icons and try to comment. If you guys could be a little more clear and transparent, that would certainly be appreciated.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call a few more names. Yamei Wong, Denny Zane, Dean Kubani, and John Raffling. Any of those folks here? Yamei Wong. I see Denny Zane coming up. Dean Kubani, John Raffling, Alexandra Raffling, and Jane Mahan. Denny Zane. Or is Yamei here first? Hi, Yamei. Yeah. Yeah.
When do I start? I push here?
No, you're good.
Okay. EMA resident, Sam Ohio alum, worked and lived around the world, came back to my 93-year-old dad, assaulted by a drug homeless at Reed Park. And shattered family during COVID. I ran a math circle at the airport. Against closure, keep it open. Right now, California land law, right now, you choose it, you close it, you lose it. And airport becomes housing, period, and typical bait and switch. So I want to expand the existing offering for innovation, Santa Monica Legacy, electric flowers, cheaper than Southwest Flight, kids to learn physics to prep to fly before 16, FIFA 26, World Cup 27, Olympics and beyond. Short story, a poor guy has no money. Needed a heart transplant. Santa Monica Angel Flight pilot flew him in and out many times and got his life back. 1,000 stories like this, but you didn't know. Weren't we all? Short story.
Sorry, I know, it was a minute. Thank you. Denny Zane. Thank you. Denny Zane.
Council members, this is a fortunate city with fortunate people, and you are a fortunate council. Santa Monicans for Renters' Rights, whom I'm representing here tonight, urges you to include both objectives, parks and housing, in your EIR. In fact, we suggested that about 25% of the land be examined for housing possibilities, and the other 75% for park as a reference point. This is, I think, an extraordinary opportunity for each of you. I have no doubt that each of you would celebrate if you had 150 acres or more of park to build. You would also celebrate if you could be responsible for building 3,000 units of affordable housing. You would celebrate both, and you have a chance to do both. Thank you.
Dean Kubani.
Hi, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Commission on Sustainability.
Okay.
I'm the chair of the Sustainability Commission. At our meeting on June 16th, the commission adopted a motion recommending that council move forward with a regenerative great park using the entire space that is LC compliant. And we set a copy of the motion to council. The commission recommended that because they believe, we believe that a great park is the most sustainable use of this site for a number of reasons, and a lot of those have been enunciated tonight. We acknowledge the great need for much more affordable housing in Santa Monica as well. However, just because there happens to be land at the airport doesn't mean that that's a great place to build housing. The city conducted a long process to develop a land use and circulation element that identified pretty clearly where housing should go, which is along transit corridors where there is already infrastructure that can handle enough density, that can handle can provide people with opportunities to ride buses, bikes, trains, and walk to various services. The airport is none of these. So there are plenty of places that have been identified in Santa Monica for housing. Building housing at the airport site is not a great place to do it. Number one, housing out there is going to be very expensive. There's no infrastructure right now for housing out there. No roads, no water, no sewers, no electrical. All of that stuff needs to be built. So that's going to make your housing at the airport site very expensive. Number two, it's not very sustainable, even though you've heard tonight that people think it is, because it'll reduce driving. Actually, because you're not near transit corridors, you're going to be encouraging people to move in there and have cars, and you're going to get more car trips. If you're building the housing and the transit corridors, you can have much more density and more people with less car trips comparatively. So while there are literally hundreds of locations for housing throughout the city, particularly in much more practical locations, there's only one opportunity for a truly great park. Putting housing at this site eliminates that option and also creates more housing in a poor location. So this is really a lose-lose situation by bifurcating the site and trying to put both on there. You don't get a great park and you don't get great housing. The more sustainable win-win solution is to build a great park at the airport site and build affordable housing elsewhere where we've already identified that that type of housing can be built and can be much more sustainable. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. John Raffling. And afterwards I have Alexandra Raffling, Jane Mohan, Ian Dutton, and Brad Ewing. Sorry. Go ahead.
Hi, John Raffling here. Thanks for listening. In a perfect world, I too would want a park with nothing else there to run around in and walk barefoot through and all that. But we don't live in a perfect world. We live in a world where we are facing a severe housing crisis. You walk across the street, you're going to find people living in the park across the street, sleeping on our sidewalks, hundreds of them in Santa Monica, tens of thousands in the region living on our streets. Our essential workers have to commute hours just to get here. You've heard that over and over again. We still haven't repaid a debt for people who've been, through racial injustice, have been moved out of this city and deprived of the opportunities to live here. And now we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to address that housing.
Thank you. Alexandra Raffling.
I'm Alexandra Raffling, Samuel High Class of 2022. Santa Monica does not have a nature problem. We have an amazing beach just down the road, mountains just a few minutes to hike in, and numerous parks, not to mention incredibly well-funded schools, many of which have full-size sports fields. What we do have is an affordability crisis and a housing crisis. We don't need a big, beautiful park at the expense of affordable housing when there is more than enough room for both. Those that care for and serve our community deserve to live in our community. It is a moral failing to continue to deny the creation of affordable housing. I urge the council to build both the park and affordable below-market housing to recommit to the human right to housing and the inclusivity of our beautiful city. Thank you.
Thank you. Jane Mohan.
I felt compelled to come tonight to speak in front of you for the first time ever, because we live in a world where our national leaders and our national government are taking away social safety nets for the people that need it the most. In our local community, we have an opportunity to make a change. Let's do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Ian Dutton.
Hi there, good evening. I'm Ian Dutton. I'm a Boeing 777 captain for United Airlines, and I'm also membership chair for Airspacers, which is a flying club based at Santa Monica Airport since 1958. I have to appreciate how the visioning process has successfully cut out the voices of myself and people like the 75 other airspacers who make flying more affordable and accessible. Never in this process was it possible to suggest that aviation activities remain at the airport. We were not given the chance to consider incorporating aviation with increased park space, housing, or other uses. Our input was thrown in the trash, which makes sense as the multinational consulting and construction companies only make their millions when the airport use is changed. I hear speakers refer to a once-in-a-generation opportunity, and that opportunity is to take away from me, from other airport users and businesses, and from the future Santa Monicans who won't have the opportunity that I had. I fly with local airline pilots who only had the opportunity to enter this rewarding career by being inspired by the magic of Santa Monica Airport, and that will come to an end.
Thank you. Brad Ewing, and after Brad, I have Emma Kediliri, Sam Shapiro-Klein, Kwangueli Huang, Lupe Stevenson, and Edward Story.
Cool. Good evening, Council. I'm Brad Ewing, co-chair of Santa Monica Forward. We support the Council direction toward closing the airport with a more expansive preferred scenario analysis that includes both park-only and parks plus mixed-use options. You all know the city's in dire financial straits. The preliminary HRA financial analysis projects nearly $1 billion in capital costs and $20 million a year in recurring operations for 200 acres of park. It is premature to foreclose revenue-generating options such as housing or commercial mixed use at this time before further financial, environmental, and transportation analysis has been conducted. A ballot measure, if necessary, is technically LC compliant. On 16E, we support the motion as written. Several of the recognized neighborhood groups are little more than cliques formed around their leaders' pet political issues. Case in point, we heard the usual thought-terminating cliches about developer money tonight. I support my fellow citizens' right to assembly. They have every right to form political groups of neighbors against more neighbors, but it shouldn't be done on the city dime. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Emma Kediliri.
Good evening. My name is Emma Kettlurley. I'm an 18-year-old college student and a pilot, and I'm here to oppose the closure of the Santa Monica Airport. Now, I could go on for hours and hours about, why this airport is important, about how it protects our community, how it provides an essential hub for healthcare, for response to the LA fires. But what I'm here to talk about is the opportunity that this airport can provide for our community, for aviation, and for our youth. We have the opportunity to continue to build STEM programs, continue to build flight schools, but let's not erase our history for this. Let us not erase the importance of this airport. Being able to attend airports like this has allowed me to pursue aviation, to find my passion for it. And I think so little people in this community understand how rewarding aviation is. Let's inform our community on what aviation can offer, and let's save this airport. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam Shapiro-Klein.
Mayor, council members, thank you very much for the time. Willie Brown, former Assembly Speaker for California, said, in the world of civic projects, the first budget is really just a down payment. If people knew the real cost from the start, nothing would ever be approved. The first estimate for this project is $800 million. This will be $1 billion park if it becomes a park, because there is also environmental remediation. It is the responsibility of this council to keep options on the table in moving into the EIR process. It is crucial that we consider park, housing, revenue-generating uses, and putting it to a vote of the people when the time is appropriate, which is what Measure LC was intended to do. I think it's crucial not to settle the city with a liability that it cannot afford by foreclosing on other options at this stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh. Well, my system just did something weird, but I'm going to guess. Do you want to say your name?
Hi, my name is Lupe. I'm Stevenson. I work at the Fairmont Miramar for 25 years, working in Santa Monica for 38 years, living in Santa Monica for almost 20 years. I support the low-income apartments at the airport and the park because it's two reasons. Kids, for new generations, they don't gonna have money to spend for apartment. What they're gonna be doing being homeless. We don't need more homeless. We need low-income apartments for these kids, for the new generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't know if you're Edward Story,
I'm Kwang Wei.
okay, perfect.
All right. My name is Kwang Wei Huang, the minority pilot, also an Angel Flight West Command pilot, flying cancer patients in and out of LA to cancer treatments for free. I also serve the California Disaster Airlift Response Team. This airport has served vital emergency responses for over a century. During the January wildfires, it played an urgent and critical role of refueling and servicing numerous helicopters which flew around the clock to protect the neighborhoods across Los Angeles. Closing this critical asset is a grave mistake. If another fire happens, a lot more Santa Monica could have burned, including a great park. Santa Monica Airport is also the closest airport to UCLA and Cedars-Sinai Cancer Centers. Flying a small plane cuts a 4-hour drive round trip from Solvang to 1-hour round trip, and a 10-hour round trip from Las Vegas drive to a 2.5-hour round trip. This saves their fighting spirit, beating traffic, and beating cancer. Most patients need to regularly return for weekly or biweekly treatments for years until the end, and I still grieve 2 of my patients who have passed away over the years. It's not one and done, but the reality of their life.
Thank you. Edward Story? And after Mr. Story, I have Jeremy Bamberger, Joseph Cohen-May, Maria Lupe Stevenson, and David Johnson.
Good evening. My name is Edward Story. I wanted to back up what Ben Marcus said about making good decisions, taking into consideration all different factors. I'd like to talk about both parks and housing. In terms of the parks, you have 245 acres of open space and parks in this city already. And the park would cost somewhere between $500 million, that's B, and $1 billion. So consider that. The other factor is that in terms of the building of housing, you're going to have to figure ratios between regular houses and affordable housing. It's usually about 1 to 5. In other words, for 5,000 affordable, you'll need.
Thank you. Thank you. Jeremy Bamberger?
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Jeremy Bamberger. I am a lucky resident of Ocean Park. I'm an architect, urbanist, and board member of the Housing Action Coalition. I've dedicated my life to solving the most pressing issues and problems that our cities face, and I am desperately hungry for a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. If I had a nickel for every time I heard I'm pro-housing, but just not at this site, I'd have enough enough money to build the housing myself. I just want to stress where we are in this process. We're talking about the study of options and alternates for the EIR. I've lived and breathed the EIRs my entire life, and we can defer the decision making on what ultimately to do. But why would we limit ourselves with the flexibility of our decision making now? All we're talking about is studying options. So let's do that. I can't help but notice that the people who are advocating for housing are celebrating and
Thank you. Joseph Cohen-May?
Hello, I'm Joseph Cohen-May from the Los Angeles Housing Production Institute, and I want to urge the council to continue to study both LC compliant and non-LC compliant options. Currently, you don't have the data before you on things like funding, infrastructure needs, transportation, which will be necessary for both a park or for a park and housing or governance model to really make a decision one way or the other, and there is no need to narrow options down now. Should continue to follow the process, the framework process outlined in the 2020 airport conversion report and the 2023 RFP. There's no need to do a CEQA study to shut down the airport. That's been discussed and decided by legal counsel. And also I want to encourage you to talk with the California State Parks, because I think that's really a great option for funding. If the state wants to come in and build a park, I think that solves a lot of the funding problems. Thank you.
Thank you. David Johnson? Aiden Vargas? Joey Hoover? Jack Abrams? if I called you, you can come up to the mic and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name's Aiden Vargas. I am a Santa Monica hotel worker, disaster relief volunteer, and scuba instructor, training citizen scientists for local organizations like Heal the Bay, For Ocean, and Surfrider. I've been working in Santa Monica for 13 years, and for the majority of those 13 years, I've been commuting from Lake Arrowhead and San Bernardino County. Like all of you, we work hard to keep this city running, but unlike all of you, we've been priced out of living here. Many of my colleagues also volunteer their time to restore Santa Monica, participating in underwater and coastal cleanups to remove debris and waste from the beautiful beaches so many people come to visit. Though we invest our time, skills, and lives in Santa Monica, many of us can't afford to live here. Turning the airport into affordable housing in a park is a real solution, and it keeps workers close to their jobs, lets us invest in the neighborhoods we serve, and helps local businesses thrive. This opportunity makes it to make Santa Monica a place where people who build it.
Thank you. Jack Abrams. And then after Jack, I have Denise Neal, Robbie, but it's R-O-B.
It's the last name Roby.
Oh, Roby. And then John Fairweather.
Good afternoon, council members, and hi, Mom, and hi, girlfriend who are watching. So I'm Jack Abrams. I'm from the airport, and I'm supporting the airport. So Santa Monica, it has 249 square miles of mountain that you guys can use, and you can go there to explore nature and just absolutely get lost. Now, everyone, they use acreage, because acreage, it's a bigger number to make it seem like the airport is bigger. It's only 0.3 square miles. Now, if we go in by acres, you guys have 5,312 acres of beach that you can use, and 159,000, that is 1,360 acres of mountains. Now, Santa Monica, in the next year, will need to tap into $60.5 million in reserves over the next 5 years to maintain current service levels as the city grapples with lingering economic impacts from the COVID-19 pandemic and recent wildfires. Santa Monica Airport can help alleviate those pains by bringing in more money.
Thank you. Denise Neal, Robbie or Roby? Oh, Denise.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and commissioners and community at large. My name is Denise Neal, former Disabilities Commissioner here in the city of Santa Monica. I'd like to share with you that I've been working on this for 15 years alone after my commissioner period ended, but we found out that we need emergency management land. I've spoken to 2 city managers here, and they thought it was a great idea for us to use the land for emergency management, sustainability, and potentially housing, but after finding out there's potential contamination, not the housing at this stage. We have 3 years between now and the time it's going to be freed up, and we need to use these free years to get the city out of financial distress. We can actually request access to the land and use it to produce sustainable, renewable jet fuel as a stream of income.
Thank you. Roby, is it Roby?
Yeah, Ms. Roby.
Good evening, distinguished council members. Thank you for being here. My name is Eleanor Roby, and I'm a junior at Smith College in Massachusetts, but I grew up here and I hope to return after graduation. I'm studying sociology and urban planning, and I aspire to build a career in affordable housing development. Many of us in this room are concerned about the housing crisis in Los Angeles, Santa Monica included. The closure of the airport is an incredible, rare opportunity to provide affordable housing that is desperately needed, as well as an expansive park space for the entire Santa Monica community to enjoy. People who work in Santa Monica deserve the opportunity to live here. There are feasible ways to build below-market housing on the airport property. Please don't rush this process. Please take the time to thoroughly research affordable housing options in addition to a park. Thank you.
Thank you. John Fairweather. And if I'm not mistaken, that's the last name on the list, correct? Okay.
Yeah, I think it is. And I should just remind you, we limited our speakers, but so I am last, but it's not my fault. We ask that you request continued analysis of the financing options preliminarily explored in the HRA report with a focus on existing lease revenues and potential for public financing for water and other infrastructure projects. Other public sources for funding for parks and habitat restorations, parks bonds, tax increment funding, user and permit fees, philanthropy, sponsorships, and other public financing sources so as to preclude privatization. Include consultations with our state lobbyists where relevant. Combined with a phasing plan, we believe that you'll eventually have before you a roadmap to financing and building a park that will serve the public for centuries to come. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, that ends public comment. There are plenty of seats if you're staying around, so please take a seat if you're standing up in the back. But that takes us on to the item everybody has been waiting for.
Item 7A, Santa Monica Airport Conversion Project Preferred Scenarios Review. Amber, did you bring in your presentation?
I have it on a jump drive, I have it on my computer, and I sent it in the folder, so however you want to do it.
Would you, let me see.
I'm happy to plug my computer in.
Yeah, would you?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Does anyone need to take? I know, I was looking for one.
Oh, I got it. Here, I got it.
So is that on here or yours?
It's on the main computer, yeah.
Here we go. All right. Good evening. Thank you, council members. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Council members, community members, staff, everyone who has come out tonight to hear the presentation and what the next steps are. We really appreciate your time and the engagement and the passion for this project and the outcomes. There's been a lot of work that's gone into it. My name is Amber Rashane. I am a Principal Design and Planning Manager with Public Works in Architecture Services. We also have a number of our team members here. We've got Peter James, Chris Dishlip, Heidi Creighton, Rick Faulty, Tony Lopez, and then we also have some of our consultants here tonight, so hopefully we can answer all of your questions. We've got Anna Kors from Sasaki, as well as Connie Chung from HRNA. I'm going to go through a lot of the presentation, and then we'll sort of tag team questions and go back and forth, and we'll go from there. Okay? Thank you so much. All right, so the purpose of tonight, right, is to go through Phase 3A, that's where we are, talk about the economic ideas. I think a lot of the questions that were asked tonight, so hopefully we can provide some information on that, and then talk about what the next steps are. From the staff report, these are the recommended actions that were at the top there, so we always like to start with those. We'll also put them at the end so remember what we're doing, and so that they're easily accessible. Why are we doing this now? Right, this was one of the things that we'd heard of or have heard in the comments and the voluminous. We got a lot of comments today. Is about identifying the elements to include in 3B. We need time to understand those financing tools. We've heard a lot about that tonight. And talk about what that day one planning and preferred scenario might be. So we'll go through kind of all those things. Hopefully you had a chance to read the staff report. I know it was long and there were a lot of attachments, but there's been a lot of work that's gone into 3A to really try and understand where we are and where we should be going. So there's one question before you tonight. Should the preferred scenario include any uses requiring a future ballot measure under Measure LC or not? And then if so, should any housing be included? God bless you.
Bless you.
Bless you. There are three potential pathways. Option one, use only uses that do not require a vote. Direct staff for uses that would require a vote but not housing. And then option 3, uses that would require a vote and include housing. That was all in the staff report. So a very quick project overview, just because we've got a lot of people here today. This is the airport site. It's 191.6 acres. We're also providing the breakdown of what that is today. 17 acres is technically in Los Angeles. You all know that, but I just want to say it out loud. Where we are in the process, this is a 5-phase process. We are currently at the end of 3A, where we've presented 3 scenarios for community and council feedback and looking to go into phase 3B. And then that would be in the fall, and we'll talk about that as well. We have been at this, a couple of people had mentioned, for over a year of community engagement, right? This project kicked off, this phase of this project kicked off in May of last year. We've had 87 public meetings. We've had a very robust project website. You're going to hear me direct a lot of the information to check that out. Virtual education sessions, pop-ups, online surveys, and smaller group discussions in a variety of... Ooh, sorry. Oh, there we go. It's like it got cut off. To really try and get to a wide swath and a more full breadth of our full community. With the culmination of phase 2 was to create the guiding principles. That was when we came before you at the end of January of this year. And we keep these in mind throughout the project, and we'll see how that ties back together as well. So phase 1 and phase 2, we took all of that information, created guiding principles. We were before you in January, as I mentioned, and at that meeting was where you said, come back with one option, or at least one option that would not require a vote, and at least one option that studied some housing. And when the some housing discussion came in, we took that very seriously because that was not something that we had explored deeply in phases 1 and 2. And so we came up with the design layers, which we'll go through a little bit tonight as well, to start to understand where did people fall on these types of things. And master planning is complex, right? So trying to break down what a master plan would look like, how it's built, and trying to figure out what that range or where people fall on a spectrum, taking what we learned there, creating the draft scenarios, doing a whole series of boards and commission meetings, the community event, and doing the COMAP exercise of 3B. Brings us to tonight, right? So July 8th, here we are at council looking for your input. We've gotten a lot of community feedback. So the layers, excuse me, the layers study, as I mentioned, we took master planning into 6 different layers, one specifically on housing, one specifically on revenue generation, looking at passive uses, active uses, topography, and connectivity and mobility. Those are kind of some big, broad categories on how you might think about master planning and what's preferred. And we're just going to go through very high level. Again, on the project website, you can go to a layers survey dashboard, which is an interactive way of looking at the data, as well as a static PDF that recounts all of our information. So we're only going through a very high level tonight. Connectivity and mobility, preferred option B. Again, just for those that maybe either took the survey or it's been a while since they did, we asked people to rank choice vote. And on all 6 of the layers, A is the least intensive of that layer, and D is the most. So in this example, A has no additional road crossings, B has 1, C has some, D has a lot. And you'll see that across all of the layers. So for here, the preferred option was option B. Again, you can dig in on the website. For water and topography, again, A being the least intensive, D being the most, C was the preferred option. For ecology and passive uses, B again was the preferred option. For active park uses, B was the preferred option. You'll start to notice a theme here. And then in the housing layer. And so the housing layer, A is the preferred option. Because we're directed to have a no vote option, A is what you see there. So when A is being shown as the preferred option, that is a no housing option. B has some, C has some more, D has a lot. And this ranking went A, B, C, D for this survey. The revenue generation, B was the preferred option. And again, you can see again, A being the least, D being the most. So what did we do with that information? We took what we learned there and created 3 scenarios. And from the beginning of this project, it was not about creating 3 scenarios where you pick one that you like, right? We've been talking about picking the parts and pieces or the elements where there is support. And so we took what we learned in the layers survey and created 3 very different scenarios, right? They are intentionally different from each other. They are not meant to pick from, as I mentioned. The co-map exercise allowed folks to pinpoint specific areas that they supported or didn't and leave comments. These were meant to be tools for conversation so that as we bring this information to you tonight, council has the ability to choose what they want to see going forward. And in the preferred scenario of 3B, that's when we'll bring back a brand new scenario, a totally different one, but it's based on the community feedback and council direction that we've heard. So again, it is not picking one of the 3 scenarios. Scenario 1 explored the no vote option. We've heard this one was boring and it's too rectilinear. It is based on the runway, and so there's reasons why there. As you can see on the west end, that is increasing our biodiversity. That's providing that start with nature, where you can get sort of immersed in that nature. Moving to the east, we're saving a section of the runway, honoring that history and place and what was here. In the middle is a large reservoir, right? This is not water that you can get on. This is water as infrastructure. It takes up a pretty good amount of space, and that's intentional, right? In this option, we are relying on the revenue that is currently generated from those leased spaces at the airport. And so we are looking for partners and other funding sources. So this one is one that we've been in discussions about our water infrastructure and what does water resiliency and some of those things that we've heard talked about tonight, what does that look like and what could that be? But somebody else constructs it, maintains it, and operates it other than the general fund. And then on the east end, that's where you see the active sports. So there's ball fields of all sorts, courts of a variety of types, but this is something where a number of people mentioned the LOIs. This is seen as a public-private partnership opportunity where someone would come in, and we did get at least one, I'm pretty sure it was 2, that would look at these sort of sports complex type places. So again, they are building it, they are operating it, they are maintaining it. We get the benefit of using it, but there's a use agreement that would have to be part of that, and that's generally a paid entity. But again, it's trying to balance those revenue opportunities and what are all the ways that we can do that. So that's scenario 1. Scenario 2, weaving park and community. Here you start to see some bigger moves. On that west end, it is still a little bit more natural. There's some smaller event spaces, cultural centers, things like that, that might require a vote if it is a new cultural center, and that's something we're continuing to refine our understanding on. You see that meandering path of the water. In the center, there is a large amphitheater. This is one that we've been in contact with other park entities or operators that by having, in the example that we have, 4 large events a year in that park, it pays for the free programming for the whole year. So is that a good idea? Is it not? Again, we're not saying any one of these scenarios is perfect, but there are parts and pieces of all of them that we might find support in. So is that a good idea? As we move to the east, you see a smaller reservoir area, and then a sort of that biodiversity enhancing that start with nature and immerse yourself in nature on the east side. What is underneath of that is a water treatment plant. There's a large trunk line that runs through Bundy. If we were taking off that, let's say, stormwater, treating it up to a potable standard, for anyone that has been to our SWIP facility that is just a block away, it's that type of idea. And maybe that helps us get to water self-sufficiency, and maybe that gets us to water exporting. Things like that, right? Are those good ideas? Are they not? If the water fund is building that, right, they are willing to put reasonable things on top. So that, again, someone else is paying for things instead of the general fund. You'll also see kind of to the left of the amphitheater that there are some free fields and courts, and there are some pay-to-play fields and courts. This option also explored some housing. And we've also heard that too many of them had housing, but for staff, the reason why you see 2 options that have housing in them And this is not just housing, right? It is revenue generating possibilities, right? This could be a children's museum. This could be commercial development. This could be housing in a variety of different types, and provide different amounts of funding, whether that's capital operating or maintenance and programming. But exploring what does that mean? How much, how many locations, are some locations acceptable or not, right? Those were the types of things that we were looking to have discussions on. It does also keep a good bit, I think it keeps at least half of the existing revenue on site, so that is again contributing to how this scenario would be funded, or potentially. In scenario 3, this is our most robust sort of and most structured. So you see the most number of vehicular connections. You see connections through 31st, through Ocean Park, at Centinela, and also at, I believe that's 28th. Again, on the western side, those are the great views of the ocean. They have some smaller event lawns and cultural spaces, as well as areas for immersing in nature. I forgot to mention there are different versions of community gardens or community farms or orchards, or someone mentioned the native nursery, right? Those ideas could translate throughout. There's an event lawn, and then in the middle, there is water as recreation. So this is water that you could get on, right? This is you could stand up paddleboard potentially. You could kayak, right? It's not water you can swim in, but it's water that you can experience as recreation. With a smaller amphitheater here, adventure playgrounds and other types of things, providing spaces on that southern edge to have restaurants or other types of commercial activities to enjoy that water and maximize that. And then on the east, you see the free and open to the public, right? Yes, the free version, not having a public-private partnership on the east end, because now we've generated revenue in different ways. This includes the aquatic center, and you see a number of places that include housing. And so, again, exploring ideas, are any of these good or not, is what we were looking at with the 3 scenarios. Let me go back just before people's, before that's too much to stare at. So what we did is we presented the 3 scenarios at the community event, and then we opened something called COMAP. And COMAP was meant to take an icon, drop it on a thing, give a thumbs up to say I like this, or a thumbs down to say I don't like this, and then you were able to leave comments. And what that all sort of amalgamates up to is this. And it does look like, so there was a lot of comments. And let me just say there were over 1,200 people took COMAP. There were 12,000 comments, more than 12,000 comments, and there were 17,000 icons placed. So we don't expect you to be able to read this at all. Don't worry about it. But what we'll show on the next slide is this is an example of how we're using that data. So on our website, there is the COMAP results PDF that was uploaded today. And what you'll see is per layer and per scenario, you'll be able to see the heat maps. And some people have an easier time reading these and some don't. So we appreciate that. And it's why we created the key takeaways for the layer. We're not going to go through every single layer tonight. That is all on the website. But this is an example of for active park uses. You can see in scenario 1, there was a lot of support in that eastern area. There was some level of disapproval in that same area. And so that's where those key takeaways help make sense of where you might see conflicting information. And there's a lot more detail on the website. You see the same thing in scenario 2 and the same thing in scenario 3, where there are areas of consensus around approval and areas of consensus around disapproval. And so we can go into more depth, but that's basically, we've got a summary slide that talks about what are the big takeaways that we've heard about all 3 scenarios with all of the information that we've been given during the community engagement. So scenario 1 across the layers survey and COMAP was preferred for, because it included no housing, so on the housing layer, as well as on the revenue generation layer, because it was using only the adaptive reuse options for that. Scenario 2 was the preferred scenario for connectivity, mobility, water and topography, ecology and passive uses, and active park uses. And scenario 3 was not preferred for any of the project layers. So these statements are from the layers survey, the COMAP, and from what we heard at the community event. And again, all of that detail is on our project website. Where we also saw consensus across the 3 scenarios and bringing forward is that there's a strong desire for nature, that there is support for balanced support of active uses and amenities, that there's a clear preference for connectivity and sustainable mobility, right, prioritizing those bike and ped access ways. There's divided but vocal views on housing, which I think we heard tonight, right? There's on both sides. We hear a lot. It is the one that had the most comments across all of the layer survey and COMAP, but it is a very divisive topic. And then last, that the revenue strategies should align with park values, right? So across all 3 scenarios, through all of this engagement work, that's what we've heard. Alongside this, we heard a little bit tonight about the letters of interest. They are also posted as of today on the project website, so you can now go see them. There was a delay in this because we needed to work with some of the respondents about their submission. They had some things that were marked confidential, and we wanted to be mindful about that. But we received 69 letters of interest, and they had a wide range of activities, as well as who submitted, right? We had everything from a 13-year-old community member all the way up to multinational corporations. We had everything from recreation and athletics to aviation to entertainment, housing, as well as environmental and ecology and restoration, mobility ideas, and education and youth programming. So it really spanned a wide range. And because this is a letter of interest, there's not a next step right now. What we brought these forward was to say, here's the types of things, here are the types of community groups and entities that are interested and took the time to provide ideas. And so are any of these something that might help as we think about the preferred scenario in 3B? And we can, there is also an attachment to the staff report, I think it was attachment B, that went through and gave kind of a synopsis of all of them, but if you want all of the detail, you can now find that on the project website. Park funding, all right. I am not a funding expert, so HRNA is gonna help along with this. I'm gonna do the first slide and then hand it over to Connie. There's been a lot of comments, the public comments that we received talked about airport financing, and there's been a number rolling around that there's $22 million. And we just wanted to go through what is actually at the airport. And so we break it into non-aeronautical and aeronautical, and then what that means for the total airport. So you can see in revenues what is generated, and then what operating expenses are. And that's the part that we think is getting missed in a lot of the conversations right now, and those range. And then what that net difference is. And just to note that in the aeronautical, there's a reason it's a deficit, right? This was something that came about last year when we were assessing the landing fees. So there is a deficit because we need to eliminate that aeronautical surplus before it closes, right? That is an FAA-directed negotiation. And again, I'm not the airport director, but these, we've worked very closely with them to be able to report out reasonable numbers that we can stand by. And so we just wanted to kind of start with that to say this is what is reasonable there. That 6 to 7 million is what you saw in the staff report. And so to dig into park financing, oh, did we miss this slide? No, there we go. I just hit it twice. I'm going to hand it over to Connie.
Thanks, Amber, and good evening, and thanks everyone for waiting it out to this moment, I guess. I'm Connie Chung, Managing Partner of the Los Angeles office of HR&A Advisors. I'm also the leader of our National Parks and Open Space Economics practice. Through that work, we've supported over 120 parks nationwide, as well as park systems, including here in the Southern California area, many of your neighbors. So my work at the firm has really centered on the implementation and economics of park projects over the years. We've looked at how parks are funded and supported economic planning for many places here in the LA region, and that's why the city and Sasaki engaged us to examine the 3 topics here on the slide. We're examining potential capital funding, the way to pay for operations and maintenance, and eventually the economic and fiscal benefit of the park itself. And this is all beginning with the assumption that the general fund is not anticipated to be a source. So beginning with capital, we know that parks are expensive to build. This is just a sample of a handful of parks from around the country that we thought were relevant. And you can really see the range here from around, I'm looking at the per acre cost on the right, the total is in the middle, about $800,000 per acre for LA State Historic Park, all the way up to nearly $6 million an acre for Brooklyn Bridge Park in New York. And of course, there in the middle, in the blue, is Santa Monica's own Memorial Park, which is coming in for phases 1 and 2 at around $4 million an acre for $40 million. They're expensive to build, we know that. They're also, they also need to be maintained and operated, and that takes a lot of costs as well, particularly in urban environments. So again, this is an assortment, a range of parks that we thought relevant from, you know, about $100,000 per acre as all the way up to $400,000+ an acre. The projects in orange all include things like active free programming, you know, landscape horticulture, maintenance, and security, while in the blue you see the Public Landscape Division of the City of Santa Monica itself, just for landscaping and irrigation, is $100,000 an acre on its own.
So as Connie mentioned, there's a lot that goes in there. And while that $100,000 is what is in our current public landscape budget, again, only for landscaping and irrigation, there are a lot of other things that will need to go into this, even in that day one scenario. And we do talk a little bit more about day one in a little bit, but we wanted to highlight this. This is by no means an exhaustive list, but as we open up spaces for people, we want to make sure that they feel safe, that they are engaged, people want to come back multiple times, and that they're fun places to be, right? That is the biggest thing. So programming and activations will be really important. How do we build it, operate it, and maintain it? How do we get to it? What is that connectivity to it and through it? What are our regulatory frameworks, right? What allows us to do that? We've got general plans and zoning and all sorts of other things that we need to work within. And as you know, as we've talked a lot about, is public safety, right? So there's a number of folks or a number of instances where we would want to make sure that this is a clean and safe park or place. That takes a lot. We have already started to work with all of these departments to understand what that cost might look like so that we can bring that back to you in the fall. One other example that gets discussed a lot is Tempelhof in Berlin. And we've heard this name talked about a lot. And it's given as an example because it was an airport that was in Berlin. It was closed in 2008, and then it was opened up to the public 2 years later. And that they had a great response. They had over 200,000 visitors in that opening weekend. But it is a very large-scale park. And we are trying to learn from the things that went well there and also learn from the things that didn't go as well there. They did have some safety challenges and things as well that resulted in intermittent closures throughout. They are also now, in 2024, they launched a public dialogue about what this should become, and that there's a new design competition that's currently ongoing. And they're looking at a variety of things so that they can continue to have this open space for their community, but also generate dollars to construct things that will continue to bring people there, as well as ongoing sources for those operations and maintenance costs. And we can dig into that more if you'd like, but that's kind of the overview of Tempelhof. So I'm gonna hand it back to Connie so she can talk about funding sources.
All right, so coming back to Santa Monica, we've looked at 4 categories of funding sources and financing mechanisms. 3 of them, public funding, philanthropy, and earned revenue, are here on this page, and the 4th one is on the following page. Some of these uses, and you'll see in the columns on this table, can be used for capital funding to build the park. Some of them can be some of them can be used for operating revenue. Some of them can be used for both. So we looked at whether they can be used for capital, operating, or both. In addition, we looked at the approval requirements, thinking about the feasibility of these sources. Some of them require, for example, a vote of the public, unrelated to Measure LC, but simply to approve the mechanism. Some require foregoing existing general fund revenue, and some would impose new taxes or fees. And you'll see, and there's a lot more detail in attachment H that we've summarized here. The fourth source that we looked at is here. It's real estate and value capture, or potential real estate and value capture, which includes mechanisms that can be used both on and off-site, such as enhanced infrastructure financing districts, or EIFDs, community facilities districts, or CFDs, climate resilience districts, which have been talked about a lot of late, as well as sources that would depend on on-site development, so ground lease and land sale being those two. The takeaway from the funding and financing overview in attachment H is really that any scenario for the site could have a feasible funding strategy, but each option will have clear benefits, trade-offs, as well as costs. So for example, an EIFD strategy would forego existing general fund revenue and future general fund revenue, and it may also require partnership with the county or the city of Los Angeles. A CFD would impose a new tax on at least some residents. And on the other hand, allowing other uses could generate proceeds that the city could use to pay for park construction and/or the operations and maintenance, including to support free programs and events. Whatever the council directs, the funding strategy will involve trade-offs, some costs, some benefits, and commitments from community members and the city to be realized. And that will be studied further in phase 3. Back to Amber.
Thank you, Connie. All right, conclusions and recommendations. There we go. There was also a lot of talk about how does this happen, right? I don't think anyone thinks on January 1st we have instant park and we just go from there, right? So what we're trying to show in this slide is that this team is planning for what happens on that day one. So you see those images on the far left, right? That is riding your bike on the runway, right? Having it open, there's progress and things happening, but there's sort of a setting expectations for what that day one is. Some of these things can be really fun, and some of them can be very practical. And then as we move across to that one day, like realizing the vision, there are many steps along the way. And these are just examples of what that might entail, right? It could be that we start to expand the activities, that we can start to program it. We can start to introduce some trees that are in boxes before we start ripping up things, or having interesting ways of painting the current asphalt that is there as we are starting to build that momentum. And then transitioning to a park, right? That's when we start to dig in to getting those green spaces in, right? And then getting all the way to that one day and realization of the vision. And so as we move into 3B, based on the direction that we get tonight, we will be bringing back to you what this could look like. And always keeping in mind, hopefully you've noticed, right, the guiding principles are up above, because that will guide anything and all that we do. Those are really important to the project. But that is something that we keep very at the forefront for all of our work. Next steps after today, we are looking to develop the initial preferred scenario based on your feedback tonight. From that, we will take that, we will create that new scenario and look at the funding and feasibility of it. We will explore those interim open space uses. What does that look like? And then we'll return to you in the fall of this year with what that preferred scenario is for additional comment before moving any further forward with the project. So again, tonight there's one question before you. I'm not going to read it again, and it's in the staff report. There are 3 potential pathways that we'd love to hear more from you on, and then again, the recommended actions. And the one that we really think that we're focusing on tonight is this number 3. And so with that, thank you so much, and we look forward to your questions and comments.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Chiroses, so we're starting with questions.
Thanks so much. I have questions, and thanks to all the members of the public who stayed here and cared enough to give your comments. It really is so appreciated, and really makes me feel so proud to live here, regardless of the fact that everyone might disagree. We all did it respectfully, and so I appreciate that. So are we legally required to pick a primary project for CEQA review that is LC compliant? That's a question for the city attorney.
Are we legally required to pick a CEQA
A
path?
primary project for CEQA review that's LC compliant?
No.
Okay. Is it true that we can study alternatives that are infeasible as long as we focus on the options that are truly feasible? I.e., because we have LC in place, it would be infeasible right now to build housing. Is that correct?
It's not necessarily infeasible. It would be feasible if you had a vote and had other facts to indicate that you could do it.
And when would we have to wait until to do that?
I'm sorry.
When would we have to wait until to do that?
You can start the process of analyzing it even before the vote.
Okay. So for the purposes of LC and our current code, and for the purposes of this project, how does the city define park and recreation space? I don't know if that's someone from planning or the project team that wants to talk about how we define park and recreation space for the purposes of what was compliant with LC in the current code.
So you mean in our zoning code currently?
Correct.
There's a variety of things that are in there, and I don't know if it's easier for you to answer because the zoning code is probably not my major forte, but I know the city attorney has spent a lot of time looking and with the memo that came out in January about LC and that.
So we do have land designations in the loose for open space. We do have a zoning code which also talks about open space and accessory uses. And we also have the open space element, which is pretty old and should be updated. And so we do have planning documents which do have descriptions of open space uses. And these things could also be augmented in conjunction with development of the project to make it clear as to what things are accessory uses to open space uses.
If I could add this, when it comes to the interpreting LC, what are parks or open space or and so forth uses, ultimately the interpretation is up to the council. And if it were challenged, the court would defer to the council's interpretation unless it's clearly erroneous.
Got it. So can you just talk to us about what the legal pathway, and maybe I was trying to get at this with my earlier question, but what the legal pathway to determine if a specific use that's being proposed here, i.e. a cafe, a beer garden, a visitor center, a public lake, meets the definition of a public recreational use under LC?
Well, again, it would be up to the council ultimately to make that determination. Along the way, you would want to articulate why you think a cafe in conjunction with other park uses is ancillary to a park. You would look at what happens in other parks, what is typical, those sorts of things. I think there's some fairly broad discretion there for the council.
So it would be fair to say that revenue-generating uses, like I just mentioned, a museum, cafe, recreational fields, lake, et cetera, that could be compliant under Measure LC?
Yes, you might typically find those things in large parks.
Got it. Is an EIR required to close the airport? That came up.
No further CEQA is required just to close the airport.
And if we did not do an EIR and close the airport, what would we be able to do?
You would simply close the airport and then it would be a closed airport, open space.
With potentially no maintenance, tumbleweeds, drag racing, et cetera.
Well, it would be, physically, it would remain the same.
So it would be helpful if this council moved forward with an EIR in short order here so we could plan for what would happen on January 1st, 2029.
Yes, the CEQA that would be required is post-closure development.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Will the Surplus Lands Act apply after closure?
The Surplus Land Act only applies if the city wants to sell or long-term lease the property.
Okay. And would a program level tiered EIR allow for future park programming to be analyzed in more detail than we've received tonight?
Yes?
So again, we could talk about amphitheater, markets, cafes, et cetera, and whether or not that would meet the definition of recreational uses.
Well, yes, two different things. One is under CEQA, you wouldn't want to analyze anything that potentially could occur. And then under LC, you'd have to make that determination of whether you believe it's a park use without a vote.
Okay, great. Thanks. No further questions.
Councilmember Zwick.
Thank you. I have a few questions. How much are each of those scenarios that you showed supposed to cost in capital and operating expenses?
So at this point, what we did was there were a lot of moving parts, and so we did not do an individual assessment. What we did is created a basket of options of how it could be funded, and then was looking for direction so that we can provide those more detailed analyses of the preferred scenario.
What are the, comparative demands on circulation, mobility, infrastructure of the different scenarios?
Do you mean like the roadways and the bikeways?
Like how much, transportation infrastructure, other water, electric infrastructure would be required by each of the different scenarios comparatively?
Wait, hold on. I think we have some of that. Hold on. There we go. So this one, for 3, you can see it's 16 acres of roads and parking. When it was an airport.
Yeah, I'm talking more about the demands of the uses. So you have housing, you have park, they all have different transportation demands, infrastructure demands that come with those uses. What are the comparative demands of each of these scenarios?
So do you want to talk about that? Okay, so we did a basic level of analyses on these, but that deeper dive for what you're asking is what we would be doing on that preferred scenario, right? To do it on 3, it was meant as a sort of high level is where we were, and then in that preferred scenario is where we'll come back with all of that.
So you're asking us to pick one of these without any of that information, and then you'll just study that one?
So we're not asking to pick any one of the scenarios.
But you're asking us to choose whether, for instance, we want revenue generating uses, housing, no housing, all those questions without information on any of those questions?
I would say the intent, and that's where we think COMAP comes in, is to say, how should we build a preferred scenario, right? It was not meant to pick one over the other, and that we do come back to you, right? This is not like we come back and with all of that information, and then if there's things that need to adjust, then that's what that conversation would be about. So this is sort of a first step. This is not the.
I was under the impression that we were supposed to be developing 3 alternatives and doing full feasibility analyses of all 3.
It was not full feasibility analyses because that would have been very, very expensive. It was sort of that high level analyses and to provide.
This level analysis?
I would say so.
Okay. There's a sentence in the staff report that says, the key question before the city council is whether the preferred scenario should include any uses that would or could require future voter approval pursuant to Measure LC or not, and if so, should housing be considered at all, recognizing that the city has not yet identified sufficient funding for capital infrastructure, development of income-supporting uses, and ongoing maintenance and operations to achieve fiscal sustainability. So you're asking us to choose one of these things without the knowledge of how we will pay for it on a one-time basis, how we will pay for it on an ongoing basis. That's the question before us?
So that is where what we're providing is, and that's where, it's a brief overview tonight, but hopefully in attachment H, it explains better what are the ways, right? We are confident that any.
I read attachment H. I mean, it shows that, yes, I understand there are different financing models, but, in EIFD, of what? Of what percentage? How much money would it raise? How much does that compare to the capital cost that we're trying to raise? I have no idea.
Well, and to be able to, to be able to understand that, right, that's where in the preferred scenario, we can come back with that. We don't have enough information on any one of these to be able to say what it is. It's more about what are the high-level things that you want to go forward so that we can then provide that information. So it's you're making choices tonight with some basic level information, knowing that more detail will come.
But only on one scenario without knowing the comparative costs of any of the scenarios.
There are not comparative costs of the 3.
Okay. So if I was like shopping for a car and I was like, oh, do I want a Prius? Do I want a Hummer? Do I want a Ferrari? And someone said, I'm not going to tell you how much it costs, and I'm not going to tell you what your budget is, and I'm not going to tell you what the fuel mileage is either, in terms of your ongoing maintenance costs or how much it costs to do a repair. Would you want to make a decision?
It's an interesting question. I guess I look at it as that this part of the process was not meant to give full details, because that would have been a very long process and a much more expensive process. So what we concepted was that we would bring 3 high-level concepts so that you get more, right, this whole process that we've started from wider and we've been bringing it down into more and more finite, and 3B is where you get that information. And I understand that that is challenging. What I'm hoping that we provided was at least enough of a basis to say, here are the different levers that we can pull as we go forward to study, but we don't have specific financial information on each one.
But there's not even ballpark numbers for like a LC compliant park versus a, one that we could use other revenue generating sources for, or like, intensive, a nature, a basic, like, let's grow poppies in the field, and just cost out how much it costs to police the area, which will probably be very expensive, versus like, let's build a park. There's not even ballpark numbers in the entire report.
Well, that's where the range of operating expenses, as well as if you look at the case studies that's in attachment H, those are where we're pulling from so that we can start to say, here's what we think the range would be. But we do not have the level of detail and specificity with these 3 high-level concepts to do that work yet.
Okay.
That is a 3B exercise.
Okay. And the LOIs, we did them, we're not going to follow up on the ones that seem credible or revenue generating?
So with the LOIs, there's a lot of procurement rules, which, as you can imagine, right? So going out with the LOIs was to understand kind of the long list of what would people be interested in? What does this look like? Are these interesting concepts that we might want to bring forward and consider? But we have to be very careful not to be in negotiations with anyone at this point, because it was not an RFP or something more substantial. And I believe, I'm just gonna look to city attorney, but if we go into CEQA saying do this and do this and do this, that's not good. We can say explore things, and so we have to go through that CEQA analysis first before we can negotiate anything. And
Can we pressure test, like, just to, ask for more information, pressure test assumptions or otherwise, like, ask for financial data or anything to just understand whether things are realistic in terms of projections?
I'm gonna have to defer to city attorney, because I don't know where a negotiation under CEQA starts. Like, can we ask fact-finding questions, or no at this point? Like,
You can certainly analyze feasibility, yes, before completing CEQA,
okay,
as long as you're not committing to a particular course of action.
okay.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. And I'm curious about remediation really fast. I mean, have we done soil testing yet?
Yes, so we've completed a phase 1. Group Delta is part of the team. That report is on the project website. And we are in the midst of doing a phase 2 so we can better understand what's going on, but we don't have that report yet.
So we don't have any sense of, say, how contaminated the site is or how much it might cost to remediate?
Right, there's known contamination, that is the deep contamination, and that's, that's a separate process that is going through. But for that kind of more shallow, I would say in the top, I think it's 3 to 5 feet is what it is. That's where we're trying to figure out exactly what that is. And so there's the phase 1 is a pretty high level again. And so by the time that we come back in the fall, we should have those results from 2. We were hoping to have them tonight, but we needed some additional testing to make sure that we got it right.
Okay. I guess count me among the confused, I guess, because I feel like we've done a lot of polling of the community and a lot of design exercises, but my understanding of a planning exercise is asking, like, what are the infrastructure requirements of different uses? What are the transportation demands of different uses? What are the costs of different uses? What are the revenue generating of different uses? And I just don't know how to make a decision without any of that information.
I can appreciate that, and that's, you're making some level of decisions tonight, but really in the fall is where you will get that information so that you can.
Right, but for instance, say I only want to park there, and then you study that, and you say, well, okay, this is how much money we can raise, this is how much we think it can cost. There's a delta there, let's say it doesn't quite add up. We already told you not to look at any revenue-generating uses that don't comply with LC, not to look at housing. So at that point, that's when we go back and say, actually, we changed our mind because you studied one and it doesn't add up to something that works? Or I'm just confused why we wouldn't comparatively study anything. Because we're ruling things out, right? We're like, you're talking about a decision tree, and then we analyze one. What if it's insufficient? What if it isn't to our liking? What do we do then?
That's part of, as we are concepting 3B, we are, depending on what the council direction is tonight, 3B will be able to potentially explore some things, but without knowing what we're doing, it's hard to say. We usually plan how the next phase is going to go after the council meeting.
Okay.
But I think to answer your question, if we were to go into 3B, let's say you tell us to do a no vote option, we would, that is our job, is to figure out what those levers to pull are. As you said, there might be a delta, but how do we fill that, right? There's a number of different ways to be able to do that. And as Connie mentioned, but there are trade-offs and benefits and things
But we're
to
stuck
consider.
with that route.
Well, I think there will be many different options on how we do that, and then it'll be you telling us which way to go forward. So go ahead.
I think for the example that you just said, if it was just Measure LC compliant and park use only, there's lots of different ways that we would look at that particular park. Think about the active versus passive recreation and how that gets balanced out, and then working with Connie and her team, understanding what are the revenue potential in that, and then we can look at a couple different ways that plays out. So I would just say that it's not one way to look at that. When we have this decision from tonight, we can start to think about how that plays out.
And say we want housing, and it turns out that, the infrastructure on the site would just make it cost prohibitive.
I'm sorry, can you say that?
So say we want to build a lot of housing there, and then the study says that, the infrastructure required would just actually make the housing cost prohibitive, and it really isn't a good site for it at all. So we've studied that, but we've determined that it's not good. So then we just, how do we do something? I'm just confused. Like, what if these options that we study are not feasible?
So we've been working through, and maybe that is more in Connie's realm to answer, but that is something that we are, I would say we are confident that we can figure out, depending on what the council decision is, how to fund things. And so, do you want to?
So they're all feasible.
We believe so, yes, because there's a variety of different ways for us to accomplish them.
Okay. One last question about the water fund.
Sure.
You're talking a lot about using the water fund potentially to build, infrastructure of different water infrastructure, and you're saying that somehow doesn't cost anything, but so.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that it doesn't cost anything. What I'm saying is it doesn't cost the general fund, right? Because
Right, but I'm just saying we just approved like large rate increases, right? And we're making major capital improvements at our entire water system right now. We're issuing large bonds, paying for by very large rate increases in water. How would we pay for that out of the water fund? Would it be more bonds and much larger water increases on our residents? Because that sounds like we'd pay for it.
It's something that we would still have to explore, right? As a concept with water, these are things that they are interested in, but as for how the water fund operates, I can't answer that. I don't.
So theoretically, though, any of those investments aren't budgeted for now. They'd be more bonds, essentially, through the water fund.
I'm going to say potentially.
Okay.
I don't know the answer. But
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I just want to let everybody know everyone's in here with questions and comments. So, Councilmember Raskin.
All right, I'm going to ask some hopefully quick, mostly rhetorical questions for our city attorney team to hopefully
Those are the
coalesce
best.
the question, where we're going with this. So, am I correct in understanding that in the context of an EIR in CEQA, one of the main purposes is to have a range of alternatives so that elected officials can weigh trade-offs between different versions or outcomes that are more or less environmentally harmful?
Yes, factoring in environmental effects, mitigation measures, and so forth, yes.
So CEQA requires an agency to study a reasonable range of legally and economically feasible alternatives.
Generally, yes.
So with that understanding and assuming we're going down the path of an EIR, so we have not yet studied or begun the process of an initial study, which is the first step in kicking off a CEQA process.
No.
And so ultimately, we don't want to foreclose any alternatives at this point because we'll get feedback from the public about the range of different outcomes as we go forward.
I don't know if you want to say foreclose any uses, but
Sure.
yes.
Or at least keep open the possibility that we could receive feedback from the public about alternatives that could inform decision-making.
Right.
And at some point in the future, we're going to be making findings about whether or not alternatives are in fact legally or economically feasible.
Correct.
And we'll also be looking at whether or not alternatives meet the project objectives.
Correct.
And we can't, well, to the extent that there is a more environmentally, say, less impactful alternative, we can't pass that over unless there's another version that meets most of the project objectives.
The council should try to mitigate any environmental impacts, yes.
So, and I understand the point that with the constraints of Measure LC as it exists right now, the legal feasibility of a non-LC compliant project is contingent upon voter approval.
Yes, anything that was not allowed by LC without a vote, yes, you'd have to first analyze it and then potentially put it out to a vote.
And within the context of what we're designing towards, we have to design something that includes, well, to the extent that it has, significant environmental impacts, it has to have design features and mitigation measures that are legally and economically feasible.
Yes.
Okay. So, all right.
In other words, you can't adopt a mitigation measure if it's not feasible.
Right, and you can't,
Right.
The design choices are informed by accomplishing mitigation that will address significant environmental impacts to the extent that they exist.
Correct.
Such that design choices should be focused on within the context of what's legally and economically feasible.
Yes.
Okay, that's all my questions.
Councilmember Snell.
Councilman Raskin cleared up a lot of.
Your mic.
Your mic's not on.
See if it's working.
We
Hear me now? Okay. Councilman Raskin has cleared up a lot. My only question, and obviously, the financial impact of any one of these three scenarios at this point in time has not been brought before us, so we don't know. But when you bring back this one scenario based on our direction this evening, will we have an opportunity to make corrections with respect to that may be completely different than what we're talking about right at this point now?
Yeah, and that's why we come back to you, is that we know that we don't have the level of detail of information that you need and or want, right? That is very clear. But that's where the preferred scenario comes in, where there will be a lot more discussion, a lot more analysis, so that you can. And that is why we come back to you, is that you can then say, tweak this or move that or not this, and you have that one. I don't like this thing. Can you put that thing? Whatever it is.
So to limit any options at this point would be, from our standpoint, be a situation by which would be probably a negative effect with respect to this project, because we don't know by limiting options what that effect would be. So what I mean by that, if we said, we don't want any housing at this point, okay, we just want to have LC compliant with respect to it. At the end of December 31st, 2028, then we could go back and take a look at and say, well, maybe housing would be included or other alternative uses could be part of it. Is that correct?
I want to be real careful because I don't know the CEQA implications of that. I'm not exactly sure how to answer that.
Are you asking if you start down a path and examine feasibility and it doesn't appear to be feasible, can you change your mind?
Yes.
Or pivot? Yes, you may. Now, assuming that we do the environmental analysis for that.
Right. Exactly. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. Wasn't clear.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Thank you. So a lot of things were cleared up for myself as well by some Councilmember Raskin's questions. I did have a couple of clarifying questions. So in scenario one, how much space does that reservoir actually take up?
It's about 20 acres.
Okay, so that reduces the, so if that's included in the park area, quote unquote, then that reduces the actual like park space to about 112-ish acres, hypothetically.
Yeah, I mean, we would say, right, a reservoir, much like if you've been to Franklin or other, you can walk around it. There's birds and plants, and it's sort of nature preserving, but it's not water that you can get on. So I would say it's still part of recreation, but it would be different.
Got it.
Not
So-
fully accessible.
So then effectively in scenario one, then yes, you can't use that, but you can walk around it, et cetera. So it's like 112 acres of quote unquote park space. In scenario two, I think it was 104 acres, if I remember correctly. 102. And then scenario three was, if I remember, 114. So out of all of them, scenario three actually has the most quote unquote park space as we're defining it here. Is that accurate to say?
I mean, I would include the reservoir in the number in one, but
Got it.
for what
because
you're
you can't-
describing,
yeah, like
then
actually usable park space. Okay, got it. So that's, sorry, that was just a clarifying question because I didn't quite understand that. The second question, does studying a preferred scenario that may potentially require a vote under LC preclude us from also studying a scenario or scenarios that wouldn't require a vote? Like, I think this might have already been answered, but maybe my brain just isn't processing.
do you mean under CEQA? Is
Well,
because are you looking
whatever
at, like, what are the alternatives?
Sorry, what we're discussing today. So we're my understanding, if I'm correct in my understanding of what our mission is today, is to identify the different elements from the various scenarios and the layers that people were presented in the survey that we would like to be included in a preferred scenario for further study and feasibility analysis.
Correct.
Okay, so if we were to select a variety of uses and potential things that would
To
that
explore.
we to explore that may potentially require a vote, does that also does that preclude us from also potentially studying the feasibility of something that wouldn't require a vote? I don't know if that
So
makes
you mean
sense.
for the fall? You
Yeah,
would want
for the
to,
fall.
like, basically two options?
Like, is that a possibility?
I think I understand what you're saying.
Okay,
I
thank you.
think, again, from today, we're going to get the guidance on how to move forward with the design. And so what you're saying is maybe one of those does have some elements in it that would require a vote. Could we also look at that same plan and scenario with one that doesn't have those elements in it? I think the design would have to be tweaked a little bit. Obviously, it's not just pull it out.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you could look at those two different options.
So we could hypothetically identify two potential preferred scenarios because we don't know the actual feasibility. So we don't,
The city
I don't,
attorney.
does that not make,
City attorney
okay,
has
sorry,
Counsel,
am I,
from a legal perspective, you can direct studying anything you want,
okay. So,
whether it requires a vote or not.
I think she's
I-
talking
Yeah.
about the planning.
Yeah.
sorry.
Just as the project manager, right? Where I am very budget conscious.
So we're just gonna study everything under the sun, just kidding,
Right.
just kidding.
I am not gonna advocate and say, sure, we can study two preferred options. I mean, I would love to, but we have finite dollars and already a scope of work. So if it is an option, and then we're studying like an A of it, or like it's this option, but we're just tweaking some things, is this in or out? That's probably feasible, right, within the budget and the time frame and all those things. But if we're saying two totally separate ones, we would have to think about that budget-wise.
Okay, got it.
I mean,
So
I
preferred scenario, potentially some small tweaks.
yeah, if you were
and-
like, we want to see this with all of the food and beverage things that we're interested in, and an amphitheater of some size, and whatever else it is that you want, and we would like to understand if we had a large amphitheater
versus
or
a
not.
small
Right, versus
amphitheater or
a small
something
one.
like that.
Or we want to know that it's, 10 soccer fields or that it's only 4 soccer fields, right? Are we doing a large regional complex or are we doing something smaller, right? Something like that potentially we could start to, but again, it's going to depend on the direction and we would have to
Okay.
think about that. But I don't want to promise that we can have 2 scenarios.
Understood. Yeah, I obviously don't want to put too much on it because I know there's still going to be much more time to this process and much more analysis. So next question, and this is, I apologize if this is a stupid question. So the text of Measure LC states, if all or part of the airport land is permanently closed to aviation use, no new development of that land shall be allowed until the voters have approved limits on the uses and development that may occur on the land. However, this section shall not prohibit the City Council from approving the following on airport land that has been permanently closed to aviation use: the development of parks, public and open spaces, and public recreational facilities, and the maintenance and replacement of existing cultural, arts, and education uses. So I think I asked this beforehand, but can you just confirm that this refers to existing cultural, arts, and education uses that were present at the time of LC and not just before we closed the airport?
That is my understanding, and I'll just double check that I'm saying the right thing to City Attorney, but in the memo from January, I believe that's what it says, is that it was the uses that were there at the time of when LC came in, so 2014. And the differentiation, which there were some questions around like, what is a park, what is open space, what is public recreation, right? And there's information in our zoning code, and there's also like some information and also not, never enough, but is it an ancillary use? And then again, for those existing or replacement issues or questions, right? As long as that doesn't trigger new development, that's where those things can stay. They can be morphed a little bit, but you can't have new development of those things. And that's where hopefully everyone saw the flow chart that City Attorney put together, and hopefully that's helpful as well.
So for example, if we wanted to include a study of an aquatics facility, would that fall under the public recreational facilities and thus be covered under LC, or does that depend on what type of aquatics facility?
So we believe so, right? It seems that way. And we'd asked the question about, do you have to pay for it or not, right? An entry fee or something. I think where we're still trying to understand exactly what it is let's say that it is a massive aquatic center and it is taking over, it is more dominant than the park itself, right? That's where we would have to look at what is that primary use and an ancillary use. And I mean, an aquatic center seems pretty clear to me, but again, in the zoning code, they do call out specific things. And we would just have to work with our planning staff, which we do on this project regularly to help to understand that. And that's where, depending on what direction you give us, right? Let's say you said an aquatic center, but we want a no vote option, then the aquatic center can't be the size that would trigger a vote. Same with an amphitheater or other, right? If you're choosing option 1, 2, or 3, those answers vary, but we would come back. Oh, go ahead.
Council, first of all, park and public recreational facility are 2 different things.
Yes.
So the public recreational facility does not have to fall within the definition of park. So an aquatic center where people go and swim, which I think would be recreation, could stand on its own and would not require a vote.
Got it. So like an ice skating rink or a roller rink or other recreational.
As long as the council would determine that it's recreational and open to the public.
Okay, got it. All right. Yeah, we're not touching that one. Okay, I'm sure I'll have more questions later as the conversation continues, but
Councilmember Zook, if you don't mind, I'm gonna ask some questions since I haven't gone yet. Everyone's spoke yet. I just had a question, a few questions, some have been answered. Can you just quickly back up for just a quick second for the public's sake and clarify, when you say aeronautical revenue, whether or not this money from that is actually seen by the city? Can you just briefly explain what that means? Because I think when we list it as revenue, it can...
So it is part of the airport fund,
Right.
And the airport fund stays at the airport, so it doesn't come into the general fund. Is that what you
That's
mean?
what I meant. I
Okay,
think some
yes.
people see it as revenue, that maybe the airport
stays
generates
at the
revenue
airport.
for the city. Did you have a question?
If I could just clarify, when we talk about aeronautical revenue, we're talking about lease from the aviation industry, the tie down, the hangars. Those are all considered aeronautical revenues.
And that revenue goes into the general fund, or no? It stays with the airport
with the
fund?
airport fund.
Okay, just wanted to be clear about that. And then when we talk about the Park District, Water Reservoir, SWIP, and how those potentially could work combined as an enterprise fund to potentially support a park, like, do you have any more details about that? Or is this one of those things that we have to study deeper?
So the idea, at least, and this is, again, these are concepts, and we would obviously have to work closely with our water resources team to understand what any of that, there are implications about, right, what does that capital budget look like and how is that funded? And those are things that would come. If this is something that is of interest to the council, then we are able to bring back more information. And oh, say again? Okay.
And if I may, the other thing is, like Amber said, that all hasn't been put together yet, but there's interest. There could be interest from other water agencies that would want to combine with the city of Santa Monica, because we would potentially be able to produce more water than we need as a city.
So we could sell
And so
it
we
back.
would have investment from other agencies. So,
that-
but again, that hasn't been discussed. These are all just ideas that we're putting together.
Okay, and if it does close without a clear plan on December 31st, 2028, or even if we put our hopes and dreams up here, how long will it take to do the environmental remediation estimated?
So we don't know yet. We know there will be some cleanup, but until we get that phase 2 back, it's hard to say. But no matter what direction you give tonight, we know that there's going to be some amount of time that we have to make it safe for people to go on there, right? There are tie downs there that people can trip on. There are light poles that are not meant for humans, right? They're meant for planes, and that's not safe. So there's some amount of work that we have to do to make it safe for the community, no matter what. You know, maybe there's some small section that we have a New Year's Eve party on January 1st, but there's going to be times where it is closed because we have to make sure that it is safe and that we can manage it. And so I can't give you an answer on remediation yet, but we know there will be some amount of time where it is under remediation so that fixing those types of things so that it can be safe for community members to enjoy.
And then for those LOIs, did they come with financial proposals?
Some of them did. And so that's where it's on our website. If it's helpful, I can send the link to Nikki or however that gets sent out to all of you. Some of them had pretty robust financials. Some of them had more ideas. Some of them had partnership opportunities. So there's a wide range in all of them, but some of them do have significant financial data.
And then lastly, I just wanted to echo Councilmember Zwick's concern that I'm just curious why we didn't prioritize analyzing this. And I'll save my comments, but the reason being that I sort of feel like we're misleading the public and picking all these wonderful things. It's literally like a dream board. And I want to dream really big, and I think everybody does. But then, are we putting a $30 billion mansion on our dream board? Looking at it like, I don't know how I'm going to get there in my 40s. I'm already, you know what I'm saying? I just don't understand why we didn't prioritize that first. I get that you have to have this overarching idea, but it does seem that, as you mentioned, like so whatever scenario is picked to go forward, that if that's not feasible, even though we seem to think that maybe it is, that it seems to me like then the airport would just be closed and empty, and potentially you'd have homeless encampments there and weeds growing up underneath the asphalt. Drag racing, yeah.
Yeah, right, the drag racing is interesting. And that's, Peter was just mentioning, and that was what I was gonna answer, is that this is the time, right? We should all be very excited about what this opportunity is. And we know that there's many people said, a long runway to get to what that final vision board is, or as you were calling it. But it's about the incremental implementation, right? So we know that this is not going to happen in the first year. This is 0 to 5 may look the same no matter what you tell us to do tonight. It's about building, when we know what our endpoint is, how do we build the capital? How do we build the funding? How do we build the excitement, the philanthropy? How do we go after state bonds and grants and Prop 4 money and other, like there's a lot of ways to go about it. Once we know what that vision is, we then put together a plan that says, some of these things we can go faster and we build them out quicker, and some of them are gonna go slower, and that's okay. But what that timeline is will expand and contract depending on what those things are. And so some of these financial levers might mean that it happens sooner, and if we choose differently, then it might just mean that the full build out takes longer. And that's one of those trade-offs.
So are
Does
a
that
lot of,
help?
no, I get it. And there's a lot of mites, and those mites come with more chain link fences around this area doing nothing. And I think my concern is that there's this idea that if we just go with option one with no vote, that it will become a park. And I don't know if that's true. Is that true, that it could, if that's the option that we vote for tonight, that it won't see any housing?
I mean, if that's what your direction is, but yeah, thank you. We're not picking an option.
I guess that's my
so
point.
hard.
Tonight, we're giving ideas, but I think everybody showed up tonight thinking that if we say that we just want it to be a park, and we pick a scenario that has all park and no housing, that if we say that tonight and we come back in the fall with some feasibility studies, that's what it's gonna be. But I don't think that that's true.
So in the fall, right, that, I forget who asked it, but when we come back, you can make tweaks or changes or say, we studied this, but now we think we want to do, you know.
Right, so to be clear, we could make tweaks and changes, and this council could say, actually, we came back with a feasibility for the park, but we'd rather see housing. So what you say tonight, what this council says tonight, doesn't dictate what actually will happen, because when those feasibility studies come back, they could say something else and the council
Yeah.
could change their mind.
I think tonight you're telling us what to explore, and we will come back with what we've explored, and then you will give us additional feedback.
I just want that to be clear for everybody who's here saying that they were here for housing or for park, that whatever we've said, you know, that whether it's housing or park may not be the case because we don't have any feasibility studies yet. Councilmember Zwick?
Thank you. I just had one quick question / follow-up. I was looking back at the 2022 RFP, and I'm reading the key deliverables, and it talks about visualization of minimum 3 high-level alternative land use scenarios, and then it says economic feasibility studies for each scenario, including rough order magnitude costs for implementation and ongoing operations and management, utility requirements, and available grant, enhanced infrastructure financing district strategies, and or municipal bond levy funding sources as applicable. That sounded like it said it was for each scenario.
So that was part of the RFP, and that we were headed down one path there. Then we came back, let's see, the Sasaki contract came back before you in December of '23, and that scope of work was similar, I would say. And when we started the project, right, knowing that we were focusing on Measure LC, we had kind of developed certain assumptions. Then in January, when housing came in and we were trying to understand what that meant.
Why would you have certain assumptions? Measure LC just says any land use scenario needs to be approved by the people.
Yeah.
So why would you have any assumptions as to what land use scenario we would be choosing?
In phase 1 and 2, right, that was where we had asked questions about tell us all the things. And while housing was on there, it was, right, second least liked, it made, and 39th out of liked. And so it was a conflicting use, I would say. And then in January is when we got that direction. And so trying to understand what that means, right, to really dig into a full financial or a full financial analysis, we need to know a lot more about the housing, and we don't have enough information to say, we don't know what a unit count is, we don't know what the mix is, we don't know the height, we don't know the typologies, we don't know what affordable or not and the percentages. So we were trying to explore some of those things in 3A, and we do not have enough information to say that with any authority. So what we've provided, we think, is that second half of what you just read about what are those options that could be available so that we can bring that back.
When you ask, like, do you want no roads, 1 road, or 6 roads, isn't that partly dependent on the land uses? Like, wouldn't the land uses partly determine how much roads you need, for instance, on a project? Why would you ask us how many roads we want when we don't know, like, you can't separate out how many roads you want in a project from what would be there, right?
Yes, normally.
But you
it's
asked us
a-
like to choose how many roads we wanted, but separate from what would be there. It just doesn't make sense to me as a planning exercise.
So, and for some reason it's not advancing, but with all of these in the layer survey, right, we were trying to break down master planning. So we're not saying, right, these are layers of a master plan.
But
So
some of them don't go with others, is what I'm saying.
that is fair.
But you're like, you guys chose this many roads. What do we do with that information if it's not compatible with other things that they chose that demand more or less roads?
Well, so if I could just jump in real quick. So just to kind of, in an attempt to bring us back to getting direction on component parts of what you would like us to analyze in a scenario in the next phase, it's really gets to like site permeability. It's not road specifically, right? Yeah, of course, depending on the types of uses, the recreational, the housing, neighborhoods, you know, serving retail, whatever the component parts are that council would like to see within this
Wouldn't
site.
those parts dictate the answers? Like,
To
doesn't it feel
somewhat-
like it's
to
backwards to some
roadways
extent?
potentially, to bike paths potentially, to, you know, how, you know, Bundy transforms as, you know, a transit corridor. I mean, in partnership with LA, there's a lot, it's more about permeability. It's not so black and white about roads or all housing, you know, in the buildable areas. How much density do you want to see? How much build out do you want to see on the site? So we're still in a very conceptual phase. So I think it would be helpful to speak more in the conceptual terminology and not specifics like road specifically, or, you know, do we want to see aquatics? Great, you know,
Yeah,
the
I'm just-
types of recreation you would like to see. So
Right, I was
that's
just
the
asking
type
why
of
we were
direction.
asked how many roads you wanted, because it feels like that would be a downstream question, which I think you're saying also.
Yeah,
Okay,
but I'm also saying that we're not asking you for how many roads you want to see. It's conceptually those are access points. They could be roads.
Well-
It could be a bike path. It could be, I mean,
Council,
that will depend and be
Can
a
we
part of our
start
analysis.
discussion? Because I think,
Okay,
sorry,
sounds
I
good.
get where we're all going. The presentation, thank you very much, has been proposed, and we've done all this work, and here we are. So here we are. So let's move on. So I just think we should do one round of comments, a lightning round if we can, and then we'll go into motions and direction. Thank you so much, everybody who endured our questioning. We should have like a swinging hot lamp above your head. Okay, Councilmember Raskin.
Well, I'm prepared to make a motion, and
Oh, look at you.
I think hopefully we can move on, get out of here, but hopefully that people can speak and give comments to the motion, and we can use that as the basis for direction.
We like that idea.
All right, so I'm going to move that staff proceed with studying scenario 1 as the preferred scenario, specifically that the development of the park include public open space and public recreational facilities, along with the maintenance and replacement of any cultural, arts, and educational uses in the existence at the time of the airport's closure, so as not to trigger a ballot measure before airport closure and return of operational control of the land to Santa Monica under the consent decree with the FAA. And again, the purpose of this motion is not to, foreclose the future steps of the CEQA process that will happen, including a study of a reasonable range of legally and economically feasible project alternatives, as well as future direction about project alternatives that will happen at future stages of this planning process. But for the purposes of conceptual direction, that's the motion.
Okay, so now we're going to move into discussion about that. Councilmember Hall.
And City Clerk, did you catch that?
Yeah,
Mayor
did
Pro
you,
Tem
motion
Trosis?
made by Zernitskaya, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Trosis.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. So and Mayor. So I'm not an environmental lawyer, but I found Councilmember Zwick's question about car shopping an interesting one. You know, it's been a minute since I've shopped for a car, but when I did, I knew that I didn't want a pickup, that I didn't want a Hummer, I didn't want a diesel or gasoline, that I wanted a hybrid. I then narrowed my search to among the dozens of hybrids that are out there from there. And that's what we're being asked to do tonight. Do we want a Hummer or do we want a hybrid? We're being asked for an initial vision that we have to focus staff's work, because we don't really have the bandwidth to do every possible scenario that might come up that we might want to explore. So just for comments, Amber and team, thank you for hearing me on ranked choice voting. You know I love it for consensus building and decision making and really drawing out preferences. I also support scenario 1. I don't love how rectilinear the design is. I love the more natural look and feel of scenario 2, just without the development. My colleagues are probably going to spend a lot of time talking about the active and passive recreation and things like sports fields, aquatics, urban forests, grass meadows, trails, community gardens, small music stages, grass fields, green bowls for concerts that I'm also interested in, but I'll let them do that to advocate for a couple of things that might not come up. The first one being, thank you for hearing me about the Compass Rose. As a pilot myself, I want to honor the legacy of aviation in this space, its contribution to the war effort and aviation innovation, and to the women aviators, celebrating SMO's history, hosting the first Women's Air Derby transcontinental air race in 1929, from which the 99s were founded. So thank you for that. I'd also like to look at ways to include Indigenous peoples and ensure that there are spaces for heritage celebrations and cultural activities, which I feel are compliant with the LC vision. But I want something more than the, frankly, and I'm sorry to the staff and artists who worked on the Belmar project, but it's something more than that kind of embarrassing recognition of what our community did to Belmar. And I'll just say that, like, we stand at the threshold of something really rare. This is a once in generations chance to transform a space currently devoted to flight into a place that strengthens our bodies and minds, heals nature, and really lets our spirits soar. This is a place that will inspire wonder in every child who runs barefoot through an open field, in every senior who walks beneath the canopy of native trees, in every artist who finds quiet beauty in the shape of the land, and in every athlete who needs a space to play, and every renter who needs a backyard. I support a great park because one day, 100 years from now, the LA region will be more dense. Whether we, you, and I want it to, whether you want it to or not, like, our great-grandchildren deserve open green space too, and we will be grateful that we preserve this land. Santa Monica needs housing, period. LA and California are far too expensive. The rent is too damn high. You know, we will and are building affordable housing. We will build workforce housing, and we will and are loosening the restrictions that block the missing middle housing that our community desperately needs. We have taken active steps to do all of this. We can and should build up. There is so much open airspace above our downtown and along our boulevards where housing should go. But at the airport, I want a park and only a park. Every inch we take away from green space, recreation, sports fields is an inch we won't ever get back. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Zernitskaya?
So I agree with Councilmember Hall on some elements, but disagree on some others. So I appreciate your comments about preserving the historic elements like the Compass Rose and honoring, you know, what has been there and the legacy of air travel here, or air, just, sorry it's late, but you get what I'm saying. And I also agree with including more, some sort of elements that would speak to Indigenous communities and Native communities, and hopefully also include things like more native plants and things that are aligned with kind of what has been here historically, because I learned something very interesting recently that's basically that when we have plants that are native to these areas, they actually not only do better, but they also give back more to our, oh my gosh, my brain is like blanking, it is late now. Our local ecology, like our bugs and things like that. And helps us get our monarch butterfly population up, all that fun stuff. However, I do think that we should at least explore in this preferred scenario some housing, just to see what the feasibility would be, just to discover what environmental impacts there might potentially be, and what kind of mobility and ingress, egress, et cetera, what might be needed to support that, because we might find out it's not feasible, but I think we should at least look at that. In terms of other specific elements that I would love to explore in this preferred scenario, I think an aquatics facility would be wonderful. I'm certainly in support of more sports fields. I'm not quite sure what number, and I don't think we have to decide that now. I think we should also include botanical gardens and community gardens, and if there's a possibility of throwing in an urban forest somewhere, that would be wonderful. And I'm sure I'll have more to say later, but I want to let other people have a chance to talk.
Councilmember Snell.
And I agree with my council member. We need to, the motion on the floor, I support. I think the community has talked and made a decision with respect to closing the airport. And even though we have not done a scenario as to what beneficial assets of keeping the airport would be, I support the LC compliance. However, I understand the need for additional recreational space and what the cost would be. So if the financial impact of our motion is something that I would like staff to really take a look at, and which would include the possibility of housing, and I understand that that would have to go to a vote of the residents, but I think that we should at least take a look at it. The need for recreational space in our community is huge. We don't have enough parks, we don't have enough areas of activities, and that's something that we have an opportunity to do with this particular initiative. So I strongly recommend that with this motion that we take a look at what kind of recreational uses would be feasible and how it would be financially feasible to utilize those assets. So with that, I just too want to say to the community that I want to thank everyone this evening, and I want to thank staff for the amount of time that we put into this. I understand we're still at the early stages, but the amount of responses that we have received of council members, the amount of discussions, the amount of time that we have spent with community members listening to your thoughts are because we really do care to make a decision that some of us will never actually see, but understand the benefit of making the decisions now. So I just want to express my gratitude to everyone this evening and the time that was spent on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Zwick.
I don't support the motion on the floor, and I have a couple of reasons for that. The first has to do with process. I don't think it makes any sense whatsoever to study the most restrictive option, because then you have nowhere to go if it doesn't work. You can always study a more intensive option, whether it be about feasibility or for purposes of CEQA, and you can strip it back. But you can't study the least intensive option and then say you want to add in things that are more intensive later. It doesn't make sense from a project management or cost perspective to fully study one and then say you want to study completely different ones after the fact, or from a CEQA point of view to say you want to study only a park and then later decide you want housing, because you haven't put housing as your primary project for purpose of CEQA and you haven't studied the impacts of it. It doesn't make sense from a process perspective. It also doesn't fully make sense to me logistically, because when I look at all these scenarios, they look different a little and kind of fancy, but they all basically do the same thing. They take the vast open space, which is over 100 acres of runway, and they say park. And then they take the existing building zones and they say either adaptive reuse or revenue generating or housing. I don't see why we can't say, take that big open space, keep it open space, study a park on all the space that is currently open. We're not really planning in most of these scenarios to tear down the buildings that are there. We're talking about adaptive reuse of most of the existing structures. So why can't we study what that would look like, and also study what a mix of revenue generating uses and housing would be on sites in the airport that currently have structures? It seems completely easy to do, and it makes a lot more sense than to completely foreclose the option of just saying we're only going to use adaptive reuse of hangars and things of that nature when we don't know what that could yield, versus allowing for the potential redevelopment of commercial and residential revenue generating sources. But the last argument is simply a moral one. I've heard a lot from park advocates that they support housing, but I haven't heard where they support it. I've asked if they support more housing in Sunset Park. I didn't get a good answer there. I've asked if they support more housing along our transit, upzoning along our transit, as according to SB 79. I didn't get support there. I asked if they support more housing on other city-owned sites, like the Civic Center, or the previous arguments made about how we need more park space instead of building at 4th and 5th in Arizona or other places. And the truth is that while there's lots of land in this city, there's very little publicly owned land. And there's a very different process by which we can choose what happens on that land. Private development is not in our control in terms of what kind of housing gets built and who it serves. It isn't. Public land is the only opportunity we have to build the housing that is desperately needed for our workforce. And I just cannot conscionably give up 192 acres without devoting at least 1 acre to this desperate need that we have, because this public land, whether it be at the airport or elsewhere in the city, is not infinite. It's actually quite rare. And the fact that that you have one group of people saying that it can only have one use, and you have another group of people saying that they would love that use, but please just give a small portion to this desperate need in the community as well. I see someone being reasonable, and I see someone being deeply unreasonable.
Okay, so thank you. Please, 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 please don't shout from there, but thank you. So tonight has been staged as this like extremely pivotal moment. And I say staged only because there's still so much to do, as you've heard, right? Like we have to come back. And I appreciate all the work that staff has done, but part of me also feels like we've dragged people along these like hopes and dreams and wishes. And I fear that very little of that will come true. Not because I don't want it to become true, but just because it may not be feasible. So I think what's pivotal about tonight is not just how we talk about the future of the airport site, but how we seriously treat our responsibility to the generations that will come after us. And I will just say that when my kids were in kindergarten and second grade, I was on PTA council with some folks still sitting here. And I will be honest, unknowingly, I supported certain things and door knocked for measures, not understanding the ramifications or how we get there, but believing in the concept of needing a park for our kids. I am done driving hours to cities I've never been to for soccer tournaments because we should have more space here. So I get it firsthand. I've lived all over this city, and some people say, someone said tonight that we have so many parks. I don't agree with that, but when I first ran for city council, I knew far less than I know now about the history of the Santa Monica Airport. And many people asked me before they supported me that question. I never ran on my vote on it, but they asked me that question. And I have said it many times before, and I'll say it tonight, I don't consider myself a politician. I'm horrible at it. I misspeak up here all the time. I don't articulate how to do a motion. I mean, thank God for this mayor's agenda script and our city clerk, because I would probably hardly get through a meeting without sounding like a bumbling idiot. But I know what I know, and I don't know what I don't know. And what I can say is I didn't understand its operations, its impacts, the complexity surrounding the closure until I got on council. I didn't know anything about our water infrastructure. I have learned so much being on here, and I think The definition of intelligence is oftentimes changing your mind and how you think after you've been educated about something. And so, like many in our community, I dreamed of a great park, and I still do. And I still believe we deserve more green space, more fields for our kids to play soccer, baseball, all the things, pickleball. A place where we could bring ice skating, community gardens, outdoor concerts, trees, all the things we mentioned up here. Open space that's not only beautiful, but functional and self-sustaining. Like this water reservoir that I'm really interested in hearing more about, and how we can actually potentially deliver water to adjacent cities to help fund what we want to do. Anything that helps pay for its own upkeep. But I've also learned that dreaming without planning is extremely dangerous. And I can't pretend that what we're doing tonight isn't missing this fundamental step before we discuss concepts or options. We need to understand the costs environmentally, economically, and practically. And I think we should have started with a full environmental impact report and economic impact report. We should have had real studies on what it would take to transform this land. And I hear that tonight we're going to do that going forward, and how we can, I just wished we would have looked at in advance how we can phase it in responsibly over time, so we don't just close the airport and end up fencing off a massive dead zone that I think we showed early on, a space where it became a public safety challenge. And I'll be more specific, a homeless encampment. That has happened in many spaces. I was born and raised here. I love this city. I've watched it change. I've watched it change so much. I've watched it grow, and I've stood alongside so many of you saying we need less development, more community, more green. But what I fear is if we rush this, if we close this space without a clear, financially sound, and publicly accountable plan, we will lose this once in a lifetime, once in a generation opportunity. We need to look at other cities where airports closed and nothing happened for decades. I mean, look at our Civic Center. It's been closed for a really long time. And we all said it was going to come back to do exactly what it did. But then all of it sudden it ended up on a surplus land act, and we started exploring housing. So I just don't want this to become, and I don't think we can afford, another vacant promise in the heart of Santa Monica. So tonight, I am not saying no to a park. I'm saying yes to a real plan on how we get there. I'm asking to direct staff to come back with the economic analysis, the phasing strategies, and the financial path that ensures this land becomes what the people voted for. I just want you to listen to what was said tonight, because what is said tonight might win your hearts today, but it's holding everybody up here accountable for what's said a couple years down the road from now and going on. Because we could say something tonight and easily hide behind what the state has been doing, is taking away local control. And I just want to say that that is my biggest fear. We're not voting for a blank canvas for future development, but a living, breathing space that reflects our community's values. So we have one shot at this thing, council. Let's get it right. I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight if I pretended this was something that it isn't, and that's why I had to say what I had to say. So with that, we have, everybody is back in the queue.
I'm sorry,
So,
Mayor, so is that a substitute motion, or is that just?
I'm adding to it that we look at the things I mentioned, but I can see that everybody's in here, and what I assume we will do is clarify the motion with a substitute motion and make it super clean for everyone. So, Councilmember Raskin?
Should we let the city manager jump the queue?
Sure. Councilmember Zernitskaya? Oh,
Well,
we did one round, but now
yeah,
everybody's
I
back
just
in.
want to respond to some of
Well,
the.
your name's not in there, put in.
No, I just want to respond to some of the comments about the motion, and where we're at right now is a conceptual stage. We're not saying no to housing. We're not saying no to studying alternative that can include housing. But per CEQA, we have to study a reasonable range of alternatives, including a direction on the, well, we have to include, no, it does not. It absolutely does not. Absolutely does not. And in fact, what you want to do strategically with CEQA is make sure that you give direction to the people who are drafting the project to include design features and mitigation that is economically and legally feasible to address any significant environmental impacts to the extent that they exist. I'm not saying that there are any. We haven't studied it yet. But the bottom line is we're just looking at some conceptual choices right now. We're not choosing alternatives. We're not even choosing what the final project is going to look like. We're going to come back with that later in September. We're giving some direction about some of the things that we'd like to see there right now. That's all we're doing. I'm not making a value judgment at all about. You have to have an environmentally superior alternative.
Okay.
Yeah, you can have a range.
Let's get in the queue so we can
we're
keep
not-
this going, guys, because we got time.
We have to study it. We have to
Alright.
study it.
You're in there, Zwick. Okay.
We have to study it. So look, we're gonna come back in the future and give more direction about the range of alternatives, but we're not making any value judgments right now about that. My motion is to proceed with looking at scenario 1 as the preferred scenario at this point, with the direction that I gave earlier, and I can restate it if it would be helpful for folks to crystallize our consensus on this. But the bottom line is we need to have a direction here that is legally and economically feasible. In terms of legal feasibility, we're not there yet. We can study it, but it's contingent upon a vote of the people in the future. So, we can come back to this in the future. We can come back in 2030, 2036, I mean, assuming that, the EIR is still good, assuming the CEQA still exists, and change direction if we want to. But at this point, the conceptual design choices that I'm supporting in this motion are the ones that I laid out per scenario 1.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Respectfully, I don't think I can support the motion as is, because my understanding was that we would be selecting different elements from the various scenarios to include in this study. So while there are certain elements in scenario 1 that I think would be very interesting and I think we should absolutely study, I also prefer certain elements that are in scenario 2 or scenario 3. So for example, I like the idea of an amphitheater being studied, but I prefer the size of an amphitheater in scenario 3 versus scenario 2. I think there should be a water feature of some sort, whether it's a reservoir or a recreational water feature. I'm leaning more towards wanting to study the reservoir/water features in scenario 2. I think those would be a better potential use of space in terms of just finding out if it actually is or not. And I do think that we should at least explore some revenue generating uses, because no matter what eventually goes here, if we want it to be self-sustaining financially, we can't just expect that money will come out of thin air. And while we do understand, and staff has explained, that there is about $6 to $7 million a year in the leases from non-aeronautical uses, I don't know whether that would be sufficient to support, operating costs, much less the upfront capital expenditures. And again, understanding that the first 5 years after the airport closes are probably going to look the same no matter what the ultimate final or ideal plan is going to look like. So I would love to be able to explore these other things, and I don't think that we can under this motion. But if the motion is scenario 1, that I'm a little bit confused.
Can I clarify the motion?
Yeah,
Just very
go ahead.
quickly. The point is not to give direction about CEQA alternatives at this point. The purpose is to give conceptual design choices about the preferred design choice.
She's saying her conceptual.
That's exactly what I'm trying to do, but my understanding of your motion was that you were
choosing option 1.
Choosing scenario 1 as the conceptual design.
Yes.
Rather than elements from the different scenarios presented here to be put together into one kind of conceptual scenario. Am I?
Can I just, this is for staff. Again, going back to my comments. Again, we're doing hopes and dreams. We're like baking a cake for 150th birthday, and we're not going to live that long. So I just feel like, can we just be honest about, because I get her point. Like, I have the same thoughts. Like, oh, I'd like to pick and choose. I mean, at this point, we could talk about goat farms and ducks and things. it doesn't really matter because it's gonna come back and you're gonna tell us if we put a water feature, do we have to be specific? Because I think what Councilmember Zernitskaya is saying is, like, she likes some options from, option 2, even if we went all park, that we'd like to look at the different water features that you've illustrated in the 3 options, and I'm sure there's even more beyond that, and what eventually comes back might not even be that. So if we give you, do we have to pick from 1, 2, and 3, or do you really need to hear from us these specifics around these things?
If appropriate. So, right, as part of the staff report and tonight, what we laid out was that there were 3 options, right? So yes, there's 3 scenarios, but there was 3 pathways, right? So one is a no vote option. The second one is a yes vote, but no housing. And the third would be a yes would require, uses that would require a vote pursuant to Measure LC and housing. And so while in our opinion, right, the way that this project is laid out is not to pick one scenario, but I would say looking at those 3 pathways, does that make more sense? And then maybe that allows for some more flexibility would be my.
Does that help you or no?
That's how we were approaching this. If you remember the first slide that was shown, it was there's one question before you and there's 3 pathways to get there. So we're not necessarily looking for you to pick scenario 1, 2, or 3. We're asking you to help us define the option so that then we can go back and sure, take a look at some of these other elements. Of course, that's the refinement that happens. But what we're talking about tonight is the pathway. Is it a no vote? Is it a vote but no housing? Or is it a vote with commercial and housing? Because that's the decision tree that we're working from tonight. And then I'll offer some other comments because I want you to start thinking about 0 to 5 or 10. That's separate from this. So I'll ask to you to give us some direction afterwards. But I know there's others in the queue.
Does that make?
Does that help you as you're thinking about? Does that help you, Councilmember Raskin, with the motion?
Yeah, I mean, the intent was to have an LC compliant park be the framework moving forward. So yeah.
I think you're concerned about the legal aspect of it, correct? Because some of the other options we were told could potentially cause a lawsuit, or right? There was some legal ramifications, or no? Am I not? No? Okay. So you're just focused on not the scenarios, option 1, 2, and 3. Are you focused on that? You're just moving forward. You're saying you want to pass the motion with a no vote, moving forward on the no vote LC. That's what you're moving forward on. In terms of phase 1, 2, or 3, I think we can give some generalities, but you're not hung up on like what the water feature looks like or where it's placed or things like that. But the idea of housing in it adds a different conversation. So if that's
It's back to the pathways.
exactly. So that would be a different pathway, Councilmember Zernitskaya, if you're looking at options that have housing.
Yeah, and sorry, I apologize that it was not more clear. I do think that we should explore a different pathway. I completely understand where you're coming from, and I completely understand the reasoning behind it. I simply believe that at this time we should explore a different pathway, and if we need to change it in the future, like you said earlier, and several people have said already, we can always change it. We're not committing to anything tonight. We're just asking to study.
So do you have a substitute motion to explore a different pathway?
Sure, I'll do a substitute motion to explore, to do pathway 3 to explore potentially non-LC compliant uses, including housing.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, motion made by Zernitskaya, seconded by Councilmember Zook. Mayor Pro Tem Trosas?
I haven't talked though.
What?
Okay, fine, Jesse.
Oh, sorry, she hasn't gone at all, and we've gone around 3 times, but.
Yeah, and I was waiting because I thought we were doing 1 round. Okay, so I just want to say a few things. My understanding is that when an agency chooses a primary project, we have to show that the design choices are legally and practically feasible. And the EIR needs to show that mitigation measures will actually reduce environmental impacts. But it's going to be hard to show that if the design itself is not legally feasible. Because a non-LC compliant design would require voter approval, It doesn't seem to me that it would be legally feasible right now. And that's what, and we had multiple briefings and talked about this. I do not want to wait 2 years to proceed with an EIR on what might be legally feasible after we do a voter-initiated or not vote in 2026 or 2028. And I think it's the smartest for us right now, if we really truly do want to proceed with closing the airport, that we move forward with all deliberate speed to ensure that we close the airport. That is not foreclosing the opportunity of housing in the future. I think that we all need to be clear on what the goal is here. I would just say that before I moved to Santa Monica, I lived on the 10th floor of a high-rise apartment overlooking Forest Park in St. Louis. And that has shaped how I see the role of parks in urban life, that they are truly the heartbeat and the center of the city, not a passive place with green grass, but that there are truly multiple uses in a park that everyone from the city can come and enjoy. And let's be clear, again, any use of this space beyond a park, and that's why I asked questions about how we're defining a park and recreation space, does require a vote. And like I mentioned, I feel that that will take years. We risk having 192 acres sit empty while we wait, potentially increasing vulnerabilities to crime, misinformation, and competing ballot initiatives. And again, I think it's really important that we keep our eyes on the prize. I'm not talking about a sleepy patch of grass where nothing's being used. I'm talking about a vibrant civic space. I mentioned Forest Park. Forest Park generates $376 million in annual economic impact for St. Louis. Central Park supports 42 million visits a year and thousands of jobs. So I think economic activity, no surprise coming from me, is most important. We have to be able to aim very high. We've all said that economic development and economic opportunity is a priority for us. I definitely think there need to be revenue generating uses on this site for reparations. There were folks here that mentioned our reparations task force. Let's not forget about that work that's ongoing right now. We talked about land stewardship for the original inhabitants of the land. I think that that's really important. No one here is particularly honed in yet on amphitheater space, but that is important to me, having a robust performance venue for folks, making sure that we have fitness trails, biking, walking, that we have opportunities for group fitness classes, that we have public art, potentially artist in residency. I know that zoos are no longer popular, but I will say there was a zoo in Forest Park, so we'll disavow ourselves of a zoo. But I do think that a botanical garden event space, very important. A better museum of flying than we currently have now, more robust. We take my nephew there all the time. He loves it. Let's not get rid of the homage to our aviation uses at the current airport. And then, you know, museum, cultural space, community markets, micro-entrepreneur space, food halls. I want this to be a destination and a regional asset where people from all over the west side of LA and all over LA in general can come. And so those are the types of uses. Maybe it's too much to ask if we're talking about the Echo Park Lake and the fact that there are paddle boats in there. Can we get some fun paddle boat activities for people? Or I saw that there was stand-up paddleboarding. Oh, my time is dwindling. So in any event, I'm giving you the direction.
You forgot rainbows and gold pots.
Right,
at the
but
end.
but again, like I think we might need to pursue state legislation. We absolutely need to pursue an EIFD or a CRD. There's absolutely no way that any of this is going to work without a public-private partnership. We need to see more details. There's just not enough information here. And I would just say I support the original motion. I think we can do it.
Councilmember Zwick.
So as a non-lawyer, I feel a little outgunned, but I'd love to just try to understand something. Are you allowed to study a project for the purposes of CEQA that would potentially have uses that would require a vote of the people?
In fact, before a vote of the people, you would be required to study it.
Okay, so but there's no issue with studying a project. There's no issue with studying a project that would have uses that would require a vote?
No, no.
Okay, there's no legal issue with that. And my understanding of when you also study CEQA, and again, I'm not a CEQA attorney like you, but is that when you study a project, the alternatives are supposed to reduce impacts on the project. So again, I don't understand the idea that's being posited that you would study a park and then say an alternative is housing, which is clearly a more intensive use of the space. But these seem like legal arguments, frankly, that are both specious and also designed to deflect from the fact that there's a moral imperative to do something different. The other thing that I just think we're just completely dancing around, and the mayor has pointed out, is that the lowest common denominator identified by HRNA, and frankly, again, there was very little analysis, but the one thing that seemed useful was that our own budget indicated that it costs $100,000 an acre just to landscape in our city. $100,000 an acre times 192 acres is $19.2 million a year just for landscaping. No security, no programming, no administration, no other overhead operating expenses, let alone the police budget or otherwise that would be diverted from our current city or have to be added to in order to patrol that space. That's $19 million a year. And we're saying that we don't want to contemplate any revenue generating uses that would require any redevelopment of any of that 192 acres, and we're just going to go for it. That's the decision. Okay.
Okay, there's a substitute motion to motion, but I see Councilmember Hall and Councilmember Zernitskaya is ahead of you. Did you want to?
I just had a quick clarifying question because my understanding is we're not discussing CEQA or the EIR right now. All we're doing is asking for more information so that later we can direct that. So I'm not sure why we're really talking about that because right now we're just, so just wanted to make that kind of question / clarification and then that's it. Thank you.
And we don't even need to give a list of all the things we want to see there because you can't possibly study all of those. But I mean, it's for your general. So we have Councilmember Hall, and then we're going to call the vote.
Yeah, I'd like to call the question.
Okay, was that what you were going to say? All right, we're going to call the substitute motion, which was made by Councilmember Zernitskaya, seconded by Zwick. I did not write it down, but they made it really easy.
To explore pathway number 3 for non-LC compliance options, I guess, with
Do
housing.
we want to put it up there, or do we need to?
I don't.
We don't need to put it up there, okay.
I just wrote in shorthand. Okay. So, Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
No.
Councilmember Raskin.
No.
Mayor Potem Terosas.
No.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete.
No.
That motion fails 3 to 4. So on the
On the
original
yeah.
motion, which I will reread, to proceed with studying scenario 1 as the preferred scenario, specifically the development of a park, public open space, and public recreational facilities, along with the maintenance and replacement of any cultural, arts, and education uses in existence at the time of the airport's closure, so as to not trigger a ballot measure before the airport closure in return of operational control of the land to Santa Monica under the consent decree with the FAA. Thank you, Councilmember Raskin. Okay, Councilmember Zernitskaya.
With alternatives?
No, just to clarify, I think I meant to say option 1 as the direction moving forward.
Scenario 1. No. Not option. Option 1.
Option 1.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, it says.
Yeah, sorry, typo on my part. We're talking about option 1.
Option 1, okay.
Sorry, quick clarification. Does that include the direction that we provided in terms of specific items and potential uses like size of the amphitheater, water, blah, blah, blah? I just wanted to make sure I understand the motion before I vote on it.
Is it clear to you folks what direction has come out of this?
Okay, all right,
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Mayor Potem Terosas.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick.
No.
And Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Passes 6 to 1. Okay.
So council, we don't have the money, as you know, on day one to open a park. So I want to talk about, what happens day one. Because you've already alluded to the fact that you're concerned that this is going to sit fallow for many, many years. What we would like some direction on is how we can begin exploring interim open space uses from day one. That would be helpful to us. So in addition to this pathway that you've selected, can you also give us some direction about an interim park or an interim open space that we can start working on as well? These are two tandem things.
I wanted to ask staff earlier, are you looking, I mean, we have FIFA, I've met with over 9 countries just today, met with some about things happening here, and the semi-permanent to permanent field space, athlete houses that could build upon future use. Are those things that we're looking at that would be LC compliant, that could be something that maybe is in the interim, that could be used in that space? Are we also looking at those types of public-private partnerships in terms of funding this green space and this park space outside of the LOIs that you have on the list?
So all those things happen before the airport closes.
Right.
So FIFA, Olympics, all of that happens in a.
But for the Olympics, there's talk about doing some things in the long run with some of these countries that I've just met with. I mean, are those things that you're asking for some direction? I'm saying,
Yeah.
can we also explore that outside of that list of LOIs that we have? Because there's a lot of interest in having long-term space here.
After the airport closes?
After the airport, and you just also said interim time?
No, I'm talking about interim uses after the airport closes.
And it's sitting there.
And it's sitting there.
Right.
And it's going to take us, as we've talked about, this is decades. This is, as Amber said,
Like I just
a
said
long
earlier,
runway.
right? So I'm saying, why couldn't we have spaces there supported by these programs during that time period that does give
Yes, that's exactly what we
recreational
want.
opportunity for sports or whatever we need?
Right, after the airport closes.
Right.
Got it. I was
So
just
that it's not
clarifying-
just a dead space.
Correct.
In
I was
fact,
just
it's-
clarifying after the airport.
otherwise we could put 859 pickleball courts. I mean, that's also an option, but, Councilmember,
So if you give us that direction, then we can add that to the work that we're continuing to do.
yeah, Councilmembers, are you out of it? Oh, Councilmember Hall.
I think we landed where we want, but I guess to tie a bow onto it, I would say I think we're okay with seeing a Tempelhof situation for a few years. And then as we develop the money and earn the revenues for it, like add a soccer field, add a sports field that can be used to generate revenue, add like LC compliant recreation uses that might generate revenue as we write our finances. Like we know, the public knows, the people who support the great park realize that this is gonna take decades. And if I were to look at like Meg's Field or what they're doing with Tempelhof, I see that as the vision here. Like, we're not gonna be able to Tongva Park this. You know, so I think the public understands that. And I would say we develop this incrementally and find ways that are within the framework that we eventually decide on to generate revenue that then fund additional development of what we want to see there.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
So I think that in the interim after it closes, I would love to see some kind of quick build options that would allow people to use the runway area for recreational space. So that could potentially include things like a skate park or maybe a roller rink, maybe a bicycle training kind of area, things that cost less but would activate the space, maybe some movie screenings, something like that. I do think that we have heard from some certain groups in the community, including Freeze, who has been, putting on this incredible event for years. So if we're able to continue to support those types of events and entities in the community that help provide like public art and just bring art and help bring in revenues for whatever next steps might be. Yeah, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Trosas.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I would love to get some more information about what kind, I'm not saying sprung shelter for the purposes of doing like a large-scale homeless housing situation, but I am saying what kind of like sprung structures can you put up quickly in and around the places that are already paved to activate the space. We know that the Barker Hangar is a great site, but that's a small portion of the overall site. And I also just do want to clarify that it is my expectation, because again, we are just in concept phase right now, and we are authorizing the commencement of an EIR, that we did direct we're not directing the commencement of an EIR? I thought this, I thought we had to
No,
do
we're
this.
just doing the vote. This is-
That's not, just kidding, okay. I thought we had to have this public hearing in order to move forward.
It's just a study session.
Okay. Great, even better. So that's why I'm saying we have not foreclosed anything. We're just saying this is the preferred scenario, but staff does still need to study multiple alternate scenarios. Okay, staff is nodding, they understand that. I know this has all been very confusing, but I want to assure the public, we have spent hours and hours being briefed on this. Some of us even, before we were officially sworn into council, I believe, as to what is going on here. So I know this seems confusing, but again, we're not foreclosing anything at this point. So I think as creative as possible, and everyone knows I love Forest Park. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Snow.
And I also want to give direction based on our vote tonight. One of my concerns is about the financial impact once it closes. What would be the increase of security that's needed during that period of time? What's the increase in additional maintenance? We all realize that we're not going to be able to activate the entire 198 acres. And so my concern is future costs going down, because the impact to the city by just having vacant land could be substantial. So I really want to take a look at that scenario.
Councilmember Zwick.
I mean, I would say personally, like, Tempelhof is not my model. I've been there. It's an empty airport. It took years to remediate. It's had real issues, and now they're looking at how to develop the edges in order to fund a park there. So 20 years later, so that's not my model. I personally don't think the community is expecting there to be largely just an empty airport for 20 years, and if that's what we're signing up for, I'm worried. To the extent that we can avoid that, I mean, I think we should definitely talk to the California State Parks. If there's any chance that they want to build a park on 100 or 140 of the acres or whatever, like, and pay for it, we should 100% be having that conversation. There's no question about that. I don't think we should do all 192 acres, but I think we should definitely talk to them about whether they're actually really interested in how that would work. So that's my direction.
Do you have more? Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Yes, sorry. In case it wasn't clear, I just wanted to clarify that after the airport closes, I also want to make sure that we're maintaining the non-aeronautical leases that are under 15 or less years, so that we do not trigger the Surplus Lands Act.
Okay, so again, I think we've given you more than you actually asked for tonight, so you're welcome. But we've sort of confused people, but also gave lots of direction, some of which you probably didn't need tonight. So I think with that, staff has copious notes of all of our wildest dreams and hopes and wishes and all the things that we want and direction, and that concludes that portion of the meeting. Thank you all for sticking it through. We didn't quite make it on the same day, but
All right, ordinances, public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading adoption. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless the council member present.
sorry if you guys could exit quietly so we can continue on. We have to stay for a little bit longer.
Item 10A, introduction and adoption of emergency ordinance amending Santa Monica Municipal Code 4.08.780 to include additional prohibited items at public assemblies and community events.
Thank you. Do you have a question before he starts?
No, I mean, I think
They sat here the whole night.
Okay, fine, let them do
Yeah.
it. We,
Go
we,
ahead.
we understand the item, though. I think a truncated staff report would be great.
You sat here all night, Councilmember Hall? Oh, already? Okay, go ahead. I mean, he's got, okay, go ahead. We want your, we want your
I've never done this
report.
before, so help me out. I didn't
No,
know.
no, no, don't worry.
One's like-
Just ignore us up here.
Oh, okay.
Forget all that, start over, thank
You
you.
just want me to go ahead and get started?
We don't need a long staff report was all we were gonna say, but if Franco over there spent all night helping you put it together, then we're happy to see it now. We just were saying that we didn't need a long staff report because it's 12:30 in the morning.
Yeah, no, I got you. I'm on the same page as you.
Okay.
No, we're all good, believe me. But yeah, no, I just did a quick PowerPoint. It was just an amendment to the Santa Monica Municipal Code that you guys are already familiar with. We just wanted to add 4 items to it. And this is, we recommend expanding the list of the prohibited items at public assemblies and community events to improve public safety and reduce the risk of violence. This builds upon previous emergency actions by including specific items that have been misused during public demonstrations. These additions are based on direct observation, intelligence report, and videos of recent protests, among other sources of information.
Is it listed on the next?
Yes, it is. And I apologize, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Sergeant Pascal. I'm currently the acting lieutenant for traffic as well as the plan and intelligence unit. I've worked with a few of you on different events, so I apologize I didn't do that.
I'll be your clicker.
Oh, okay. The first item right here is leaf blowers, electric and gas. As you can see from the pictures, they've been used to mitigate the effectiveness of chemical agents by dispersing the smoke away from the crowd and redirecting it towards law enforcement officers. There was a picture of the person in the bottom holding the black and yellow one. She went viral during one of the No Kings protests. She was asked why she's carrying a leaf blower, and she replied that she intended to blow it back at those curse word. And then the next one was the traffic cones and A-frame signs. This is kind of interesting. You can see from the pictures what people have been using. The agitators can misuse the traffic cones and A-frames in various ways. They can redirect crowds and traffic, block emergency lanes, facilitate street takeovers, extinguish chemical agent devices, mitigate the impact of long-range munitions, and otherwise hinder public safety and emergency response operations. By recognizing traffic cones and A-frames as potential hazards, we're going to be better prepared to inquire about their presence in sensitive environments. And you can see some of the pictures, and there's also some things that we found on social media, like the tear gas safety, where it provides instructions on how to use the cones during a protest. Hammers, mallets, and similar tools. These tools have been used not only to directly damage property, but to also break apart concrete, cinder blocks, and other hard materials, creating projectiles for vandalism and violent assaults. And the last one is frozen water bottles. Unlike what their liquid counterparts, can serve as improvised weapons. When they're frozen, they acquire the density and impact potential of a rock or brick. They have been used in other cities to strike officers, damage property, and escalate tensions. Before the No Kings event that we had in our city, we were alerted by the organizer and their head of security that they found several frozen water bottles in the area surrounding the event that were dug into the grass, or put into the grass. Including frozen water bottles in the code enables officers to address potential safety concerns proactively before violence occurs. The objective is not to target hydration, but rather to allow practical evaluations based on intent and behavior. We emphasize issuing warnings and encouraging voluntary compliance before taking any enforcement action. And one of the things that we just wanted to stress on this is that it's not set in stone. I mean, obviously these things can be interpreted a few ways, and you know, common sense is important, and officer's discretion is important. It's just a way to initiate conversation. If we're at a rally and we see someone walking down with a cone, it just gives us an opportunity to speak with them and ask them questions. But it's not set in stone. There's a gray area to it.
Perfect. That's it. So it's frozen water bottles, cones, and leaf blowers, correct?
And
And
the
A-frame signs.
A-frames
Okay.
and the hammers, mallets.
Hammers, mallets, of course. Councilmember Hall.
Sorry, did we remove the bicycle helmet aspect?
That was already on there. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Understood.
Yeah.
Got it, okay. Yeah, so I guess my question actually referred to that part of the ordinance. And I was I'd love to know why bicycle helmets were included on the list of prohibited items for folks to have at legal general assemblies.
Yeah, I mean, I could read that verbatim, I guess, but the biggest takeaways is that it once again just provides us a conversation starter. Is that if you're at a rally and you're in an environment where, you know, you're walking, you're peacefully, you know, exercising your First Amendment rights, and you don't have a bicycle with you, and you have a helmet on, and you have all this stuff, and you're engaged in a rally, it just gives us a conversation starter of, hey, why do you have that? Why are you wearing a helmet? And then also too, it goes into, it's been used to headbutt people. It's been used to, you know, it's part of the tactical uniform that we've seen in a lot of violent protests.
Yeah, so it's like almost like a compounding evidence.
Yes, it's one of a few things
person's
that.
carrying a gas mask.
Yes, 100%. It's not
slashing protective.
It's not somebody on like a No Kings rally. It's not somebody just walking down Ocean Park on a Saturday afternoon, and we're going to go talk to them. There's a lot of things that go into it. It's just one piece of the puzzle.
Okay, and forgive me if you can't answer this, or maybe you can, interim city manager, but I was told that the organizers of the Santa Monica No Kings rally were actually asked by staff to pre-comply with these changes. Were you aware that that happened?
Some of these changes were placed in the conditions of the permit,
Okay.
but it's more defensible if it's in the ordinance.
Okay, understood. That's helpful, thank you. That concludes my questions.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
So I really appreciate that, from what I understand in your presentation, that these items and the items that are currently in the ordinance as well are kind of more compounding, and it depends on the context in which somebody has them or is wearing them, blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
Is that in a written policy somewhere, that it's part of that it is contextual, and that it's part of, that it, you know, compounds if there's multiple items or things like that? Is that written policy, or is that just the intent?
It's not in our, if you're asking if it's part of our policy, like, hey, you shall stop someone with a bicycle helmet, no. It's
Like,
just.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So not you shall stop somebody with a bicycle helmet, but more something along the lines of officers shall use their best judgment as to whether these items might be used for, I don't know, nefarious purposes or something like that. Is that written somewhere? Maybe not that exact language, but
No, it's not. It's our discretion. I mean, like we've talked about, like a lot of times, like I've worked our plan and intelligence unit for the last 3 years, and I've assisted on hundreds of protests. I've ran into some people that I've worked with here before in the past, and it's just a way for us to get communication going at these rallies. If we see someone walking around with a cone or a hammer, it begins communication, which is key at these events.
Yeah.
It allows us to, we're not just sitting back, hey, we're here, I just got a couple questions. You know, why do you have this? And if they give us a reasonable answer, something that we can go with, we're human beings as well, and we can understand it. So it's officer's discretion.
Okay.
But that's not written in policy.
Okay. And were these proposed changes to the ordinance discussed by the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Committee or Commission before being presented to us?
I believe Captain Franco can speak to that, but I believe there was a scheduled meeting, I think last week, that was canceled.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem. Francisco Franco, I'm acting captain with the police department. There was a scheduled meeting, but they didn't have a quorum, so we couldn't present, but we did disseminate the information to them via email. So they did have that information, the ability to ask questions as well.
Okay. Were there any questions that came up from that you think would be important for us to know or for the public to know as this ordinance, you know, as we're hearing this ordinance?
The only question we received was regarding the bicycle helmets.
Okay.
Hence why we added it to our slides.
Much appreciated. Okay, and I'm comfortable moving the item. Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem, well, actually, okay.
I'll second it.
Is everybody still in here that wants to be in here? Because I see you still in here. Mayor Pro Tem Trosas.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask one question. I understand that all these items are dangerous. That absolutely makes sense. Have we thought at all about banning ski masks at protests? Because we know that law enforcement or people holding themselves out to be law enforcement from other jurisdictions are literally covering their faces without the ability to see who they are. Did we consider that at all?
No, we haven't looked at that, but I would be concerned about First Amendment issues of banning masks.
Well, we can do whatever we want in our jurisdiction, can't we? With respect to.
Not when it comes to a First Amendment issue.
Are you saying
In
that
other words, there may be a legitimate protester there that doesn't want their identity to be seen.
Okay. I would just say that we need to think creatively about how we're dealing with this, because there's absolutely racial profiling going on right now, and there are people who we have received credible evidence impersonating law enforcement.
But counsel, we can take a look at the legal issue there.
Thanks.
Councilmember Raskin.
So, yeah, thank you for the clear and concise presentation. Appreciate it. And thanks for all the work you're doing in these tough times. I know it's not easy to be in the middle of First Amendment activities. Appreciate the work that you and your colleagues do in some really difficult situations. I'm like 99% supportive of the motion. I'm going to ask for a friendly amendment, and bear with me, and I hope that you'll be supportive of this. I understand that traffic cones can also be used to promote public safety in certain protest scenarios if it's necessary to redirect traffic away from protesters who are in the street, for example. I also understand that the devices, the cone-shaped devices to extinguish tear gas can be fabricated in other ways that don't necessarily involve the use of a traffic cone. So I'm hoping that my colleagues will accept a friendly amendment to remove the traffic cone restriction from this. I trust that there are other ways to deploy crowd control measures that are effective. And, you know, taking a step back here too, I also understand that tear gas is a really extreme outcome. And that, you know, ideally we should never get there. Or hopefully, you know, you should never be in a position where you're forced to defend yourself with those kinds of measures.
Yeah.
But, you know, with the understanding that it does, in some circumstances, promote safety, I would just ask for a friendly amendment.
Well, counsel, if I could, the city officials are exempt from these prohibitions. So city officials placing traffic cones is perfectly legal.
No, I understand, but
okay.
I think I'm talking about members of the public.
But people shouldn't be directing traffic.
Yeah, I mean,
if you're a member of the
it goes back to like like a relationship that we have with the organizers of these things, or just having communication when we're on scene is, hey, like, do you work for the organizer, or do you work for public safety? Do you work for public transit? Like, there's a difference of one person walking in a group of people holding a cone than it is somebody sitting around in like a coordinated, hey, this street's supposed to be blocked off. We work for, you know, this organizer. So that's what we're talking about, is the outlier of one person walking in a crowd that should not have a cone on them. But once again, it's the conversation and the questions and how they answer those questions.
Is there a way to frame the ordinance in a way that would allow for the use of cones as you know, a legitimate safety device?
I think that's what the sorry, I don't want to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to interject that these are just opportunities to have a conversation, because you can't just go up to people for random reasons and be like, why do you have a bicycle helmet? Why do you have this? If it's in an ordinance, they can legally do so.
Yeah.
So I think what they're saying is they're just giving themselves more tools to be able to converse with someone. If you're not here setting up cones to mitigate traffic because you're with an organizer or work for the city, then why are you carrying a cone, and what would be your use for it?
No, I understand, but I'd like to make sure that the ordinance is framed in a way where it doesn't generate probable cause for somebody who's just walking down the street for the legitimate reason of directing traffic.
But no one should be directing traffic if you're just an average citizen.
It could be part of the protest activities.
Well, that has to be organized. Like, you and I can't
That
just.
goes into the officers' savvy, or the way that they're interpreting what's going on. I mean, there's a difference between somebody holding like 6 cones, unloading it from a truck to, like, you know, stop or block traffic, than it is just one person walking in the group, kind of, you know, concealed kind of thing. And just so, like, when we had the No Kings rally recently, one of the things that we found was I believe it was either the day before the event or the day of the event, that there was strategically placed cones all throughout the park, that when we lifted them up, there was poles in them that were not from the organizer. And so that's an example of where if we saw somebody doing that, that would be a conversation you might want to have. But I completely understand what you're saying, like,
If I can interject.
yeah.
If I can interject, I mean, we do have a mechanism to allow for traffic cones. If the organizer wants to have them to organize a group or block some streets and we authorize it through the permit, we'll say, okay, well, who's organizing it? What kind of shirts are they wearing? Are they in vests? And we'll facilitate that. So there is a mechanism for the legal use of cones. We're just saying if there's someone just arbitrarily walking in a group with a cone, it'll give us the opportunity to talk to them and engage them in conversation. They might just say, hey, I'm part of the group, I'm walking towards the group and I'm gonna help with organizing a good footprint for our group. Or they may just say, I don't know, I just have it, I just found it. Well, we might advise them, hey, you might not wanna have that, it's not authorized, because we've had problems in the past, and we'll be honest and blunt. You know, we've had problems with cones and they're used sometimes inappropriately.
Yeah. I understand. Okay, so just again, sorry for asking twice, but just
That's
make sure
fine.
that, so we can add in permit conditions that would allow for folks engaged in protest activity to have traffic control devices or things like that?
Yes, if it's authorized by a city official, yes.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Councilmember Zwick.
I'm kind of catching up on this, but I am a little confused in general. I mean, because all of these objects, these objects themselves are not crimes. They could all be used in the commission of crimes, and I assume if any of them was used in the commission of a crime, that would be a crime, and we could enforce that, right? Like if someone used a cone in an illegal way or a bike helmet in an illegal way, then we could enforce that because a crime was being committed, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
I think what we're trying to get is preventativeness. We don't
Right,
wanna prevent
right.
crime.
But also what the law says is that if you possess this at a protest, you could be guilty of a misdemeanor, which shall be punishable by fine of not exceeding $500 or by imprisonment in a county jail for a period not exceeding 6 months, or by both such fine and imprisonment. So technically, just possessing it makes you potentially, or not even potentially, on the face, guilty of a misdemeanor. Is that not correct?
Take the letter of the law approach. We
Right, and technically, you can have a conversation with anyone. You don't need it to be against the law for you to talk to someone, right?
Correct. I think this just gives us a legal reason to detain someone if need be.
Right, so you could detain them, but you could talk to them if either way, regardless of whether it's illegal or not. I'm just gonna,
And it does require giving a warning first, if feasible.
a warning, so if you have a bike helmet, say you biked to a protest.
Well, if you have a bike with you, under this.
Well, what if you wanted
says-
to park your bike? I assume you might want to park your bike somewhere, but hold on to your helmet. That's a common situation.
Well, I think we're reasonable and we take a common sense approach sort of thing. So if there's a conversation and someone says, I parked my bike down the street, and they can show us where it's at and we'll walk away, say, okay, thank you. We just wanna make sure."
I trust you guys. I agree. I believe you when you say that you're reasonable and you're not going to like abuse the law. But when I look at the law, I have to look at it in all circumstances, right? In terms of how it would be applied in any circumstance, not just by you two upstanding gentlemen. And what I'm confused about is that there are a lot of objects here that are fine. If they were used in an appropriate way, we could enforce the fact that, hey, you can't hit someone with a helmet or with a cone or whatever. But there's nothing wrong with owning a helmet or a cone, and I don't know why we need to make it illegal, especially a bike helmet, when a lot of people might very well bike to a protest. And if the law says you could be arrested and thrown in jail for holding a bike helmet, even if you tell me I'm not going to do that, you could. Someone could. And that would be, we would have passed a law that said that's okay. And I can't do that for bike helmets especially.
Councilmember Hall.
Thanks. Yeah, I just wonder if there's a better way to do this. You know, if I'm a general member of the public and I'm going to a protest and I see a bicycle helmet on the list of prohibitive items, I'm not going to bike to the protest. And that just feels very not what Santa Monica is trying to do. You know, I've never been one to say that like legally you can't have something, but that it's just a conversation starter. It feels like the same debate we had over blankets and bedrolls, that hey, we're going to ban blankets and bedrolls for unhoused people, but we're using it as a conversation starter to engage and bring the person into services. No, like at one point the city criminalized unhoused people using blankets and bedrolls. And it just feels very similar to me. And so like, you know, I'm happy to support moving the item. I understand the emergency, like urgence of this, given everything going on in the world. But, you know, I would request that we refer this to the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission and actually have like a dialogue around how to strike that right balance, because I want people riding their bikes to a protest, and I don't want them to see a bicycle helmet on the poster as they approach the protest and be like, oh, I can't go to the protest because I'm carrying my bike helmet because I don't have a lock that fits my bike helmet. You know, that to me feels like we're doing something to block their participation and use a mode of transportation that we actively support in the community. So that's my request. I'm happy to support the item, but I would add direction that this is
Can I
referred
have-
to PSROC to figure
I don't
out
have you
the
in the
right
queue, so I'm
language
gonna
here.
ask, I'm sorry. I have a question about that. So did you say they're wearing the bike helmet or holding it, first of all? Or is it just having the helmet because it's used as a weapon?
Well, what we've seen that's been done in the past is they'll use it to protect themselves from whatever.
Right, like you're coming ready for combat.
Exactly, as armor.
So
in essence.
in the reference like to the bedrolls and the sleeping bags, there's like a list of things that define camping, for example, right? And I think for protests, this is a list of things. And although they might be household items and when used correctly, like, you know, I don't know, hopefully we won't have to ban spatulas in the future, but that might be a thing that people start bringing and slapping people with, and then we have to ban it. So I think we're just looking forward to say, we see what's happening and we don't want to become that. So my follow-up question is, how many times in the protests that we've had in the past few years have you arrested people for the items that are on there for just having them?
I'm not familiar with any arrests that we've actually had. I do know that, I want to say, could be 2 to 3 years ago, we had a Baby Lives Matter protest that was, had the potential to be pretty volatile. It's a pretty passionate subject. And I know that the ability for us to talk to people and use the event, items that were on the previous list or the current list, it allowed us to have people take off their tactical vests. It allowed us to have people not carry a lot of those items that I think personally de-escalated the situation, because it didn't look as combative as it could have been when you have people out there wearing.
And I was there during the whole female productive organs rights, and I personally saw over 3 people gently be asked, like, could you just walk back to your car? And by the way, those were not people who were just wearing a tactical vest for fun or because they were going out for a weighted vest run. Yeah. Those were not people that had the items because they were using them correctly. They were probably going to use them for not the right reasons, but they were nicely walked back to their vehicle to leave it there. And then whether or not they continued to participate, I don't know. But I looked at it as a thwarted, devastating situation. My other follow-up question, and maybe the city attorney can opine, is I realize that it says it's illegal, but this idea that they can just engage with people, what's funny about that is no, because when people say, why are you coming up to me and harassing me just because I have a bike helmet or just because I have a cone? And this is that opportunity to say, first of all, let's just back up. If you see someone in, not that everybody rides their bike like this in full spandex, obviously you can make some obvious suggestions, right? If you see a family and it's clear that someone has just walked off their bike. Now, you're saying that this bike helmet alone is probably not a signal. It's probably other things that go with it. I feel like it's interesting for us to come up here and opine on this. It seems too simple up here. I think these are just, again, things that we have to trust our police department, going back on historical arrests that have or haven't been made in other protests. They just need this to back them up to be able to tell someone, hey, we're hopeful that you're using these items correctly, but we want to be able to have that conversation. And that conversation alone might tell someone, uh-oh, someone's watching and I'm not going to do those things. They might explain, oh, yes, I parked my bike over there. I'm wearing a weighted vest. Actually, if you look at it, I was jogging. I don't even know that there's a protest. These are just conversations that they have to make sure everyone's safe. But if I'm not mistaken, if these things aren't in the ordinance, then you have a more difficult time doing that. Is that not correct?
Yes, well, several things entailed in your question there. First of all, yes, officers are required to use judgment and prosecutorial discretion. They're not required to enforce every single offense. This does give them the opportunity to engage and determine whether or not there may be a legitimate use for these things. As to the bicycle helmets in particular, that's right on the margin. But now that's in the existing
Doesn't say
ordinance.
legitimately used bicycle helmets, it just says bicycle
Right,
helmets.
right. I say that's already in the existing ordinance. So that's not what you're being asked to add today. But you could do this two different ways. You could go ahead and approve it as is, give direction to look into bicycle helmets, removing that later, or you could approve it, deleting bicycle helmets for now, and then say, come back if you want to analyze putting bicycle helmets back in.
Got it. And I don't think we need to prove whether or not people wear a bicycle helmet. I just want to get away from that. Like, I see you taking it out as a motion to say you ride your bike to events, and I understand that you're absolutely right, Councilmember.
The law right now, if it was a protest.
Well, but it's not a protest,
Right.
and you don't even have it on, and that doesn't mean you're
No, it
breaking the
doesn't have to be
law.
on.
I think it's a conversation starter that if you, they are trained to do what they do, and if they were to come up to you to ask you a question, you would say, I just rode my bike here to the protest, and that would probably be the end of that.
Potentially, but you would have to be warned first, at least. You know, I
what
do
if-
have
what
a
if
bit
I
of a
kept
concern
it
about
on?
bicycle helmets. I'm telling you, now that it's been brought up.
Okay, but tonight, that's not what's on here. It's up on the screen right now. It's already in the existing ordinance. So tonight, if we move this ordinance to move this along, hold on. So tonight, if we move this ordinance moving along, we're not talking about bicycle helmets, but somebody could make a substitute motion or add direction to look at bicycle helmets for a future ordinance removal. Is that correct?
You may, yes.
I will add direction since I was the seconder of the motion, and I believe that Dan also, Councilmember Hall had also asked that the PSROC be consulted. I will add that as direction and hope that the police department and the city attorney can return to us with reasonable options based off of this discussion.
Councilmember Hall, is that what you were gonna say?
Yeah, I think the only thing I want to say is like, I understand the need for conversation starters. I think that makes total sense. I understand that this could be used as armor in a protest situation. I'm happy to pass this ordinance because I understand the emergent need. My problem with this is that the ordinance is written in a way that it uses the word shall be guilty of a misdemeanor. That is clear as day to me. So
Possession.
Right, it's use, it literally, the only thing that is authorized by the exact wording of this ordinance is a bicycle helmet on the head while actively using your bike. And so if I want to lock my bike up and walk with my helmet to a protest, I shall be guilty of a misdemeanor. And I understand that, you know, our police force will use their judgment, and I absolutely expect them to. My problem is with how the ordinance is written.
So the direction
the
is to come
question.
back in the future. Let's just call the question. We have the ordinance as written. The motion was made by Councilmember Zernitskaya, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Terosis, with the additional direction of coming back to look at the bicycle helmets in the future
The PSROC.
and to refer to the PSROC.
Councilmember Zwick.
We're not talking about the helmets. They're gonna come back for that. We got what you wanted. You can wear that right now, and it's
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Councilmember Zernskaya.
Yes.
Mayor Negrete.
yes. Thank you.
Oh,
We
thank
said
you
it was short. We lied.
No, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you for what you guys do.
Have a good night.
We're now moving on to the council member discussion items. Item 16A must be heard separately, and there's been a request by Councilmember Hall
there anything we can
to
move?
pull item 16D. Are there any other requests to pull any items?
Oh,
16D and 16A must be heard separately.
wait, to pull it off, I'm sorry.
The rule says it's a consent calendar item unless something's pulled. 16A has to be held separately because it's a board and commission appointment, and Councilmember Hall has requested to pull 16D. So unless somebody wants to pull anything else.
Well, I'd like to pull 16E to register my vote.
And, sorry, could I also pull 16F?
Oh, my Jesus Christ.
Okay, anything else? So then you can approve item 16B, 16C, 16D, and 16.
No,
I'm sorry, not B.
16B, 16C, and 16G.
So moved.
Second.
Do you have to do roll call, or we just,
Or is that Hall or?
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis and Councilmember Hall?
I don't think any of these involve money. So,
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No, can we not do that? So who pulled 16D?
let's do 16A first.
Oh,
with the board and
sorry.
commission appointments.
Oh, yeah.
And Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, please.
Yes.
Per Council Resolution 11510, I move to authorize approval of a third term for Neil Carey for the Santa Monica Travel and Tourism Board, contingent upon a nomination and confirmation vote as the council's choice via our ranked choice voting method.
We don't need a second, but we.
You need a second.
We do? Okay. I thought we were just doing the nomination. Sorry, look, I don't know what's going on.
All right, so Hall and Terosis?
Are we scanning anything right now?
Not yet.
Okay.
Just slow down.
Hall and Terosis,
All right, so this is just a vote to approve the third term for Neil Carey.
can we just do,
We can do a voice vote.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none?
Okay, so the first seat, or there's two seats, this is for Santa Monica Travel and Tourism. There are two seats available, there are two incumbents. The two incumbents are Laura Lee Ash, who's just finishing her first term, and Neil Carey, who's finishing his second term, and then the rest of the candidates are Sean Besser, oh God, I can't do this tonight, Harshardan Chowdhury, Mark Jaffe, and no given name Vikas.
What?
I don't know.
I'd like to nominate Neil Carey and Sean Besser.
And I'd like to nominate Laura Lee Ash.
Really fun Tuesday.
So that's three. Any other candidates? All right, open up your envelopes. Hold on, I do have to edit the ballot though. So we have Mark, I'm sorry, Laura Lee Ash, Sean Besser, and Neil Carey. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, you can vote.
I can only put two, right? So the top two would.
Correct.
You can rank as many as you want.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm doing it now, sorry. Two more. One more.
I'm in.
I voted.
Okay, they're in. So, was Neil Carey was the first vote and Laura Lee Ash was the second vote. Here's the breakdown.
Okay. So Neil Carey and Laura Lee Ash, welcome back.
The next seat is the Transit Security Advisory Committee. There's one seat available. It's for law enforcement, someone with law enforcement experience. There's only one qualified applicant, and that's Edward Costello.
Nominate Edward Costello.
By acclamation, can we just?
By acclamation?
Yeah, by
Hold
acclamation.
on, I'd like to make a motion that we solicit further applications for the seat. Actually, can I ask first, is he needed for a quorum?
No, I think they have a quorum. I mean, I'd have to double check, I'll be honest with you, but I think they have a quorum at this point. A very,
It's been,
it's tight, but they have a quorum.
Yeah, I was not satisfied with the information in the application.
Okay, we can do.
I will just say that the person leading it has said it's not been easy. Yeah.
I know.
Still, I mean, keep prolonging it, and then when someone new adds in, it kind of disrupts.
So I guess we technically have a substitute motion?
You know what, I'll support the nomination. We can always remove him if.
Way to go, my man.
You're gonna do a commercial to try to get someone in there? No.
All right, so by acclamation?
Our members of the audience are changing their outfits now, so it feels like we're definitely into the next day. Well, he
Okay,
just put
so-
a new shirt on.
Item 16D, request of Mayor Pro Tem Terosis, Councilmember Raskin, and Councilmembers Wick to direct the city attorney to return with right to recall and labor peace ordinances to protect both workers and the city's proprietary and financial interest in revenue-generating city-owned property.
Unless you want to give one, I don't need an introduction. I just wanted to make a quick statement of support.
I needed an introduction. I need you to explain that.
That's
Sorry.
Not mine.
I'm happy to do it.
I'll second it.
I'm sorry, what's happening?
Second what?
Need your motion? Didn't you wait?
No, I was going to explain the item.
Oh, you explained that, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I would just say that we obviously know that we're very lucky that we have the opportunity to own the Santa Monica Pier. It's one
Right.
of the most iconic assets in our city. And by my research in 2023, it generated $938 million in local spending and supported thousands of jobs. No, I'm not going to read the whole thing. However, it came to my attention after looking at our ordinances that although in some of our lease terms, we have loose right to recall and labor peace protections, we actually don't have any of that codified in our city ordinance. So it was really important to me, first of all, just in terms of like what right to recall is. It's used by other jurisdictions across the county, but it means that if people have to lay their workers off, it enables employers to actually prioritize rehiring of qualified former employees based on seniority if and when those folks are rehired. Long Beach has this, Los Angeles World Airports does this, obviously County of LA. So I think, that, you know, it's good for business, it's good for workers, there's data on that. And then labor peace actually is also good because it will minimize the risk of labor disruptions, and it just allows folks the opportunity to potentially organize free from any sort of interference. And it was also brought to my attention, or not brought to my attention, I mean, when I was reviewing our ordinances, yes, it's a policy that we put that language in our leases, but it's actually not codified. So just to clean this up and make it clear, I'm asking in line with best practices from other jurisdictions that we codify both of these.
I have a question, just can you, just to say it in plain English, plain language, that, are you saying that for example, I'm assuming you're referring to maybe what happened with Rusty's and the closure of like a family-owned restaurant?
Not necessarily, I think.
Well, I'm not done, sorry.
Oh.
So when a union comes in and organizes, which they had to allow that to happen, are you saying that when they lay off the workers and have to close, that if they should reopen or do further business, that they have to rehire those workers that they laid off? And also you want to codify this right to organize, even if it's a small restaurant because it's on the pier?
So I think that we're asking the city attorney to come back with qualifying in both employees and businesses based off of the standard that we've seen throughout the region. It would not be every single worker. Obviously, they would have to work for a certain period of time for a certain number of hours per week. Usually it's about 6 months before they would get any sort of right to recall protection. And we actually saw the rise of this during COVID when a lot of the hotels and other establishments were laying off a lot of their workers because there was no business happening because a lot of these establishments were closed. And knowing that if someone's worked at a place for 10, 20 years, that just because it would be potentially cheaper for the business to hire back someone who is new and had never worked for them before, that they cannot do that. They would have to actually go to the most senior folks for the positions or hiring back and offer to them first. And then labor peace would...
Can I ask you a question about
Yeah.
that part? What if, as a small business, you don't want to hire someone back because they weren't performing well? You're putting your hands and controlling what businesses do. We would be saying then as a city that we're managing how people hire back their employees? That seems like a huge overreach, in my opinion.
No, I mean, this has been like upheld. It's pretty standard.
I'm sure it's been upheld in standard. That doesn't answer my question. Well, hold on. So cause is a separation, but what you're saying is if somebody has closed their business or laid off folks for whatever reason financially, you referenced hotels, we're talking about the pier. So to keep it based on what we're actually talking about, those are some corporate businesses, but there's some small businesses. So if you're a small family restaurant, for example, and you lay off workers for loss of business, you're saying that if someone worked there 10 years or whatever it is that we decide, that they have to look at that person first, unless it shows that they did something egregious, in which case they would have been fired, but then you're controlling who they hire back.
No, we're saying that anyone who's qualified for the position that was laid off through no fault of
Qualified by
their
who?
own.
The city, the city says that they're qualified?
No, I mean, there would be a standard.
So we're gonna set the standard for how people hire people back?
I mean, this is going to be codified, that if the worker is qualified and has the skills set needed for the position.
Well, who owns the business, the city or the person running the business?
Well, the city owns the pier and we.
Right, but that's a
allow-
physical land
So I'm not
space.
getting into a debate. I think.
Sorry, point of order. Who has the floor right now?
I'm trying to understand, because this jargon is, well, no, I'm asking because it's not clear, and it's, sometimes we put these things forward, and it's happened before, and people aren't really clear on what it is. I'm trying to be really clear, because I know you have all the political jargon, and I'm trying to break it down for myself and maybe other people to really truly understand not how it affects hotels, but how it affects the pier, because this is specific to the pier. Am I not, is that not?
Yeah, or it's specific to city-owned property.
Okay, because you mentioned the pier.
But I mentioned the pier because that is like the main economic driver.
So what
of the
other
city-owned
places, if
property.
you could just list like the
I mean,
others?
If we were to do something at the Civic Center, at the airport, at 4th and 5th in Arizona, I mean, any property at Bergamot, any property the city owns.
So currently, it's, the operating businesses are at Bergamot and the pier.
Right.
Okay, so I just wanted to understand that piece of it. Sorry.
My question, could we direct staff to have a limit of staff, like say, for instance, small businesses that had less than 5 people or less than 10 people, then you would not be part of this? Could you do that?
Yeah, if you look at the state law and like other ordinances on this, they all have pretty reasonable sizes, number of hours worked, and the process for the recall rights.
So I would direct staff to say, look at the number of hours and also the size of the employees. So someone that is a small business on the pier and has 2 employees or 3 employees.
2 or 3.
Yeah, you understand?
I mean, 10 is small,
Or
25
10,
is
or
small.
whatever that number is. I'd like to know what it is, so that way they would not have to be able to be part of this ordinance.
No, a minimum threshold.
Right.
And council, we would draft this, bring it back. You would have an opportunity to make adjustments then too.
Right. Okay.
Okay. I still don't fully understand, because I feel like we're saying this exists on the pier.
Well,
Can I answer this one?
go ahead.
So we do not have labor peace codified in our municipal code for city-owned properties. Or right to recall. On the pier, we have leasing guidelines, and our leasing guidelines require labor peace. But at any point, the pier board could make a recommendation to waive that guideline, and the council would decide for that specific lease whether they wanted to waive the guideline or not. So we do have labor peace on the pier per our leasing guidelines, but we do not have it codified in our ordinance.
And codifying in our ordinance would just make it so that you can't pick and choose through each lease to change it. It's a blanket ordinance that stays no matter what. And what you guys want to do is solidify what that number or size of business and whatever jurisdictions that have it implemented use, and it comes back. Okay, that's just direction to staff. I just wanted to understand what we were giving direction for. Then you, oh, sorry, Councilmember Ruskin. No?
Just to add quickly, part of the direction in the 16 item is to look at existing ordinances that already do this, including the 2 that were cited were LA World Airports and the City of Long Beach. I don't recall the exact details of those, but there are examples out there.
Councilmember Hall? Oh, you already. Oh, Councilmember Zwick.
I just wanted to say quickly, I understand your general concern that an employer should have some degree of discretion over who they can employ. And my understanding of the way that these ordinances are generally written is that nothing about them infringes upon an employer's right to basically relieve some of their employment if they're not performing their duties. It's more about in the instance of a layoff, which is a no-fault action, that they be given the opportunity to reapply for their job and be first in line for that. If they are not doing their job well, there's nothing in this ordinance that says that they have to continue to keep it.
We can have that debate when this comes back. Is there anybody else in the queue? No, Councilmember Hall?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a very, very brief statement because I have heard some concerns from the business community on the pier, and I feel like I have a relationship with a lot of them as chair or former chair of the board. You know, Mayor Pro Tem Terosas threw out $900 million of economic impact. You know, that's not just numbers, that's like rent paid, that's groceries bought by these workers, kids put through schools. And I've definitely seen like firsthand the heart and hustle that it takes to run a small family-owned business. A lot of those businesses out there are family-owned. There are certainly some private equity businesses out there or private equity-owned businesses out there too. But to me, like Councilmember Zwick said, like a right to recall ensures that loyal workers who are performing their job have the right to return to their job, and that they're respected and rehired. And that's the message I want to put out to the business community on the pier is like a right to recall creates workforce stability. Employee turnover costs money to your businesses. Labor peace creates business continuity. And this motion, I think, in an ordinance that would come from it, I hope, would protect city investments. I've always seen these labor peace and right to recall as both pro-worker and pro-business, and that's why I'm going to support this.
Are we calling an individual roll call vote?
We can do a voice vote and see where it lands, and that's.
All in favor of, I'm sorry?
There has been a motion.
Oh, sorry, I thought there,
And I seconded.
Mayor Pro
I
Tem.
seconded before we discussed it. Okay?
So we did have a
yeah,
motion.
yeah,
Mayor
so-
Pro Tem Terosas moved the item, Barry Snell, sorry, Councilmember Snell.
That's okay.
Seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
I'm not in favor, so what is that, nay? I forgot how you say that, and,
6-1.
yeah. Okay, 16E.
16E, request of Councilmembers Hall, Raskin, and Mayor Pro Tem Terosas that in order to ensure taxpayer dollars are used transparency, lawfully, and for the benefit of all residents, the city council directs staff to schedule a council study session no later than September 30, 2025, and present options to reform the conditions for official recognition of community organizations and participation in grant programs.
Did you, either of you want to introduce it?
Yeah, I can introduce it. I think I want to make one thing clear to the public, all three of you that are still here, but for those who are watching at home and will watch later, I don't think we care that there are 501c4s out there that are representing certain residents in the community. No one's trying to end their existence. I'll speak for myself here. What I have a problem with is using taxpayer dollars to, and giving taxpayer dollars to 501c4s that actively lobby the city. No one's trying to end their right to free speech. No one is trying to end their right to exist. What I care about is ensuring that we are giving special privileges and official recognition to nonpartisan organizations, and that we are not spending taxpayer dollars to quietly subsidize partisan political activity. Yes, I understand that in the past we have used taxpayer dollars to build membership lists, but as we have seen, membership lists are then turned around and used to put out newsletters that actively lobby those membership to come to council and lobby against or for positions. I'm fine with organizations doing lobbying work. I'm fine with neighborhood groups coming to us with opinions. What I'm not fine with is using taxpayer dollars to help subsidize that work. And I understand that we now recently have a process to apply and provide receipts, but I've looked at the form, and frankly, I feel like there's still gaps in that form and how we allow taxpayer dollars to be used by some of these organizations. And the other thing I want to be clear here is that, and if this is not clear to staff, I want it to be clear to staff. I'm not just talking about neighborhood associations. I'm talking about other community organizations that we provide funding to, and making sure that we approach this holistically, to determine, you know, are grantees of taxpayer dollars using them appropriately, and are we giving taxpayer dollars to the right types of organizations?
Councilmember Raskin.
Thanks. So, yeah, I just want to say a few things. First of all, you know, as the folks out there know, I voted to support adding neighborhood grants to the 2025 and onward budget.
526.
It's late. God, these years blend
Feel the
together.
future.
Yeah. So, I did that because I got assurances that those funds would be audited and would not be used for political purposes. I think that was the right vote. I signed my name onto this item because I understand that there is an interest in the community at having a conversation about the role that neighborhood associations should play and how they can be funded effectively and how they can be structured effectively to achieve the good work that has been done for a long time. I mean, I earlier this year participated in a neighborhood cleanup that was organized by Tony Weezer and the PNA. The concerts, the newsletters, all these things are really great. But I signed on in the hopes that we can get a compromise amongst ourselves to pause new neighborhood grants pending the study session, which we've put a strict deadline on. The goal is not to, or at least my goal is not to undo the budget allocation that we've already done, but to put a pause on new grants until we can have that conversation. I think we're going to have a really robust conversation when this comes back. I think we're going to have a healthy amount of debate about it. That's why I signed on. You know, if there are specific budget needs that folks have that would have come through the neighborhood grant program between now and September, reach out to me and let's figure out a way that we can meet those funding needs.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Thank you for bringing this item forward. When we had our budget discussion, I had suggested continuing funding for the neighborhood groups because in my mind, I wanted to be able to support the types of groups who are doing the kinds of organizing and educational activities that I believe neighborhood groups, you know, that should be hypothetically the intent of them. And as we did hear today from certain speakers, some of these neighborhood groups and some of these community groups in general have been around for longer than some of us have been alive. And maybe that means that, in my opinion, we should take a look at how they're doing the work that they're doing and if that is serving our community. I recognize that some folks really do genuinely feel like the existing structures represent them. Since the last council meeting, I have also heard from a lot of community members who feel that they don't. So I will be supporting this item because I feel that it gives us the opportunity to study what is and isn't working, what could or couldn't be done, and just be able to have that kind of discussion out in the open. And I would kindly request in the direction when the study session comes back, assuming the item is approved and moves forward, if we could also potentially look at the possibility or feasibility of creating some sort of standard form for bylaws for either new groups or existing groups, if they wanted to use those, and a review of existing groups' bylaws, if that would be feasible.
Councilmember Zwick.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago or whenever that was, you know, there was talk of, oh, where's this money going and should we do audits? And to me, I trust everyone that they're spending the money on what they're supposed to be spending it on. That's not the issue for me. The issue for me is, are we gonna fund groups that engage in political activity with city money? I mean, that's just a basic thing that seems completely inappropriate. We don't fund the Dem Club or the Republican Club or any group that engages in politics with city taxpayer money. That's crazy. I mean, it's just that simple. And I'm supporting this item because you can engage in whatever protected speech or political activity you want, but not on taxpayer dollars. And you can make that choice as an organization. Am I going to take city money and engage in community building and, you know, other activities that help inform, you know, the public about what's going on at the city and, you know, build community and do all sorts of things? Or I'm going to be a political lobbying organization, in which case I can't take city money. It's really that simple. And that's why I'm supporting that we study this.
So I just want to start by saying that I absolutely believe in transparency and accountability and, you know, wherever we need adjustments to make sure that's happening when it comes to how taxpayer dollars are spent. But I also believe in fairness, respect, and the acknowledgement of the role that these grassroots community organizations, and especially our neighborhood groups, have played in keeping residents engaged and informed. 501c4 organizations can lawfully receive grant money from the city. They can use that funding to educate, organize, foster public dialogue around citywide issues, so as long as those funds are not used for political endorsements or electioneering. That's the law, and I trust our staff and the city process, although maybe it needs to be looked at to make sure that that's what's happening, but I've always trusted that is what is happening to ensure compliance. We have given money to organizations where people lobby for our decision on things all the time that are parts of those organizations. I just want to put that out there. But to imply without evidence that these groups are violating that trust or misusing funds by simply asking staff to take this on as a study session, it sort of suggests that we believe something improper is already happening. And that doesn't sit right with me, especially when our staff's already stretched thin, juggling numerous study sessions and high priority projects that directly affect other things that we've talked about even tonight. So these neighborhood groups may not always represent everyone. They do represent someone and some sector of the communities. They're made up of residents who show up, volunteers who care about their blocks, their parks, their streets, their neighbors. We may not always agree with them, but they are an extension of the people we were elected to serve. And I just find it a little bit disheartening that we seem to be targeting those who are doing the work we often pay these big consultant firms to do externally, to bring people together, to share information and create space for community dialogue. So if the motivation behind this is a disagreement with the viewpoints of certain groups rather than concern about the actual misuse of funds, then I think we're missing the mark. This doesn't feel like good governance. It kind of feels like we're policing civic engagement when we should be uplifting it. I just don't want to weaponize a procedure or stretch staff thin on a speculation. If we have concerns, let's bring them up directly and transparently. But let's also respect the fact that these organizations, imperfect as they may be, are doing their part to build community and make democracy work at the neighborhood level. And I think we should support that and not scrutinize it without cause. Now, if we have cause to scrutinize it, then fine, let's look at some process, but maybe we should be specifically targeting where we see those issues existing. Councilmember Zwick.
I just want to clarify something in case it wasn't clear. I actually said that I don't think any neighborhood group is doing any misuse of any of their funds. I just think that when you provide funding to a group, you are subsidizing that group. And if that group is engaging in political activity, you are subsidizing political activity.
We've just never brought it up before until now. But this is, again, more stuff for staff to look at. So I think the motion was
There's no motion.
not called by. Does anyone want to make a motion?
Move the item.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Hall, seconded by Councilmember Zwick. Is it a voice vote?
Voice vote's fine.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'm sorry. I'm in favor to look into it, sure. Bring back. I said aye.
Item 16F, request of Councilmembers Wick and Hall that the City Council direct the City Manager and Community Development Department to report back within 30 days on how the city plans to change its processes to comply with new timing mandates for housing approvals contained within Budget Trailer Bill AB 130, under which ministerial housing development project entitlements must be approved or denied within 2 months of application completeness or are otherwise deemed approved.
I'll make this real quick. Guys, this is already a state law. If we get assurances from our city manager that our staff will comply with state law, can we not create extra work?
No. The average administrative approval in this city takes approximately 10 to 11 months. This is asking for it to take 2 months. There'll have to be real process changes for us to actually be able to comply with state law. And I want to make sure that we're doing that.
I'm a little confused. I mean, if we have to comply with state law and we're not complying with processing timelines, then why do we need a report back on it?
Because jurisdictions all the time don't comply with state law.
Guys, this feels like an unnecessary report back. If we have to comply with state law, we've got to comply with it.
So you're not interested as someone who oversees the city as to how we're going to actually go about that from a process perspective?
I don't think we have a choice. I think we have to comply with state law. I don't, our staff is stretched thin. I don't want to create an extra report back for something that's already mandatory.
Are they going to have to figure this out?
Yeah, but then why create an extra report for it?
Because I'd like to know what the process is.
All right. I think there's reasonable disagreement here. Unfortunately, I'm going to vote no on this. It's already state law. I think we do need to speed up the process sometimes, absolutely. But
There are policy choices inherent within how we would do that.
the staff is going to do it anyway. Well, they'll have to figure it out anyway.
Okay. Well, I move the item.
Council, do we have a second on that?
I'll second, and I just want to say, like, listen, I trust staff. This is a massive change management thing, and I, as the oversight body of the city, am curious about how that change management is going to go. I'm not asking for, I mean, maybe Councilmember Zwick is, and he can provide direction. I'm not asking for a massive staff report. I just want to report back on how the change management process is going to go.
I just wanted to point out that a second ago, we said that there's rules of when we give neighborhood groups money, and we know them, but then now anyways, okay, now we're saying something different about that. We know that rules exist. Why do we need a report back? But we just said a second ago, we need to have staff build a report for neighborhood groups and how they're using money. And there's already rules by the state that they have to comply with. But
I just want to be sensitive to the fact that planning staff especially is really.
oh no, I agree with your vote, so.
And I mean, if I'll tell you what, I'll support if we can agree that this is like a one-pager.
Can you just have you talked to staff yet to ask this process, or is it really deemed
I would
putting a direction?
like to be
create a report?
told how they are going to comply with this very challenging new mandate.
And I think staff is currently working on
I would assume so, so that's why I don't think it's a ton of extra work.
Well, coming before council, doing a staff report is always extra work.
Can they?
Having a conversation with you on a one-on-one can give you exactly that information.
It can be an info item.
Okay.
So can we make that clear in the
Or
direction?
in the bi-weekly. I mean, there's various ways for us to communicate how things are going.
This is a really important one that I would like to be made public.
That's up to council.
So would you be willing to accept the
amendment to make
the
it
report
info?
back as an info item that's
Sure.
publicly posted?
So that's the direction change?
Can we do a roll call vote?
Sure. Hold on. Okay. Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
As amended, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tarosa.
Yes.
Councilmember Snow,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernskaya,
Yes.
Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
And as a additional sort of point of direction, currently our administrative approval process is contingent on approval by the ARB. And I don't see a pathway as to how the ARB would be able to approve a project within the 60-day timeline to get to an administrative approval after that fact. So I would like them to kind of also obviously incorporate that into whatever their recommendations are.
We're good with that? I just wanted to make sure, does anybody have any adjournments for tonight? Okay. With that adjourns our meeting at 1:30 a.m. on the dot. We will see you back here on July 29th
That was exactly what the time.
at 5:30 p.m.
Wow.
Oh, that's exactly what our, see you back on July 29th.